The girl watched fearfully as the others argued. One of the visitors asked the other to stop acting like this and have a better drink, but the man didn't agree. One of the crew tried to pounce on another comrade. Chaos ensued. At the most unexpected moment, the usual karaoke mess began. The visitor flew to the side. A strong blow to the face was strongly noticeable, which made the sitting guy scared. It was better not to interfere in this showdown. The schoolboy who was sitting down could not avoid the blow either. Right now, the opponent's foot was right on this man's face. Such blows threw the opponents into different corners, but it seemed that for the attacker, it was all too easy. The seated schoolgirl ducked out of fright. A fire extinguisher went into action, which was already flying at one of the opponents. A guy was already running past the girl at speed. The schoolgirl herself could not understand what frightened her more at this moment. It was an ordinary gathering of school children at karaoke. But now everything ended in a strong fight. The girls watched in horror as one of the guys beat up the others. One of the schoolgirls began to shout what kind of new guy came to them and why he started beating up their friends. In an instant, the guy froze. Drops of blood were already glistening on his hands and face. Now he too was wondering who the man was. This man's job was to draw webtoons. The artist was writing about an ordinary guy who started using martial arts techniques to protect the girl he loved. He kept typing at a great speed while drawing webtoons. This worker was a true artist. He finally finished his next work. In all this time, he had become extremely tired. The artist stared fearfully at the computer screen. It was Jae-han Kim, who was 24 years old. He just wanted to die right now. He had been working all night, so he needed a break. If Jae-han kept doing this, he would die from a caffeine overdose. The guy looked into the room. There was a bed spread out on the floor where they were currently sleeping. In the bed was the artist's daughter, Da-hyun, sleeping. She was only 4 years old, a preschooler. The little girl was sniffing sweetly. The man immediately broke out into a smile. He loved watching his sleeping daughter, who to him was like an angel. But here the daughter woke up. The moments when the girl could be safely watched were over. The little girl was ready to destroy everything around her. The girl with huge eyes rushed to her father so that he could finally go play with her. Daddy began to explain that he had just finished his work, so he wanted to sleep now. But the daughter didn't even want to listen and only chose a new game to play. Energized by her good mood, Da-hyun got up and indicated to her dad that it was time for them to go play Lotta World. Jae-han was glad when his wife woke up to rescue him. The woman yawned and asked what time it was. Sena Yu was a housewife. She was 24 years old. She was the wife of an artist. The mother tried to explain to her daughter that Daddy couldn't play with her right now because she was tired after work. The little girl got angry with her mom and decided that Daddy shouldn't have been working then. The girl tried to convey to her daughter that if her dad didn't work, they would be left without money. And if there were no funds, then no one would buy her anything tasty either. The girl did not stop being angry. After all, she had a mother who would be able to buy her delicious food. In any case, the father worked all night, so he was very tired. The man needed to get some sleep now, so Sina grabbed Da-hyun to get her out of the room. The daughters tried to explain that she should only yell like that if some stranger was forcing her to go with him. Jae-han was embarrassed at this point. The artist decided to sleep for a while and then wake up to play with his girl. It seems that sleep won't be smooth. While the wife was cleaning up, the husband woke up to find out the time. Sina didn't even think to ask why he was up since it was so early. Father's first concern was where Da-hyun was, but the little girl had been in kindergarten for a long time. He wanted to spend more time with her, but work was still on his mind. The poor man wanted to see his daughter so badly, but it was still 3 hours away from the end of class. Everything inside was clenching with anticipation. Jae-han wanted to pick up his little girl, but the teacher wouldn't like it if they picked up the girl in the middle of class. Was it okay to pull the child out of the social environment? The husband tried to talk his wife into picking up their Da-hyun earlier, even started helping with the cleaning, but Sina was adamantly against it. While the girl continued to go about her business, her lover continued to beg her. Without the consent of his beloved, he could not make a step. When the patience of the housewife broke, a rag flew in the face of the artist and she decided to give up. The father's love had no limit and it was extremely difficult to resist. Sina went and got ready, and decided to say that it would only be like this today. It was not worth giving the impression that it would always be possible to be manipulated in this way. Wife asked to stop by the store to buy coffee for the teacher while they were on their way. One wanted to make a good impression. The painter was anticipating meeting his daughter and wondering what they would do when they got home. His mood immediately improved because soon he would see his daughter. They could go to the new playground in the neighborhood or ride their bikes. It was all good. They had plenty of time, so they would have time to go to the lotto world. Today, Daddy decided he could definitely play with his favorite daughter as hard as he could. But something was already rushing to thwart those plans. In an instant, a truck drove at high speed into the car with the artist. The collision threw the car sideways. This beautiful day ended in an accident. A person like Kim Jae-hyun ceased to exist in this world. His death was instantaneous. No one would have thought that fate would play such a cruel joke on him. All that was left of the man was a haze that resembled a ghost, but his mind seemed to remain intact. Was there really life after death? The character did not expect to be standing in front of his funeral picture. Everything around him was somber, for he had left his family so early. He saw his grieving wife. No one expected that this could have happened to them specifically. How would she cope all alone now? There was no way the father expected to see his daughter in funeral clothes. He didn't know he would see such a thing. But she was very young and just acted like a normal child. Da-hen walked around in the funeral hall and wished everyone a good meal. The little girl was amiable and obedient. To her, everything looked different. Everyone was sorry to look at the little child who didn't understand what was happening now. The little girl was only asking who else wanted beef soup. The daughter didn't even realize what had happened to her daddy. She ran around with a smile on her face. It was too hard to watch. Maybe it was a good thing she didn't understand anything yet. If that man's heart was still beating, it would have shattered into shards from such a picture. How much he still wanted to do with his child. He tried to live every moment of her life with his daughter from the moment she was born. First steps and breakfast. Every movement was stored in his memory. Any bad weather, laces, and bad moods. Da-heng's daddy was always there for her. Despite his hard work, he wanted to be a good father to his child. Jae-hyun still wanted to be happy with her, but is that really possible? He just wanted to pick her up early to play with her. All the pain ran through the mind of this artist who still had to protect his baby girl. It was so much harder now, but there was nothing that could be fixed. The boy said his goodbyes and asked for a blessing, kneeling in his astral body. A male figure appeared in the room. Could this be his salvation? The man could not believe his eyes. Something strange was happening in this world and it had to be dealt with, no matter how difficult it was. The stranger had found him. The artist was kneeling in front of the man. It was necessary to do penance after his hasty death. Jae-hyun's soul remained in this world. Time moved on. His daughter was growing up. His wife was doing her best to cope without her beloved husband. Da-hyeon had already become a high school student. The girl became quite popular, and the school children wished to admit her publicly to be their girlfriend. Everyone was amazed that a kid confesses to her and gives her a phone. To those around him, it looked amazing. Such a confession was rarely made to anyone, except that the schoolgirl froze in horror. Everyone was screaming for her to say yes, but she just wanted to apologize so as not to offend anyone. That phone couldn't make her feel anything for him. The school children froze at this turn of events. No one could imagine that such an offer could be disliked. Weren't girls partial to such gifts? It got awkward. I felt sorry for the guy. Everyone was scared. It seemed that he tried and he was rejected in front of a whole crowd of school children. From anger, the character began to swear. He tried to protect the girl just because he felt sorry for her. Now he decided to make her the main outcast in the school. A month passed. The teacher was disappointed in her students. Whoever had stolen Ji-min's wallet, it wasn't too late to raise their hand. Everyone remained silent. One student decided to speak up with a smile, mentioning gym class. There was a good excuse to tell who might have been involved. He reported that Kim Da-hyun had stayed in the classroom during that lesson. The student was horrified because now she was being set up. It was worth one day of not accepting someone's feelings and a life was ruined. All the things from the backpack were dumped on her desk. Not coincidentally, the lost wallet was there. The curator said that she was waiting for her parents tomorrow. The classmates decided to joke that the student's father had died, so they would have to call a psychic to resurrect her. It was rude. The dad saw his daughter's bruises, which looked suspicious, so he decided to check in on her at school, where he saw how she was treated. My heart clenched. The teacher tried to calm everyone down, while the girl's father could only watch what his little girl had to endure. He wished he could stand up for her right now. The artist wasn't the best dad who couldn't help in any way. Was it possible to reach out to the living outlaws at school from across the world? The man decided that he used to be like that, but things have to change now. All they have to do is take care of themselves before punishment catches up with them. Classmates continued to bully the girl. It didn't bother anyone that it was all a real evil fabrication and a huge setup. The moment had come when he would make sure these guys got what they deserved, what it would really look like. Da-hyun's mom had already come into the teacher's lounge along with her daughter and stood in front of the seated handler. She was completely calm as if nothing had happened. The mother apologized as she should have come much earlier. Behind also stood the spirit of the father, but it was extremely difficult to raise a teenage daughter alone. The teacher was amazed that the woman looked so young. It made her angry. Appearances hurt, for she was far from 30. You could tell the mother's age just by looking at her clothes. Why would anyone come to school with a supermarket bag? Not everyone could afford it. The curator told the student that her mother looked very young because she had given birth very early. It was understandable, though why it was even worth mentioning. The woman decided to remind her that she had been called in because Da-hyun had stolen a purse from a classmate. To her, this situation seemed quite obvious. The school employee tried to say that she knew how hard it was to raise a child alone without a father, but she still had to teach her the basic rules of decorum. The student's mom interrupted the teacher because she couldn't listen to the brazen lie. No one could insult her daughter like that. She was here to stand up for her rights. Did anyone personally see Da-hyun steal the purse? The daughter was stunned by her mother's words. It was embarrassing, but she wouldn't let her child be insulted. She didn't think she could leave her child with someone who didn't have the basic fundamentals of etiquette. The curator went into a stupor. Sina hurriedly left and told her daughter to hurry up and say goodbye to the teacher. The girl bowed and her father's spirit repeated after her. Here they were already heading through the stadium to leave the school grounds. There was no point in staying there long. It was time to move on. The girl turned to her mom to tell her once again that she really didn't do this. She didn't want the only person close to her to start doubting her. Her mother decided to ask in response if the schoolgirl knew how many people existed in this world. It was a bit of a strange question, but a very important one. The schoolgirl found nothing better than to say that there are about 8 billion people. She only thought logically about the question. Rumors of some students bullying a female classmate had already reached her mother, but that didn't mean that the whole world would now treat her the same way. The painter's wife was a strong woman. She suggested the child transfer to another school. She didn't want to make her suffer for it. As a person, she was truly kind and compassionate. This touched her daughter's heart. After going through so many hardships, she remained loyal to her family. People kept pointing fingers at Sina for raising her daughter alone, but she wouldn't run away. She took care of the house despite limited funds and perpetual gossip. She protected everything. The father's soul should have been at peace, but there were cries that Da-hyun might be late on her first day. Mom always helped her get ready in the morning. Today was the day her daughter would go to a new school for the first time. Mother and daughter used to fight a little bit because of the little girl going to bed late. Even after her husband died, the wife would put the first bowl of rice on the table where her spouse's former place was. There was no way she could let him go from her heart. Daddy's spirit shouted with his daughter in anger because the seaweed soup was again for breakfast. Neither of them liked it, but there was nothing to be done about it. More often than not, her mother repeated that seaweed would make the blood cleaner and help improve brain function. With despair, the girl lowered her head. Her mother left for work. Da-hen looked in the mirror and decided that she had twisted her bangs too much, which was too much for the first day. She wanted to be perfect. Spirit looked at his daughter and thought she was the most beautiful creature on earth. Time flew by, but he always stayed close by. The daughter turned towards the spirit and called out to her father. It was too sudden. One would have thought she was seeing him as if he were alive. As she touched her childhood photo, she hoped that this time she would be able to settle into her new school. At least, that's what she wanted to believe. The schoolgirl knew her daddy was supporting her from heaven. It was a touching moment for the spirit. How good it was that even after his death, he was remembered on earth. This time, the schoolgirl decided to really try her best. It was time to make friends among her classmates so that life at school would get better. For Jae-hyun, his daughter had always done well. Was it possible for him, as a father, to think otherwise? Such a thing simply couldn't happen. The girl was already following her new classroom teacher, who was asking for the window to be opened. All of this was a normal work routine for him. The grown man asked to say hello to the new girl who had transferred from Yeoldo High School. It had to be done according to the rules. The stranger was introduced as Kim Da-hyun and was told to sit in an empty seat. It was next to Yoo Ha-jun, who hadn't arrived yet. The student was always late. His classmates had already texted him, but it looked like he was still asleep. The curator asked to tell the tardy guy to come to the teacher's room when he arrived. While the teacher asked to keep everyone awake, the girl was very nervous on her first day. She didn't want to see any more slanted glances in her direction. Curious school children were already looking with special interest at the new girl because her appearance was very good. Beauty always caught the eye. Like a good father tried to hide his child from the beholder's eyes. And everyone kept on wanting to get this beauty. Everyone was curious to get to know the new girl better. The team of students began to discuss who would be the first to talk to the new student and who would be the luckiest. It was not enough to make a bet. At recess, everyone went about their business. Everyone only cared about the girl's appearance, but no one spoke to her. She was very nervous about it. Other classmates thought their friends were stupid because they judged only by their appearance, even though they couldn't see their ugly faces. One of the girls said she didn't think the new girl could be that good. After all, they already had one great girl. The friend pulled Jo Ye-ji back, asking who was the cutest of them all. But this high school girl shouldn't have been teased like that. There was already a hierarchy in this class. A new student approached the table and asked if the girl thought that the relationships in the class were messed up. Here he was, the first daredevil to approach her. Hong Jae-ho smiled widely and greeted Da-hyun. The student was from the 10th grade, the second head teacher. He looked carefree and friendly. He said that if there were any questions, she could always go to him. It was nice to know that someone cared about you. Painter reflected on the fact that there was only one normal kid here. But the important thing was that there was. It was time to start settling in. Ye-ji called out to Jae-ho and told him that the class teacher was looking for him. She was able to talk and text at the same time so she wouldn't get distracted. The head teacher sighed and thanked his classmate for informing him. This man was too handsome and most likely smart as well. The kid decided to combine the trek to the teacher's office with a walk and offered to give the new girl a tour along the way. There were new corridors to explore. The student turned to her friends to discuss the latest news. A new plan seemed to be brewing in her head, and it was time to put it into action. The most popular girl in the school, Ye-ji, had suggested that her classmates have fun with the new girl today. It was time to find a new girlfriend. The schoolgirls were not the most studious and immediately offered cigarettes to Da-hyun, but she refused. They were having fun in an adult way. Who knew why the owner of the place allowed children to smoke on his property? But these were his customers, and it wasn't easy to make money. Spirit Dad listened to the chatter from a neighboring stall that seemed to be finding someone. Strange teenagers were coming to karaoke. Sang-rel was a student from Jin-il High School 2-3. He looked at his friends to make sure of what they were saying. It seemed like it was time to start having fun. The father watched the back of his young daughter walking away alone. It made his heart ache. Who would she lean on if she didn't have a father? Dad's heart ached to watch his daughter, but she was definitely not alone right now. The company wasn't the best, but at least someone noticed her. Here was Dahen already walking along with her new classmates, so that was new to her. She wished they would become her real friends. The artist was jubilant when he saw that his daughter had new friends. May this school make her life truly joyful. She doesn't show it, but she must be very excited. The girls have already asked for the new girl's phone number to add her to the general chat room. It's time to get excited for this little girl too. Is she really going to be added to the class chat room? How easily a young girl's life could change in an instant. One of the guys stopped by the classroom to check in, so he was pretty sure he saw the girl there. Another fellow received a message that a group of girls had already gathered in the next room. The character realized that a crime was already looming here. His daughter urgently needed to get out of here. But how would he be able to help in such a position? The spirit of the father stood in front of his daughter and asked her to get out of here as soon as possible. The schoolgirls were singing karaoke at the same time, wanting her to notice him. Of course, the girl herself did not hear anything and just enjoyed sitting with her friends. She couldn't imagine how it would all end. Girlfriends took the microphone from each other to sing another song, and the father was trying to get through to his daughter. The party was in full swing. He needed to calm down and think, which seemed impossible in this situation. How to find a way out of the afterlife in a few minutes. There was nothing he could do right now. There would obviously be little help from the spirit, though it was better to say none at all, just observations. That dad needed to find someone to help the girl. It could turn out like last time. Not all was lost. A little boy had once been able to see a ghost and even talk to it. Some people could discern spirits in this world. At the funeral, the stranger was able to reach out to the deceased and take away his pain. That was how Jae-hyun realized that he could be seen and heard. All that was left was to find such a person. Just like that, the desperate spirit ran and just screamed for someone to hear him. He desperately pleaded for help from passers-by, just in case someone would notice him. The hero's face just wanted to see someone who could help him. It wanted to find a single pair of eyes that could understand everything without too many words. But he just kept walking through people who didn't even notice him. It was a lost cause, but he couldn't give up so quickly. No matter how loudly he shouted to be noticed, everyone around him just kept walking as if nothing had happened. But he was still trying. The artist wanted at least one passerby to hear him now. How hard it was to shout but not get a single response in return. Desperate, he knelt down and begged for his daughter to be saved. What more could a loving father want? Even in such circumstances, he tried to act. The young man approached the ghost and asked if he was all right. Among all the crowd, there was a man who could see him. The man did not hope anymore, but some schoolboy was able to hear him. The boy was frightened because he thought he was a beggar, for he did not even have a shoe on one foot. The student was about to leave, but the man swooped down to stop him and kept begging for help. It was impossible to miss such a good chance. The air became colder for the spirit. Something incredible happened. The ground beneath his feet became harder. The smell, the music, the temperature, everything became quite apparent. The spirit of the artist whose daughter was in danger was now in the student's body. This was how easy it was to get a vessel for one's soul. The boy stood in a stupor. One could not imagine that such a thing could happen. The feeling of life had come so suddenly to his soul. There was no time. He had to run faster and save his little girl. Now he had a chance to rectify the situation. The drunken company was already harassing the new girl with a glass of alcohol. Dahen was about to leave. Things had gone too far and they had to get out of here. But one of the couples grabbed the girl's arm, which scared her a lot. No one here knew what personal boundaries were in relation to other people. The young man grabbed his face with his hand. He thought the girl had a knack for making others feel uncomfortable. Was it possible for her to refuse them? The stranger's face expressed animal anger. He began to insult his new acquaintance. He wanted to show his power in this company. The girl asked him to let go of her hand, and it seemed that she was already allowed to leave this place. She didn't want to lose hope of her salvation, if she could, of course. The student's hand was still being held. The other boy had slammed the door shut and was holding her. She was in a real trap. The hero was holding a cigarette and a microphone with one hand. As he did so, he was pointing to the exit in case someone needed it. But it looked more like a sneer. The young man and his spirit got there in time and took out the door to the karaoke room where the daughter was sitting. The real fight had started. Everything happened too fast. No one expected to see an uninvited guest who, from the threshold, began to beat everyone. This angered the head of the company. His authority was cut off in an instant. When everyone started asking who the stranger was, he obviously couldn't tell everyone that he was their friend's dad. He had to extricate himself from the situation. Shkolnitz found no better way out than to point at his daughter and admit to everyone that he was her boyfriend. It was the first thing that came into his head at the time. Those scoundrels got what they deserved. Blood oozed from the wounds they had received during the fight. They wouldn't have understood otherwise anyway. They had to be beaten. The unexpectedly arrived student now began to threaten that they were in for a real reckoning for tonight. They had no choice but to run away. The new acquaintances decided to stop after a long run. They needed to make sure they couldn't be caught up. The student thanked her savior. With particular persistence, the boy pounced on the girl with questions about how she was feeling. He wanted to make sure that there was nothing life-threatening. The deputy had the logical question of how he knew the girl's name. She was seeing him for the first time in her life, and he was so protective of her. He wanted to justify himself by judging her on the first minutes of meeting her. After all, when the hero saw her, the first name that came to mind was Da-hyun. The girl laughed as she listened to this boy's story and asked for forgiveness. The worst was over. It was time to get out of here. It was just that the boy looked her age but talked like an adult. And she wasn't wrong now. She couldn't imagine talking to her dad. The new acquaintance hoped those people didn't know her address. But how this savior knew the password to her apartment was more interesting. Naturally, the ghost in the boy's body just decided to run away, and lastly advised not to open the door to strangers. That was nice. Da-hen was left standing in bewilderment after tonight. Who would have thought that this would happen to her? The first day had been a busy one. The artist remembered again that he was in someone else's body, which to him was impossible and strange. With the main problem receded, it was time to deal with the body issue. In any case, the soul didn't know where it should go now. Although this disciple was clearly someone waiting at home, it couldn't just take all of this kid's stuff. One had to figure out who this kid was and why he didn't have his phone with him. But it actually fell out during the fight. Looks like he's gonna be in trouble. Because the dead man was in a human body, he was already hungry. After all, he hadn't felt hungry or cold in a long time. Such ordinary things. The man's body twitched nervously. This kid was too beggarly for the deceased. I wish I could go to some restaurant right now. The schoolboy stood in the middle of the road and thought. He needed to come up with a plan for further action, or at least find his real home. The next morning, the king of tardiness, Ha Jun-yu, came in. Some were getting ready for class, while others were just passing the time. School life went on as usual. Jung-yu's friend was happy to see him back and decided to ask him why he skipped school yesterday. He was bored and the class teacher asked about him again. Shi Woo-hoo was obsessed with explaining things, was always in charge of wit, and was the main character's best friend. He was the one who reported that the class teacher was angry yesterday. The friend was clearly not himself. He wanted to try to explain everything to his comrade. What if he was the one who could understand the mess he got himself into yesterday? Jun-yu grabbed his head and said that he was walking down the street yesterday and suddenly found himself lost. On top of everything else, he also lost his cell phone and headphones. A classmate decided to assume that the tardy student decided to pretend to be crazy, only whether their class teacher would appreciate it. Lo and behold, Da-hyun saw her savior from yesterday sitting next to her. It turned out that they were even in the same class. It was unbelievable. The young man raised his head and looked questioningly in the direction of his new classmate. To him, she was a complete stranger. The friends continued their animated conversation, which made the girl angry because she was being ignored. How could he act like that after yesterday? Woo-hoo tried to cheer up his best friend because he still had to graduate from high school. Da-Hyeon was watching the whole thing. The girl was already beginning to think that this was a completely different person. Memories of the previous night were flashing through her mind. More and more questions arose. The student paid attention to the conversations at the other table. Everyone was convinced that last night's guest was their classmate. How was that possible? This kid had been sleeping the whole time, so they saw his face for the first time. The girls looked unhappily in the direction of their classmate. They had found their enemy. At the same second, the guy just flew out of his chair and fell to the floor. It was time for revenge. Even at school, violence could not be avoided. The classroom had turned into a complete shambles. The guys from yesterday were standing over Jun-Yu. They couldn't just ruin their reputation in one night. After last night's fight, the students were left with many injuries that were now hidden by band-aids. They told their classmate to come out to talk to them. The guy was brought up and they decided to ask him if he was ready to repeat yesterday because he was much calmer today. They thought he was just showing off in front of the girl yesterday. The schoolboy had already been beaten up badly, although he thought it was some kind of misunderstanding. He looked too innocent for the aggressors. The other students in the school had heard that Jun-Yu was the top loser among the 10th-year students, and he had also attacked Sang-Rel, which was strange. Everyone was watching the fight in the classroom with bated breath. Seoul had to know that right now all the problems were only because of him, and the schoolboy himself didn't understand anything. The character decided to knock out the teeth of his yesterday's opponent. The student was amused to hurt others, such a pleasure he could not refuse. The beaten man was beginning to get angry. He didn't expect to come to class and be harassed right away. After last night, he already had a lot of problems. His rival's fist slammed into his stomach. The exasperated schoolboy wanted him to stop pretending. With all their might, they tried to force out an apology. The student started begging everyone because he didn't understand why they were doing this to him. Normally, he wouldn't even think of talking to them. Everyone watched the beating in silence. Now Sang-Rel was being asked if their enemy was still trying to hide what he had done yesterday. But if the younger one didn't understand something, the older one should teach him, even if it took hitting him. The gang leader believed that was the real education for those who went against him. The allies supported their mentor. The young man was glad that his comrade allowed him to continue beating their classmate. He wanted to deliver a blow to the head, but the assailant's hand failed to reach its target. Everyone stood in bewilderment as to how anyone dared to stand up to the school's main villains. It was completely stupid to shout out where one was going to hit. The boy decided that he would no longer tolerate these attacks from their side. It was time to strike back. The high school senior was scared. His arm was hurting. He was brought to school to learn, and he decided to act like a total scumbag. It was the moment when the smile returned to Jun-Yu's face. This kid decided to still beat up those who were constantly messing up his school life. It was obvious for everyone to watch a typical school fight. It was a common entertainment in their school that no one was going to stop. The boy looked around to study his opponents. A plan had to be made so that problems like this wouldn't happen again. This high school kid looked like he was in charge. All that needed to be done was to beat him. Just now, he looked scared. Then the henchman of the ringleader would let the poor hero go. The student broke free from his rival's grip and ran to another classmate. But he didn't take into account that there is no hero who can stand up to the crowd. The 10th grader was thrown to the floor and began to be beaten with his feet for going against the senior students. It was very painful. The lesson began. It was easy to draw a parallel between functions and patterns of life. The result would depend on the meaning they chose. Ha-Jun didn't seem to be doing well at all. The friend decided to ask what his comrade had done. After all, judging from their tattoos, they belonged to the seniors of the 12 zodiac signs. The kid looked at his classmate questioningly. He didn't understand what it meant at all. The student was surprised that his fellow student was not interested in school life. It was time for an explanation, which Woo-hoo was very fond of doing. He fixed his glasses and began his story. He didn't get involved in anything, but he knew all the news. Every year in their school, the 12 strongest seniors, according to tradition, get paired with an animal. When they graduate, the guys pass the animals on to the younger grades. And those 12 chosen ones get tattoos with the corresponding animal, a real ritual that's supposed to bring them together. As painful as it was, the tattoo was an initiation that had to be done. That way they could always tell their guys apart. One of the chosen ones was asked if it hurt, but he only replied that he was crying because his mentor was graduating. It wasn't a good excuse. Each gang leader can round up his own guys to be his subordinates. However, gang members can only get tattoos of the animal they submit to. These guys were from the monkey gang. Excellent was afraid for his friend's life. Once he could run into these scary people. These kids were absolutely insane, and he was also getting in the way. Ha-jun was serious. He reported that he would go to the 11th grade to end it all, although one could just report them for harassing him. All he could do was ask his fellow student not to say anything to the teacher. Although one could ask for help from the adults, it wouldn't solve the problem overall. Although what those brigands were doing was completely stupid. In fact, everything was going according to this hero's plan. Isn't it better to stop all this mayhem now, so that Dahayeon could continue studying in peace? Obviously, they would be in Dahayeon's way all the time. That was the most important thing. What else could he think about in this world? Not this boy's body. But the girl herself thought that the classmate was a kid who was always looking for fights in school. Perhaps he shouldn't have been socialized with him either. Seoul had done a foolish thing when she thanked the guy with glasses as some stranger. The student thought his partner was sick in the head. To fight injustice, it is important to understand its weaknesses. But the spirit in the body of a man was already purposefully going for a showdown. That guy looked like an anchovy and looked like the strongest of the gang, but according to the physical, he was considered the weakest. The ghost thought that when he entered the classroom, he'd hit the anchovy in the weakest spot. Naturally, between the legs, the most fortunate place. In the young man's mind, he would overthrow them, and his blow would have everyone calling for a doctor in no time. Everything was so perfect in his mind. And after everyone was distracted by the injured man, the soul would be able to get closer to the main thing. That was the most important place in his scenario. An unquenchable passion for truth and justice raged in the young man. The villain, for a long time, tormented him, forcing him to live in fear and trembling. But on this day, the boy decided it was time to interrupt this nightmare. But he couldn't let fear master him. With confidence and determination, he raised his fist and pointed it straight at his face. The student flew into the classroom with as much enthusiasm as a ballerina on stage. His movements were graceful and energetic until he was stuck in one position, realizing the failure of the plan at the very beginning. Frustration and fear had taken over his thoughts, and now he stood in front of the class with mixed feelings of tension and embarrassment. Everything in the class was ready for this unforeseen performance. The student, like a star on stage, caught the attention of everyone in the class with his unexpected arrival. Some had already started taking pictures on their phones to capture this unusual moment. Others just sat and waiting for events to unfold. Yes, planning is important. Anticipating the reaction of the ringleader's henchmen and reacting appropriately to possible scenarios helps to avoid unexpected situations. Being aware of anticipated obstacles and strategizing your actions are important components of successful planning and execution. Bang! A huge hand with a tattoo of a monkey rested on the boy's shoulder. The ground has slipped from under his feet. The enemies are too strong, but the boy is no joke. Is he ready to fight? This huge guy was the leader of the monkey gang. He was only 18 years old and looked like a grown man. The guy watched him take him farther away, as if he was on a stage so everyone could see their fight. There was no threat in his face, but the mere sight of him inspired fear. The difference was too palpable. The small, scrawny Ha Jun, and beside him, the huge, muscular Park Chan-yoon. This fight seemed to be doomed to failure from the beginning, but there was nowhere to run. He couldn't even remove the big man's arm from his shoulders. One unnecessary movement would result in ridicule and defeat. While the history lessons were taking place in the educational establishment and the high school students were recalling the studied material, the guy standing opposite his enemies was silent. From the high schooler's face, you could tell that he was about to be in too much pain. The humiliation this time would not end too quickly. More bruises appeared on the student's face. There were red smudges under both eyes. The uniform was already torn. The aftermath spoke for itself. Pale face. The boy could barely stand on his feet. But he didn't want to give up. If he gave up, he would surely lose, and then it would be even worse. It seemed as if the boy had already lost his mind. At the next break, he was going there again to finish it. His best friend was really worried about him. Except it ended up even worse than the first time. It seemed that this pathetic soul enjoyed getting beaten up. It wasn't supposed to be this way. He was getting beaten up all the time. He needed a plan that was special. It was time to take notes so he could win this time. Another class ended. The kid jumped up to go to the showdown again. At this rate, he could die. His friend tried to stop him. The schoolboy disappeared from sight. No matter how many times he was asked, the spirit thought in its own way. When you were already dead, nothing could stop you. So while the other students decided to pull up their grades on Korean history, he leaves class to sort himself out. Why would a dead man need history when he has more important unfinished business? Kim Da-hyun was just sitting at recess. But suddenly, her classmates called out to her to see what she was going to do. It was like she woke up from a dream and was slightly startled to be spoken to. While there were scary things going on in her world, the girls here were concerned about something else entirely. Could a girl just watch her boyfriend just dig his own grave? She had already forgotten that after last night everyone thought they were dating. Her classmate was a pain in the ass. She always wanted to know things she wasn't supposed to know. After all, Kim Da-hyun had been hiding her true feelings, and now she didn't want to share them with someone who would tell everyone. Now they were a real pair of losers to the others. The students were wondering why she had pissed off the upperclassmen. After all, back then at karaoke that guy had saved her. He himself had told everyone that they were dating, even though they weren't. And behind her sat another queen of the class. She too was looking for answers to her questions. Kim Da-hyun lowered her head and nervously rubbed the hem of her clothes. What did they even care? This guy was still suffering because of her. While she's sitting here, he's getting beaten up over there. She couldn't take it anymore. The girl jumped up so sharply that she clutched her classmate's hand. She shouldn't just sit there because she was the reason the boy kept getting beaten up. She was determined. The one whose hand had been pinned looked bad. Her arm was throbbing from the blow, but she tried not to scream. The female students were yelling for Da-hyun to stop. They wanted to get back at her for hurting one of them, but they themselves were standing still. But she had to help him. This all had to end at some point. Ha-jun walked proudly towards his opponents, but this time his plan had to work. He prayed that these freaks would wait for him at the spot. The young man's slippers were the color of blood on his face. Would he really come out beaten again? The bell had long since rung. The bandits figured the kid was scared or something, but they were still waiting for him to have fun. Their faces were covered in healing patches, but they looked much better than Ha-jun. There were 3 of them, and they were all merrily laughing at that chicken that left covered in blood every time. A high school student was playing the phone. Nothing was more important than the game right now. His facial wounds brought him no pain at all. He labeled them as a sign that he was stronger. The boy thought the spirit was missing out on his precious training time with them. His partners agreed with him, and laughter rose throughout the classroom. Tired of waiting for the brat, Sun Rel was told to wait because His team had decided to bring this poor young man themselves. With a proud gait, they headed for the exit, while their leader still sat on the phone with his feet on the table. There was a noise that distracted Sun Reilu from his game. Ha Jun's plan began to take shape. To the leader's surprise, his opponent began to appear, as he was the only one left here, and it wasn't the gang laughing anymore. The fun was about to begin. The classmates tried to stop Da Hyeon, and Ha Jun's best friend didn't know what to do because the schoolboy could die from the beating there. Woo Hoo was going to get up to tell the teacher about everything. Things couldn't go on like this. He wanted to do something for his friend. As he turned around to get up, his attention was drawn to a notebook on his friend's desk. The entries on it were far from academic, so Hoo was going to scrutinize them carefully. The notebook outlined a plan. The guy's opponent was an ordinary high school student, and the fact that he was an ordinary high school student was not to be intimidated. Everything would be fine. Hoo held the notebook and continued to carefully read the next steps. He was interested in the main one who always sat at the back of the class. But it was impossible to get into the 11th class. When he entered through the main door, he would be caught immediately, because the ringleader was there on purpose. There were classmates around him all the time to ensure his immunity, and so the time has come to enter from the main entrance. However, if the spirit enters from the front, the main one will be quite far away, and that's 100% that he would be caught on the way in. That bastard, always hiding behind other people's backs. But he was the main target, and it was up to him to not get caught by the others and get to the hero. He needed the freak's head. Disguise and stealth were next in the plan. He found nothing better than to cover himself with his own sweatshirt so his face wouldn't be seen. Putting his school vest over his head, he wanted to run away from here without anyone seeing him. But he couldn't. That alone had its disadvantages. It was bad to see other people along the way having to constantly apologize. And in the end, stealthily making it all the way to the high schooler wasn't going to work. On the plus side, no one saw his battered face. Everyone assumed he was just a crazy asshole. The kid stood waiting for the opportune moment. He watched the rats walk away from their ringleader. This was it, the moment he needed to win. The unexpected appearance of the artist was a feint. A battered face and a silly smile looked towards Sung Rel. The gang leader even had time to be frightened by this lunatic. He appeared out of nowhere. It was believed that the one who struck first in a one-on-one fight would gain the upper hand. So the schoolboy decided not to hesitate. Ho Jae-ho knew and prepared for this strike beforehand. Besides, the ringleader was sitting down. He looked like a punching machine. It was so tempting already that he rather wanted to show off his abilities. Sung Rel looked at this with a strange expression on his face. Yes, it was unexpected, but that petty guy in front of him was unlikely to do something worthy and be able to win. It seemed to Ha-jun that the guy was just asking to hit him because he looked completely defenseless. Maybe he had already become like a bully too. He didn't visualize a person in front of him, but a slot machine. It was easier for him to raise his hand and show his strength. One more second, and he would do what he had planned. But he shouldn't have forgotten about his legs. For the head of the apes, it wasn't hard to just hit the opponent without straining too much. Sun Rel remained in the same position as before. His confident face showed disgust at the pathetic attempt to hit him. He was stronger and more calculating. Ha-jun was falling before he could even touch his enemy. The entire gang had already gathered back in the classroom, the students whispering about the little guy coming again. They opened their mouths in surprise when they saw that 10th grader, but the hero stopped them. He stretched his palm forward, indicating that they should shut their mouths. The gang leader stood up from his seat. He began to remove his shirt, revealing his torso in a tight tank top. You could see his pumped-up body through the fabric. He said the kid had acted like a rat to them. He thought he could get something by sneaking up on them like that. That made him angry. The character was not shy and struck the first blow with his fist. He was very angry. There was a reason he was one of the main ones. You couldn't catch someone like that easily. He had been drunk at the karaoke then, but now he was ready to tear his opponent apart. If he was considered an easy target, now he'd prove the opposite. But now the kid couldn't escape. The blows one after another came to his face. It is unclear how he was still on his feet after so much humiliation. The opponent was fast and good at fighting. He was definitely not to be underestimated. Unlike his allies, the high school student was skillfully tearing the student apart with his fists. One had to realize who one was dealing with. The artist in someone else's body didn't want to give up and was even now trying to land on his feet. He could hardly afford to leave things in this position. He managed to get to his feet. Maybe because he was constantly being beaten up, his body lacked strength. But his fortitude was at an all-time high. Sung-rel asked why he had retreated so quickly. It was time to stop playing around and get closer. The 10th grader brought his hands together and lowered his head, saying that he had lost. He apologized and said he was wrong, so he came to say so. So he shortened the distance and caught his opponent off guard, so he let his guard down. The schoolboy could see his temples, his jaw, his chin moving. He kept catching every involuntary movement of his body. This was the perfect moment to land a good blow. Seoul decided not to waste his time. The attempts were already running out. The ringleader couldn't believe that such a weakling would dare to attempt this. He easily dodged the blow. Now the apprentice was clearly going to be hurt. He had made the hero very angry, and now he wouldn't get out of here alive. But all the man did was pounce on his opponent, ending up in his arms. Sung-rel tried to fight off the guy who greedily clung to him. It might have looked stupid from the outside, but it was actually very helpful. Seoul knew that now his fists meant nothing at this distance. The blows had become weak. The man's eyes were horrified. An incredible event had happened. The hero decided to show that he could fight not only with his fists, and decided to carry the poor kid out the window. Shards and blood flew around the office. The opponent dreamed that this brat died right there, since he could not stop in time. The artist continued to hold on to his enemy with all his strength. Could he really understand what it meant to die? The bandit was very angry that the boy kept talking, but the character wanted him to try to die himself. Now the fight was no longer for life, but for death. Screams and groans echoed through the office. The bully tried to break free to get rid of his enemy, sweat dripping down his face. Hajun struggled to the last. The soul inside him couldn't afford to die a second time, much less in someone else's body. By now, the closest friends of this ringleader had already arrived in the classroom. They didn't understand what was going on here yet. In the end, this high school student was lying face down on the floor, and the 10th grader was standing next to him. The friends couldn't help but stand up for their leader. One of them grabbed a chair to kill their opponent. The artist, more than anyone else, understood the value of life. No one could hit him now. The kid with the chair froze in one position. Now they clearly believed in his strength. The chair was back in its usual position in a flash. The picture had changed. Everyone remembered that the next lesson was algebra, in which they had already started the 45th page. One of the excellent students decided to notice that they had taken his place. The soul now asked to listen to him attentively. From now on, anyone who touched Kim Da-hyun would be torn to pieces. The man's face expressed all the anger that had accumulated in him over the many years of bullying his daughter. The students from the 11th grade saw the miracle of Moses as he parted the Red Sea. Everyone parted as the victor walked down the hallway. The girl and the boy stood opposite each other. The student covered her mouth with her hand and began to cry. The hero stood with his mouth open and stared in front of him. Dad was finally able to do something for his little girl. This was the first time a father had gotten a high point from his daughter. She held him up and helped him reach. She didn't know how to express her gratitude and what she didn't realize from the beginning. The daughter couldn't stop crying and tried to hide it, but it was Daddy who apologizes for not being able to protect her from the beginning. Suddenly the couple stopped in the middle of the hallway. The schoolboy sat down on his knees and wrapped his arms around his head. He started screaming from the intense pain that was coursing through his body. Out of surprise, the classmate turned towards the girl and asked why she did this to him since he was completely beaten up. Da-hyun was in complete shock. After all, he had gone completely on his own to protect her. The artist's soul was on the ground. Things like this happened without much warning. He was lying in an intersection outside a convenience store. Now that he thought about what had happened, when he first got into that child's body, he woke up in the place where he died. Did his soul come out when he sneezed? It was some kind of strange rule. It turns out that it was already the morning of the next day. When the spirit comes out, the artist himself does not wake up until the next morning. At school, lessons were going on at that time. After the last meeting, the girl now thought her classmate was crazy, who didn't know what he was doing. But do psychopaths look so good? She couldn't stop thinking about it. Ha-jun couldn't get used to the changes in his body. The events of his life were just fading from his memory. Even querying the internet didn't help make sense of everything. His father wanted to reassure himself that no one had harmed them. Fortunately, his daughter and the bullies were fine. Rumors had spread around that Sanrel of the 12 Zodiacs had been beaten. Now the thugs who had been defeated by the loser in school were themselves kneeling before others and becoming ashtrays. Those people from the 12 zodiac signs. The reason why they have been submitting to these lowlifes since first year is because if shame falls on those who have that tattoo, they become the main losers in school. They clearly shouldn't have messed with the little girl of that soul. It was lunchtime at school. The honors student decided to ask his friend if he really didn't want to go out to eat. It was because of the artist that he was beaten up, and he didn't even know why. It was a pity that there was no way he could apologize for it and explain everything. This boy, even though he didn't want to, he still had to go and have something to eat to improve his health and mood as soon as possible. In the school cafeteria, the 10th grade girls were eating lunch. They had to decide how to proceed after their defenders were defeated. Since their boyfriends had lost, they were going to have a bad time. One of the schoolgirls was absolutely terrified. They couldn't lose their reputation so badly in one day. Unexpectedly, Ha-jun sat down next to a girl from his class who considered him an enemy. He believed that the best defense was offense. The kid, not noticing the others, began eating at a tremendous speed. He was considered a total asshole for doing that. But that's what they come to the cafeteria for. But he was just happy to have a normal meal. Who would have thought the canteen had such good food? Even seaweed soup with half-dried pollock. This is where the guy decided to talk about how beating up his classmates' boyfriends was pretty fun. Putting the bad guys in their place was quite rewarding. He called them underage whores. I mean, what they were doing was illegal. It was a dirty way for girls to survive in this school. It meant that when they grew up, they could try to fix their affairs. But what happened here, no one will disappear. They will always remember it in their nightmares. The girls didn't really care about that because they were minors and therefore fully protected by the law. He should have been worried about himself. From that moment on at karaoke, he was the only one throwing himself at everyone. You could go to jail for that. In a way, they were right. A crazy smile appeared on the young man's face. He was a minor, too. Either way, he would follow them to make their lives hell. The character spoke up and stood up from the dinner table, leaving his female rivals behind. This lunch was worth ruining the mood of such girls all day long. He decided to linger near the school's first beauty. Sol told her not to show off and eat the seaweed soup, for it would clean her blood and help her head work better. If one could understand what that crazy man was saying just now. He only pulled the schoolboy aside to see where to take the tray of dirty dishes. Belle froze in bewilderment. There was no way she could lose this battle. Yeji knew that she would hold on to her status until the victorious end. The crowd of schoolgirls cheered the guy on. After all, luck would be on his side next time, and only good things would happen to him. After all, whoever tries always wins. The girl was crying. The company was unfair to him. Since the company belonged to his father, couldn't they just let him win? He would always be grateful to them and regretted making them wait. But he only wanted to use his skills to win. He would put in more effort. Kwak Ji-ho, he was 19, a guy from Jin Il-Tree-1 High School. He was quite attractive for his age. The schoolgirl texted a text message to him but said Oppa might not read them. The important thing was to let him know that she supported him. so they were trying to get his attention. The star with pink hair said he knew this girl from Cheonan. It was quite late and she should have hurried to the bus stop to catch the bus. That kind of answer knocked the groupie off her feet. The kid hurriedly removed himself. It was time for him to go back to the training room. Who would have thought that one word would make her faint? This man was the head of a gang of monkeys from the 12 signs of the zodiac. He was not so kind anymore, for he wished the girls would learn to close their mouths in time. Lessons were over, and the hero went outside. It was difficult to play the role of a schoolboy and be a father at the same time. I wish I could deal with it sooner. Except, where would he go now? Where was the house of this child, and the spirit does not get a sneeze at all? In all this time, he hadn't been able to find out where this boy lived. The moment was extremely fortunate. Dahen was behind him, and he offered to walk her home and talk to her at the same time. When he saw his daughter, he forgot about everything. What did the girl want to talk about that she had brought her companion to such a deserted place? She thought for a long time about everything he had done. The situation was twofold. The kid was saving weak people and hiding his real identity. These were the kind of people the school lacked to eradicate violence. That was the destiny of heroes. With great power comes great responsibility. She was showing the sign of the Spider-Man. It looked very childish. A schoolgirl suggested removing Band-Aids from wounds because cuts heal worse that way. She brought antiseptic and bandages. She wanted to do her part. She asked to come closer to get things done. The girl was quite nice. If only she knew she was helping her own father. Something prevented them from continuing to go about their business. The couple looked in the direction the noise was coming from. Even this evening couldn't be peaceful. The manager once again reminded them to walk through the parking lot so they wouldn't encounter groupies at every turn. The woman was very thoughtful. So why did he decide to go in through the main entrance? Idol wanted to talk to those dogs and pigs, which was what he thought those people were. After all, they weren't attracted to the real him, just a shell. The woman could not believe that he openly shows his attitude to others, but there was actually a deeper meaning behind it. According to today's schedule, he had team practice, but this bully clearly didn't like to sweat. All these monotonous days were getting to him. There were already rumors that the president of the company was coming this week. It made the secretary uncomfortable, but she felt it was best to do her best, although this kid already seemed to be doing the best he could with what he had. After the string of personal events, her hands were completely down. Why he made such a strange face and his smile was getting even creepier. The employee was beginning to dread his reaction. It was something like a protest. There was a rehearsal going on in the training room. After a short break, they would start rehearsing again with the chorus. The team for the debut was already ready. A smiling kid burst into the hall and announced his arrival. It was awkward, but not saying hello at all wouldn't have been nice. Ji-ho had already returned and was apologizing for his tardiness in front of the whole team. One had to behave politely in front of these people for them to think he was good. They said it was okay because they had just started warming up. There was a resentment lurking in their hearts that they had to practice their last effort for such a debut. The guy asked if he could stop by his studio. He had some work to do there. Of course, everyone agreed they would definitely handle it on their own and he would just repeat their moves. They were obviously sucking up to him, but they sure hated him. After all, he was the president's son. Of course, people like them didn't have much choice. But to his father, he was nothing more than a disgrace to the family. While the rest of him was shafted, his position in his own family was not the best. The artist plopped down on the couch to rest before his workout. He was now in his own quarters where no one would dare interfere with him. He believed that everything was his father's fault. This was not the kind of fame and treatment he wished for in his life. Right now, his condition was not what he wanted it to be. There was a noise and he turned around asking who had been brought here. His friends had wasted no time. Each of them was doing their favorite thing. A gang of bullies had dragged someone into the studio who had crossed their boyfriends from the 12 signs of the zodiac. They were eager to fulfill their revenge. Da Hyeon and Ha Jun sat bound hand and foot. The consternation of these people was great at this moment. Who would have thought that these teenagers were capable of kidnapping? To Ji-ho, this opponent looked like a weakling, although where could he even crawl out from? It was hard to believe that these two were able to destroy their team. The hero smiled widely and decided to clarify if these two were really sent by a gang of loonies. Or was he some sort of apostle of justice saving his girlfriend? His smile was too nasty. Idol ripped the scotch off the girl's face and noted that she was indeed good-looking. Such actions threw his father off balance. He so wanted the man to take his hands off his daughter. The kid noticed the enraged look in his direction. He laughed artificially and covered his face with his hands. Such a schoolboy clearly couldn't scare him with such power in his hands. The ringleader turned around to laugh with his allies, as if he was frightened by such eyes. He had to muster all his courage to hide the excitement on his face. This was his way of seeking support in his superiority. That's why the laughter sounded louder than usual. The bully began to taunt the artist in someone else's body. Perhaps it was for the best that he didn't have time to get out of his body. He could help him survive, and not just survive, he could control and defeat him. The only thing left to do was to make sure the guy he was in didn't dare give up. The abuse continued. Was there anything the spirit could do with his hands tied in this situation? He quickly calculated all possible developments and what he could do. He is stronger and has more experience, so he would find a solution. But when it came to his daughter, nothing could hold him back. So his fist went straight towards that thug. Now that he was free from the ropes that restrained him, he could show all his strength and protect his daughter. The man was horrified by such a strong blow, still not realizing what had happened. The leader of the horse gang had been defeated. How could this happen to the strongest and most agile of them all? The guy himself didn't expect the blow, so he didn't offer any resistance. Everyone was terrified because they were sure that they had bound their hostage tightly. They didn't understand how he managed to free himself. The gang of horses looked at the young man as if he had done something unreal. But it didn't matter now. He was free, and that was something that had to be fought. The head of the 12 Zodiac Sign Monkey clan, Kwak Ji-ho, was absolutely crazy. And situations like this amused him a lot. The girl behind him was now calmly standing behind his back. Despite his multiple wounds, he was on his feet and could fight back. There was not an ounce of doubt on his face, only perseverance. Once again, it was time to begin the training that would determine who was the boss. None of the guys planned to give up, so it would be a hard and long fight, and who is the strongest will not be determined by strength. A couple of them were already tied up in handcuffs. Da-hong was trying to tell the other hostage that she had something in the pocket of her bag. They tried to communicate without anyone noticing. After all, any suspicion of them being manipulated in any way could cause their release to fail. It was a lighter, which helped them a lot in their fight against the bullies. With deft fingers, the guy burned through the scotch on his hands. On the girl immediately fell questions from where she got this thing. According to the schoolgirl, the lighter was slipped to her by high school students, but why she still did not get rid of it. The spirit of the father and daughter began to argue. Does his daughter never take her bag apart? But the girl didn't like him picking on her like her mom. The cheerful bandit decided to remind himself, because it was the right time to continue their conversation while the blood was still running down his face. The student had already adopted a fighting stance to fight the gang leader. But the other bullies had already set themselves up for a fight. Now this guy's going to have a tough time. Last time he fought against the school robbers, he was able to win because he tried. But now it was different. In front of them were not just bad guys, but the real killers. The little girl was so scared that her knees were buckling. The youngest of the group approached Hen with a handkerchief because he was bleeding. They were going to deal with this kid themselves. The artist was amazed that such big guys were addressing some high school kid with respect. Kim Won-seung, who was 17, was from Jin-il-14 High School. His specialty was crazy speed. King Kong-dong, who was 18, was also from Jin-il High School 2-5. His ability was tremendous strength. Mojo Sam was older, he was 19, From the same school class 3-4, to their team he was considered unbeatable. And here was the Magic Monkey, who was 17 years old, class 1-4. They were all from the monkey gang, and this one possessed a magic kick. My soul was already pouring sweat because I didn't understand what these guys forgot here. The battle had begun. The foot of one of the opponents had already flown towards Hajun, who was covering his face with his hand. This was too unexpected. In this studio, everyone's nerves were already on edge. Da Hyun was terrified. She didn't know whose life she was more worried about right now. The girl's dad asked her not to worry. As silly as it was, the schoolgirl's body was her father. He had just asked her to watch his back until the day he died. This man was drawing webtoons, the kind of stories where other people were beaten up, just like in life. The hero's name was Jung Man, who used his fist to beat everyone around him. Others were horrified to see their opponent. The crazy kid asked them not to approach him one by one, but to attack the whole crowd at once. He was sick of waiting for them to protect the girl he loved. The entire crowd rushed towards the character who had already honed his fighting skills. This kid had been perfecting himself for a long time to defeat all the bandits in the school. Just like that, another chapter ended. For the artist, more details were needed from someone who knew about fighting. Back in the days when his daughter was still a toddler and he himself was still alive, the writer went to a martial artist to add more realism to the manhwa. Therefore, he wished to practice here. The center of gravity plays a crucial role in such situations. The master thought it was best to put it on the leading arm. The man decided that it would be easier to immediately show these techniques in action. Therefore, one of the men was already flying to the side. The master continued to show vividly how it should have been in one case or the other. In this way, he was interviewing martial arts masters. They took great pleasure in showing off their skills. It was scary, but through this the artist learned and drew many techniques. One of the trainers asked if he wanted to try it himself. But what he really needed to do was to learn it all. No matter how many gyms the man changed, this artist showed up at every one of them. The daughter called out to her father after she woke up. Da Heng's dad had never gotten into conflict since he became a father. But now, things were different. Sol knew a lot of theory, but he didn't have any fighting skills. Would he be able to put his knowledge into practice? It was necessary to block the attack of his opponents before it gained strength. After that, one had to disrupt his opponent's center. When the opponent staggered, he could be attacked. Strike after strike. You need to shift your weight forward and then raise your arms. In this case, you will be able to win the victory. Who could have imagined that this boy could win in the end? The boy himself couldn't believe that his theory had worked this time. His soul didn't want to admit it, but it seems that while he was drawing the manhwa, he had learned the art of combat. Was such a thing really possible in the body of this simple guy? Everyone was confused. The bandit who had just fought was already screaming from the pain in his leg. The magic monkey would no longer be known as the magic kick because his leg was already broken. The monkey rushed to attack with crazy speed. Kim Won-seung had to teach his opponent a lesson. He was joined by the inimitable Mojo Sam. Pop stood like a statue as the two thugs were already running toward him. If this situation had happened in the manhwa, it was only worth imagining to understand the tactics of this battle. The movements were quite dexterous even though it was the first time he was performing them. One wished there was an opportunity to practice with his friends for a few weeks, but such an opportunity unfortunately did not exist. While one of the bandits was on the floor, the other was already approaching with his legs from above. In order to repel someone else's attack well, he needed to visualize in his head the full picture of the actions, which took a lot of time. The student tried his best to remember everything he had once been taught. The blows were hitting the very target. But right now, this hero was absolutely invincible. One by one, people ran away in pain. Here he was, the most incredible high school student of these times. Won-seung's arm was broken. Pain spread throughout his entire body. The magic monkey flew into a completely uncomfortable place that here he would still have to deal with his shame somehow. Idol clapped his hands together. The fight had indeed turned out well, and the kid's skills were worthy of praise. The ringleader thought the schoolboy was lucky, and the guy just hadn't warmed up in a while. G started moving his arms erratically, showing how good he really was. He considered it all his immense charisma, but from the outside it looked rather silly. This kid was worthy of the title of head of a gang of monkeys, but it couldn't be helped. Perhaps this was his way of trying to distract the opponent with idle talk so that he could strike later. To them, it was considered an insult. The character pondered where he could hit his opponent. To him, it was all some kind of game. A real concert had begun. The man was pretending to apologize for doing that to his new acquaintances. You should have just punched him, but the game was quickly over. The opponent's foot was already flying straight into the face of an artist in a schoolboy's body. Sol wanted to strike at his face with his fist, but the idol proved to be sharp and cunning, moving his body to another position. Another moment and Hajun was upside down and was already flying downwards. Still, the spirit didn't lose all his skills from the surprise and managed to land more or less successfully. The opponent was quite fast. Perhaps he used capoeira, a Brazilian national martial art that combines different elements of dance and martial arts. But capoeira had more movements. It was an unusual fighting technique. It was difficult to at least just run away from the blows. Now it was really painful. The artist had never seen martial arts with similar movements. G was glad for this opportunity to have fun. It was saying again that the schoolboy was a real weakling and was getting another injury. It seemed that he didn't even try to dodge, and it was incomprehensible why he was always getting beaten up. It was strange that the soul kept moving forward and endured all these attacks from his opponent. Here was the plan. The kid had him cornered. Sprawling movements were useless in the small space. Now it was the daddy and the boy's body's turn to strike. The kid's acrobatics were top-notch. No matter how much the spirit tried to trick, he couldn't succeed. Blood spurted from his mouth as his opponent got closer again. A true flight after defeat, such a moment was now happening to this schoolboy. The hero wondered if his opponent enjoyed it and how much it hurt. Of course, he had never seen anything like this before, much less King Jong. Behind Ji's smiling face, there was a lot of pain and trials. When Kwok Ji was little, his parents often left home, and there was something he never told anyone. The little boy was watching television. It was showing a popular idol group. They were called the Idol Monsters. On the stage, the group showed incredible dances with acrobatic elements. The boy was fascinated by such beautiful and capable people. Therefore, he dreamed of becoming the same. The end of these memories has come. This is the perfect moment to punch his fist in his face. How on earth would he use his tricks now? The father broke apart and started beating the student with all his might. Frightened, his opponent shouted for the artist to stop. But it was too late. The next moment, his fist flew with great speed right into his nose. Multiple punches flew into G's face. He was able to hit him even after screaming like that. This wasn't a classic move. The ghost was a real psycho. The beating was still going on, but it didn't seem to bother the boy much. What was wrong with this kid? Even when he was hurt, he didn't seem to get upset. But as soon as the schoolboy looked to the side, he saw that his daughter was already being held by one of the monkeys. Da-hen didn't even try to break free because it was absolutely useless. Having lost all fear, Da-hen angrily bit her captor. This action made the bandit very angry and he was about to hit the poor girl. Ha-jun saw this and started shouting to the girl that she needed to perform a low bow to protect herself. She urgently needed to focus while they tried to help her. The student bent 90 degrees and her friend's foot was already flying towards the monkey's head. Daddy used to call out to his little girl to show her something fun. He loved spending time together with his little girl. The husband called his wife to sit next to them for a while. The father and daughter had prepared some sort of performance for Mom. It was a low bow from the little girl, taught to her by her favorite daddy. She only had to show it once, and she did it all at once. It was insanely cute. The parents thought their child was a prodigy. The girl's body remembered everything and did its job. The student wanted to give everyone a taste of his blows so that they would not dare to do such a thing again. But the huge guy's hand caught the leg that was coming towards him. He couldn't control his body anymore. The ground went out from under his feet. The enormous strength of this ape was making itself known. A hammer throw was about to take place right now. Kong Dong was spinning the young man by his legs. Only in this competition, it wasn't hammers that were thrown at all, but living people. The fall was too painful for such a young boy. The tremendous speed and strength had taken its toll. Thousands of lightning bolts passed through the face of the boy with pink hair. The boy just started scolding his friend for throwing his opponent in a place where there was expensive furniture. The one as a child felt his guilt and started apologizing. It was an unbelievable sight. But the spirit had the courage to call them like monkeys to turn their attention to him. The hero grabbed the idol's item and lifted it to the top, asking how much it might be worth. After all, the boy was still an intern. Things like this must have been expensive for this apprentice. He stood aghast. The artist began to taunt his opponent, yanking the thing in different directions. The young man asked him to carefully put everything back or he would kill him. But the word death, the soul hated the most. So the decision in this fight was absolutely obvious. There were terrifying screams. Junior told Hen that he would try to catch the thing so it wouldn't break. Kong Dong thought that he would be able to defeat all the laws of space and time in time to set his hands. After all, this way, this bulky guy would be able to get a chance to redeem himself after his past mistake. A year later, in a session with a psychologist, the man asked the patient not to dwell on the past. After all, he had to overcome the trauma on his own. As mentioned earlier, the body remembers everything and acts on its own. He looked like a crazy man sitting in that chair, not dealing with his past at all. King was able to throw away his master's thing like he was playing volleyball right now. It's unknown how useful that proved to be in this situation. But the apparatus just shattered to pieces. Kwak Ji cried like a little child, but these things were indeed very precious. Seoul grabbed another item that came to hand. Everything here looked expensive enough for him so it could be a real circus. The speaker cost $8,000. Adol would feel bad if all the things were broken, but there was no escaping fate. It was too expensive, but the speaker went flying to the floor. Its parts were flying around the room from the violent impact. The next items were no longer taken to the auction, but flew straight down. Computers, microphones, all things of value. He'd only cared about himself, and now the entire studio was trashed. The intern was crying over the wreckage because it was his whole life. He had gotten so caught up in the game that he had kidnapped students from the school. There was one little thing left. It didn't look like much, but it seemed to be pretty important. The kid couldn't believe that his legacy was about to be shattered just like all his stuff before it. All the music he produced along with the videos were on this flash drive. If he loses that thing, he loses everything, his value. Kwak Ji had no choice but to clasp his hands together and apologize for committing a grave offense. So quickly his nature had changed. He was already kneeling like a loser. It was all his fault. Had the disc been guilty of something? The character begged not to leave him and would pledge to do whatever he was told. From his last strength, he tried to persuade his opponent. Idol was ready to become his dog, squealing like a monkey if he was ordered to. Tears mixed with blood and streamed down his face. So much this technique meant so much to him that he kept humiliating himself because of it. The opponent pretended to surrender but kept sneaking up, trying to save his wealth. He wanted to attack using Hajun's tactics. The student wanted to warn one last time that if he took one more step, this disc would end up with the rest of his belongings. There had to be some way to distract his enemies to be more convincing. Only this time, to get rid of the disc for good, the soul decided to burn it, clearly showing the lighter in his hands. That way, it would make him much more nervous, which should discourage him from running after them. The father told his daughter to open the door like that because it was time for them to leave the monkey cave. The atmosphere was heated. It was necessary that at least she was able to leave this room. That way she could even call for help. But unfortunately for the young man, the lighter went out at the worst possible moment. The gas was out, and with it his luck for the day. He would have to come up with a plan on the fly. Smiles once again visited the faces of the monkey team. There was still a chance to emerge victorious from this battle. Now they would be able to prove their superiority in this area to everyone again. Painter quickly moved from his seat, throwing the disc towards the trainee. He shouted for Dehen to quickly run away from here. It was worth acting as fast as possible so they couldn't be caught until they hid. The schoolboy ran as fast as he could. The body wasn't too trained. He needed to move his legs better, or he could easily be caught on the way this way. The pink monkey, along with his ally, chased after him, not to leave this guy as a winner. Revenge was at the top of the list for them right now, so it was impossible to fall behind. This boy was the type of person the girl's father hated. On one hand, he felt that he could handle this man, but the monstrous gorilla next to the ringleader was very disturbing. With such guards, the spirit had almost no chance of winning. In this situation, his agility and wit should have saved him, not brute physical strength. If these guys were to be overtaken now, nothing good could be expected for them. While some wanted to win, others just wanted to stay alive. The girl didn't even look back so as not to slow down her running pace. It was scary, but there was no choice left, though she didn't want to leave the one who once again stood up for her. Her father would be wondering now when his daughter had gotten so fast. Running was apparently her talent. Apparently when she got into trouble, she still tried to run away from it. But plans were changing quickly now. The young man's nose found itself dangerously close to his classmate's hair. In such a dangerous situation, he didn't want to leave his daughter alone. Yes, the ghost was once again on the same street near the store. At the most crucial moment, he was thrown like an unwanted thing right on the spot where he died. Daddy rushed to his girl's aid, begging for everything to be okay there. Unfortunately, if anything, he wouldn't be able to fix it because it was too late. After the soul flew out, the next day came. The man was already at his daughter's school. The most important thing was that she be here. It would at least mean that things had ended pretty well yesterday. Dahin sat at her desk without a scratch. The ghost breathed a sigh of relief. The girl sat as if it was just a normal day, and nothing had happened yesterday at all. Excellent turned to his best friend, to call him to go to the cafeteria together again. The classmate was lying face down on his desk, quietly sleeping. The painter also turned his attention to the body he was inhabiting. Its owner was also fine. This was good news. You couldn't treat someone who was helping you badly. His daughter had returned home safely yesterday. Wasn't that the most important thing? But something still seemed odd about the situation. He quickly wanted to find out what happened when he left his body. The head of the class walked up to his classmate to hand her the past prospectus. The girl was grateful for such help in her studies. It was nice that she was getting some care from others. Ho Jae-ho was a beautiful guy who always had a smile on his face. He was the head of their class and tried to excel in everything he took on. He was trained for all occasions. The girl's father looked questioningly at this kid. Something about him was strange and repulsive. And after last night, there was little that made sense. Recess had begun. The two class bullies asked the bespectacled boy to move over to have an educational conversation with him. He quickly agreed. The girl sat across from her classmate and told him to come to her right after school. The schoolboy stood and as if did not notice what was happening. The girl was scared because Hajun did not answer her, in case he died at his desk. But the classmate said with a smile that his friend was just sleeping. The angry student got close to the young man's ear and started yelling loudly for him to wake up. She just needed to tell him something. Everyone was already tense because there was no reaction coming from the boy. Was his sleep really that sound, or was he just trying to ignore everyone? The boy started to adjust his glasses to show everyone that they couldn't do without him right now. The only person in this school who could wake up Yu Ha-jun was the almighty Shi Woo-hoo. He was the main cutie and the hero's best friend. Everyone noticed that he was quite crazy, but so determined. It really did seem quite cute. It was worth giving him a chance. After gathering his courage, Woo-hoo put his finger on his classmate's lips to stop her from saying anything. All that was left was to wake up his friend. The girls watched the actions of their classmate, who crouched down next to the boy. His actions were strange and cautious. The best friend came close to his ear and whispered in a sweet voice that it was time for them to get ready to go home. Was it possible for such a whisper to crack someone up? Incredibly, the schoolboy woke up with a satisfied face and looked ahead of him. It seemed that the girls had now seen some kind of magic. The boy just silently grabbed his backpack and slung it on his shoulder to head home. The girls watched this as if they were being shown a movie. The student behind put her hands on the student's shoulders and sat him down on a chair. No one was going to let him go home so easily. He still had to earn his peace. The excellent student wanted to show that he had performed like King Arthur pulling out the Excalibur all by himself, so he woke Ha-jun up. Everyone realized this long ago and shut him up, telling him to get out of here. The schoolgirl asked if he could find some time after school so they could meet at her place. It was a very strange proposition for him. The student still hadn't recovered from his nap. For him, it was now time to go home. But he was reminded that it was still morning. In any case, the girl had something she wanted to say, so she didn't expect rejection in any way. Now the state of affairs in this school had changed. The boy looked at the girl thoughtfully to try to get into the gist of the conversation. It all still seemed like some kind of dream to him. It was about Ye-ji, who was fixing her makeup during recess to maintain her status as the prettiest girl in school. The classmate's name rang in the air like a mysterious melody. Things became even more confusing, and it seemed to the hero that the answers to his questions were hidden in that sound. At this moment, Ha-jun only wondered who the girl whose name had just sounded was. It seemed to him that the answer to that question might reveal more secrets and mysteries that he was facing. The hand wielding the lipstick suddenly made a mistake. The thick layer of paint began to smudge in the wrong direction, creating an incongruous image on the blank face. The gaze evaluating the makeup labors experienced the disappointment of an accident that completely changed the look. Ye-ji's friend was astonished at such a matter. How did he have the guts to ask such questions when she was his popular classmate? Even the artist realized that the kid had now done a horribly stupid thing that he would also have to pay for. Everyone in the class was dumbfounded. Seol was hiding at this time because Ha-jun could see him. Therefore, the kid decided to turn to his best friend Shi-woo. Even though he had a meager character, he still had a true friend. This kid was clearly a dumbass. He just decided to continue sleeping further and asked to be woken up a little later when he needed to go home. The gym class was already over. Behind Shi-W's back, the figure of his classmate appeared and called out to him to talk. Didn't everyone here still run away after class? It was the head teacher who was worried that the kid was already tired of being on duty this week, so he decided to help and clean up the remaining swords himself. He should have gone to rest in the classroom at this time. The young boy rejoiced and thanked Jae-ho, getting ready to leave the hall already. The joyful boy ran to the classroom, happy to see how cool their head teacher really was. This guy really was unbelievable. But Shi-woo seemed to realize that he had forgotten something. Therefore, his running started to slow down. It was definitely something important, but after hearing about resting, he was no longer interested in it. What kind of feeling was this? Of course, the honors student's best friend was still sleeping in the gym, and nothing could stop it this time. The man was capable of doing what he wished. The schoolboy crammed himself into a corner and did not notice the outside situation at all. He only wished that everyone would leave him alone while he recovered. Da-hyun approached the head teacher with a can of chocolate milk. This was the girl's way of expressing her gratitude and sympathy for the young man. Jae-ho thanked the girl and asked how she knew he liked mint chocolate. They both took a seat on the podium while the schoolboy drank. It was a little awkward, but very nice for Da-hyun. The father listened intently to what his daughter was saying. She was thankful that a classmate had come to her house to see her off in the morning. He didn't leave the girl alone on the street, so he also went along with her. The girl's house was the opposite direction from the guy's house, so he had to change buses twice and was almost late for school. She was really sorry about that. With a smile on his face, the young man turned towards the girl and said he was only joking. It was embarrassing enough to be in this situation. I would like to believe that he is actually kind. The schoolgirl tried to feign laughter and covered her mouth with her hand. They were both laughing, but the atmosphere in this hall was somehow ominous. Now, These two were clearly connected by something. It was necessary to find out. Anyway, the girl continued to thank the guy for last night too. The one tried to say that there was nothing special about it. It was clear to the girl's father that the questions only increased after he was thrown out of the young man's body. He felt a strange unease, realizing that something unimaginable and beyond logical explanation had happened. When an idol had pursued his rival for power and knew no measure when he used violence with his own hands. It was unfortunate and sad to see how fame can blind and disfigure a person. A fight in which only the smiles and fists of brave heroes who were only in high school shone through. These young fighters radiated determination and friendliness even in the harshest of challenges. Each of them used techniques that only they could perform. So what really happened last night on the street? Hong Jae-ho was the head of the class, the type of person who was always smiling and the center of attention, but only because of his perfection. Seeing a teacher with heavy boxes, he would always offer his help, for which he was thanked, but he himself never refused help either. During recess, he played with his classmates. They joked loudly and argued over fun wishes. This young man definitely had a lot of friends. The class teacher was once again informing the whole class that Jae-ho had once again won first place, so they needed to applaud him. The young leader, famous among his comrades for his accomplishments, felt awkward every time he heard words of praise or adulation for himself. He tried to hide his joy behind a mask of modesty, to remain in the shadow of his success, and never forget the wisdom and gratitude. The kid even excelled at sports. Everyone was happy when such a master appeared on their team, thanking him for every victory he brought to their team. The girls at school watched this handsome boy from the bleachers. Many liked him, some would even like to confess to him, but thought he didn't even know their name. He was very popular, perfect in every way. But still, was it possible that there would be no flaws in this man, as everyone around him believed? The headman was like a character from a teenage soap opera. But could that really happen in real life? Something didn't add up. Maybe he actually had a bad temper. The ghost didn't think he could be fooled that easily. He turned on his manhwa author scanner to recognize all the lies in this man. His soul was already quite experienced, having been in many forms already. A perfect character with a nice smile. They usually have a lot of skeletons in their closet. They have expressive facial features and an appealing gaze. The father knew that this boy was trying to get low with his daughter. It was urgent to find out what really happened last night. It was a great idea. Of course, it was a shame that the young man was still asleep, but the man saw no other choice. He immediately jumped up from his seat. Right now, he was going to borrow the disciple's body by jumping into him from above. This schoolboy had clearly already forgotten what it was like to live his life. The spirit in the boy's body approached the headmaster. He smiled and decided to joke that his classmate had finally woken up and seemed to be going home. The boy thought that his acquaintance had decided to tell him some secret, since he had brought him to such a secluded place. But a gut feeling told him something wrong. The artist hesitated and wanted to say softly that he had not overheard the conversation on purpose, but he still wanted to ask about the events of the previous evening. What had happened to Kim Da-hyun back then? It was strange to the honor student that this student didn't remember anything, even though he had been there to the last. One couldn't just forget what he had seen with his own eyes just last night. But he clarified that Ha-jun had most likely forgotten everything. It was all obvious to him, but everyone was acting as if it was no big deal. The guy's foot caught on one by one. It seems like the sneeze was absolutely bad timing for everyone involved in this escape. It was because of such random mishaps that this situation happened. The body just fell face down into the ground. He had knocked himself out. The fall was sensational and greatly frightened the girl next to him. He fought well for a while longer, but then he decided to lie down himself. The schoolgirl tried to shout to her ally to get up soon because their opponents were already very close. Now it was unclear who was the one to worry about the most. The joyful Adiol was already running to meet the adventure. The joy of beating up other people was overflowing through this person's entire gut. Now he would show these losers how to live properly. The crazy monkey ran with his master to prove his loyalty. It was necessary to punish those who humiliated them in the hall. But someone's foot was already rushing to ruin all the hooligans' plans for the evening. It was worth it to gloat less and keep more of an eye on the situation around them. King Kong was already lying face down on the ground. This was how easy and simple it was to get rid of the strongest man of the 12 zodiac sign gang. Trying to rise to his knees, it was immediately important for the thug to find out who had done this to him. The guy addressed the monkey like a sunbae. He kept smiling broadly and asked if the young man was all right. But with this behavior, he only made everyone angry. Even though the hero only got to his feet after reaching his opponent, he was hit in the face with a fist so hard that blood gushed from his mouth. Just one punch was enough to put down the strongest of the ape gang. It was worthy of respect, but what did such an act hide? An intern entered the conversation. He wondered what Hong Jae-ho had forgotten on this street. How dare he cross the path of such important people? He joked that he was just passing by. And then he happened to meet Sun Bainum. But he noticed that they were bullying others. Not to say it was an unexpected encounter. The schoolboy decided to protect his classmates. He got into a fighting stance to be ready for any twists and turns of this situation. It was time to start showing who was the real hero here. Bully wondered where he learned to show his teeth when he smiled. He swiftly headed to the side to join the fight. But hadn't Jae-ho taught this to him by Sun Bainum? The two of them clearly had many topics to discuss. The past strongly reminded them of themselves. Every moment forced them to do just that. Once again, the guys were showing off the incredible stunts and skills they possessed. Crazy somersaults, fist swings. They were still so young, but they were already very good at fighting. The trainee found himself kneeling in front of the headman. The boy was supposedly very sorry for causing the Sun Bainum such great pain. It was playing on the other person's nerves. It was just too much for the idol. He clearly wasn't going to hide it lest others think of him. After everything he had been through, this was not such a big issue for him. He apologized to the sunbae. Why on earth couldn't he forgive his stupid hubei? So much sarcasm hadn't hung in the air on this street in a long time. There was a special connection between these two. There was something else. In order for the head of the monkey gang to forgive this kid for sure, a couple more secrets were hidden. The bullying didn't end there. While the trainee was bullying the students, Jae-ho was filming everything on his phone. Technology was able to catch all violations of the law and become a weight of evidence in the future. All the joy and smile disappeared from the face of the popular boy of the school. There was no turning back. He was now pinned against the wall. It was worth thinking about the fact that someone might be watching him. The frames of the video showed all the shameful moments for the students, and most importantly, a huge compromat for someone who was about to become a popular idol. The bandit filmed the schoolboy on camera and forced, eating his food from the floor, which crumbled because of their actions. They insulted him with foul words. The camera clearly showed the bully sitting with a satisfied face and bullying the younger boy. He looked like an intimidating man from the street who was better off being shunned. Someone was forced to strip around the corner and show their genitals on camera. It was terribly humiliating, but others found it very amusing. The intern wasn't even shy about threatening the girls with his hands. He didn't like it when someone crossed the line and talked about their past relationships. The guy's back was quite revealing, featuring tattoos of a group of 12 zodiac signs. It showed well that he was making himself look like a bad person. Who said he would put up with that? Now they would switch for a few seconds. The opponent was already pretty beaten up and clearly didn't want to continue this. Sun Bainum definitely wanted to become an idol. If the headman now accidentally posts this video on his social media page, things could end badly. What would it turn into in the future? The excellent student was well aware of what he was doing now, but there was no other way to fight the gang leader. But the boy continued to smile. As nice as it was from his former friend to show such footage, such threats didn't bother him much. There was one name, Jo Seung-yeon. When that name was spoken aloud, the boy shuddered and wondered. Something made his heart beat more frequently. He had to remember this name. The student's formidable gaze made his opponent go back in time and live it all over again, the path that had led him to who he was now. The poor schoolboy was on his knees, already begging for a quicker end to this. According to his rival, he had killed a man and still lived. 2 years ago, for the opening ceremony of this year's school festival, they had to choose a representative from their class. The teacher asked for suggestions. Such questions were useless. Everyone in the class thought that the best candidate would be Ji-ho. He was the real star of the class and everyone voted for him. Kwak Ji-ho went to Jinil High School, in class 1 through 4. He was an adorable blonde boy that everyone just adored. But Jo Seung-yeon was also practicing music. Everyone immediately remembered that he was much more popular on YouTube, so they started casting their votes for him. This kid was also in Jinil High School. The kid was shy, but very cute. He didn't strive to be popular, but did what he loved to do. The guidance counselor noticed that there were 2 celebrities in their class, so the students would have to decide who was more important to them in this regard. An unexpected suggestion was made to make a duet out of these 2 popular classmates, which in the end, not every one of them liked. Ji-ho decided to learn more about the social media channel from his now ally. They were sitting on the steps outside the school building. It was a creative alliance of people who were very different in personality. The schoolboy simply created music using ordinary objects he had at home. Such innovations were very much liked by the viewers on the internet. It could even be an ordinary bottle with balloons inside. The main thing is that the direction of the hand should be in the right direction to get a good sound. Buckets were good to use instead of real drums. It was rare to see the face of a musician, but everyone was intrigued by it even more. And the homemade guitar was a real work of art. The strings looked like the real thing, and the improvised means, as always, were surprising. The device that allowed to record looped sounds and play them back in real time was a looper. The videos mesmerized viewers. He was even able to replicate the sounds of a snare using an empty paint can. Such a small drum gave a sharp and clipped sound. The whole invention was the 8th wonder of the world. That's how he was able to make musical instruments out of useless trash. It was truly unbelievable. Ji-ho wanted to praise his friend. Jo Seung said that there was nothing useless in the world. Everything always had a purpose, and he was determined to show that it was possible for everyone. After all, his daddy used to say that a lot. The blonde realized that he was nothing like one of his acquaintances. After watching another video, he decided to ask what song he was here to cover. He felt embarrassed because he had composed the song himself. On his own, all by himself. The kid was an amazing musician. The kid thought that his skills were still a bit short for a professional like his classmate, so it wasn't worth praising him. The blonde guy thought it was still a good job that came out great. He invited his friend to the studio so they could prepare for the festival. The brunette was so surprised that he had his own private studio, much less being personally invited there to practice together. This was the first time this had ever happened to him in his life. In another moment, a foot flew right into Jo Seung's head. His glasses flew off to the side. The bullies didn't waste any time. Even such good things ended too quickly. A musician flew in front of his classmate's face. His hair fluffed up a little, but it was as if he didn't care about it. The fall was terrifying. The bandits asked Ji-ho what he was doing here. Would a guy like that be in the company of someone who didn't belong to their gang? They didn't want to lose such a useful comrade. The hooligans stood in front of their friend. How could he sit next to a loser who also sings? They were shielding their men from the bad company. It was Kim Ji-Woo-chul from Jin-il High School, studying in class 1-3. Only his physique alone was too intimidating. The head held 2 fingers up, turned around and told Ji-ho to follow them to have a cigarette together to talk. It wasn't pleasant, but even though he could see that his friend had been hurt badly by his comrades, there was still no choice. He would have to go. The guy had to pick up his glasses to clean them. He sat completely defeated, but most likely from the inside out. He was being bullied every time. The manager was already waiting for Ji-ho to show him his training schedule for today. The guy informed that he had come with a friend, and he was waiting for him at the studio. No one would bother them here, so the blonde told his acquaintance to relax. The brunette was like a stranger at this celebration of life. The musician could not believe that his comrade had so much equipment. You could make a lot of good music with such things. All the character could squeeze out was to ask his classmate to just touch all his stuff. It was unlikely that he would be able to get such an opportunity again. So much joy and inspiration was on this young man's face that the kid was even surprised by such a reaction. After all, he had more opportunities. The blonde suddenly realized that he would never be as good a person. To music, he was clearly not reaching for it as sincerely and with pleasure. They discussed their performance. Before the second verse began, the excellent student was to come out with his instruments and play them. It was going to be a good one. The trainee admired his brilliant solution and did not stop praising himself. The student, realizing the situation, began to secretly write down all the words of the trainee, intending to use similar tactics in the future. The boy looked at his new acquaintance and noticed strange things. After discussing the official part, it was time to move on to personal acquaintance. Scarlet stripes were clearly drawn out on his hand. The hand slid across the paper, capturing mysterious ideas. Suddenly the sleeve unbuttoned, as if wanting to reveal the boy's great mystery. His gaze went to his exposed wrist. The mystery seemed destined to be solved. Ji-ho wondered why Ji-Yu Chul was doing whatever he wanted to him. Sure, the villain was a bully, but for some reason he had a special interest in him. In middle school, the bully wanted to confess to a girl and asked him to compose a song for her, but he just didn't want to do it. He had had a good reason to pick on him ever since. The intern supported his friend and said that this thug was already out of line. If he had just written him that song, he wouldn't have been harassed like that. But without feeling, he couldn't make music. He didn't even like the girl. How would he be able to write a song for her? Would he really have to keep saying that every time? By the way, Ji was close friends with Ji-Yu Chul and the rest of the gang, but it wasn't a friendship to him, no matter how it seemed to the others. They were just licking his boots because of his father's status. They thought if they knew the son of the president of the company, they could catch a glimpse of some celebrity or something. Since Joe's son didn't have a mom, he lived with his dad and younger brother. But the intern thought such conversations were flawed because he was just trying to eat. And he was now being told about family problems, the sort of thing he should have been warned about. After all, he wasn't the only one who didn't talk much about himself, but now he decided to be frank with his new friend. It seemed to him that they could be close, and Ji-ho had 3 moms at once. He smiled and tried to seem completely calm about the situation. It was scary to even imagine such a thing. This boy's father was obsessed with reproduction. The brunette laughed a little, but it was a mistake on his part, so he had to apologize. He was thankful that his classmate had invited him here. After all, they had a lot of fun, chatting and coming up with different ideas. The friend even ordered them food, and they agreed to come to his place next time. The boy smiled, for he was sure to have a new friend come to visit him. His father was a great cook, so they would have something to eat there. Then the young man smiled as he looked at his classmate. The two of them were bonding over their shared love of music. It would be nice if the take-on could go on forever. The blonde boy had turned into the new guy with pink hair that all the students at his school dreaded. Memories flashed through his mind. Poor Joe Seung boy would remain like that forever smiling boy in his posthumous portrait, a young man who still had his whole life ahead of him. The schoolboy was at his classmate's funeral. His father welcomed everyone who came to say goodbye to his favorite son. That's how their friendship ended. With sad eyes, the father of the deceased looked in the direction of his son's school friend. That look expressed sorrow and the loss of a loved one. The father got up to serve a bowl of soup to his favorite son's friend. He wanted to personally serve the man who was close to his son. Only then he thought him to be a completely hypocritical person. The man addressed the kid by name. Realizing his actions, he didn't expect to be greeted like this at the funeral of a guy who died because of him. Lunch at the school had begun. Spicy beef soup, which is usually used at funerals along with strong alcohol, was served, for adults only. The school kids were joking that someone had died, and the line at this time was too long. Their remarks were barbed and obscene. One of them decided to show how to properly season food. He used a cigarette for this because he always smoked after eating. It was disgusting. No one understood how a normal person could eat it. Everything was mixed into mush and looked like solid slop. It was great for him, though. Everyone said in a voice that it was an abomination and asked to clean up after themselves before they started eating. A musician walked by and one of the hooligans noticed him and called him out. They served a special dish from the hotel chef, a diet dish. It came up from a waiter working part-time in the hotel buffet for the chef. Bandit advised the enthusiastic schoolboy to work. He would have to eat high-calorie food. It was an absolute mockery, and they also offered to eat it all for 100,000 won. The boy was frightened by this offer and did not know how to proceed in order to stay alive. The president's son told his friends to stop harassing his classmate. It was an unexpected and serious statement. He simply raised his hand to the top and with a deft movement of his fingers, he approached the tray to knock it out of his new friend's hands. This was his way of freeing him from his evil fate. The food tray of one of the bandits collapsed with a crash to the floor. All the food along with the utensils scattered on the floor and made the people in the dining room wince. For some reason, everyone began to look at the floor where the garbage was now lying. This turn of events turned absolutely everything in the situation upside down. One of his friends remarked that Kwak Ji-ho could make Satan himself cry. They believed that their friend would not stand in the way of their bullying. The bullies didn't seem to fully understand why the trainee would do such a thing. They figured he thought that eating such a thing was too easy a task for a loser. The character turned around to inform the trainee that he now needed to lick all that food off the floor. The humiliation was too great. It could make Jo Seong feel like a real dog. The young man became nervous, for he didn't want to follow such orders. Ji-ho realized that he had created such a stupid situation with his own hands. It seems that he wanted to help this boy, but he had only made things worse by his action. The students of the school looked towards the events and bitterly sympathized with the victim. The bully yelled for everyone to stop being quiet so as not to ruin his mood. They began intimidating the other students by noticing their surprised looks. They were now supposedly enjoying the show, but in fact they were now dramatically hungry for food. So they were also asked to be noble and lick the food instead of the excellent student. Everyone immediately turned to their trays and continued eating. No one wanted to be in this student's shoes. They were all having a hard time in school as it was. As a result, poor Jo Seong fell to his knees in front of these monsters, stuck his tongue out and started licking the food off the floor. No one could help this man. This situation amused the bully very much. He liked to watch the humiliation of other people. After all, it contributed to raising his self-esteem. At another time in Kwak Ji-ho's studio, his new friend stood in front of the camera. The trainee was asking him to do more footwork. He was so stiff that he couldn't even manage to describe it in words. The blonde was nervous that how his friend with 2 left feet would be able to get on stage. Jo Seong was embarrassed and was sincerely trying to apologize. This was his first dance. He was going to practice even harder, so as not to slap his new comrade in the face and set him up. Learning to dance for a guy was a lot more fun than he thought it would be. The two of them sat together on the parquet after a strong training session. A new life opened up before him. Except that the musician did not know how to dance, and this was not fun at all. This situation looked different for everyone. But the hounded guy was pleased to see something else in his life, except for humiliation. Idol decided to talk about what happened in the dining room. But the brunette only said with a smile on his face that everything was fine. It seemed that he understood what his classmate wanted to do. If the intern got hurt because of him, he would feel even worse. The guy already had warm feelings for his comrade, which was surprising. Compassion is not the quiet contemplation of violence from those who do wrong, but the honest refusal to want to hurt others. This phrase belonged to Mahatma Gandhi. Jo Seung memorized it because it was closely related to his life and helped him cope with humiliation. He was not afraid. It was not important to him that he faced cruelty. For the hero, listening to this was unbearable, and he put a tube of drink in his friend's mouth that he would not hear more of these quotes. The musician wrote a few notes before coming over, but still needed to fix the bridge tune. They were going to go to a studio that they would record it all on MIDI. The studio owner warned him to be careful with his camera, as it was insanely expensive. He was ready to blow dust off the instruments. But despite such highlights, the trainee ended up attending the funeral of his comrade, who had died so soon after all his suffering. The man was smoking while squatting. It was hard to get over the death of someone with whom he had managed to spend so many bright and interesting moments, and he didn't make himself feel bad. While the boy was smoking, his friends were beating the musician. This was all happening behind the school building, but none of the adults even tried to intervene in the situation. They didn't understand if it was so hard to lend some money to friends and not make villains out of them, but friends wouldn't make such a mockery. The musician's glasses were already flying off to the side, and Ji-ho got up from his seat telling the bullies to finish already so he could get out of here. The student asked Kwak Ji-ho to stay for a minute. It was still a situation that needed to be sorted out who was on whose team now. As far as he was concerned, the apprentice was the only one not teaching the loser. He was hanging around this guy, covering himself for the festival. That's what one would think. Wasn't he sucking up to him because this musician was popular on YouTube? Or was it just rumors that he was trying to steal his talent? Everyone said Kwak Ji-ho was attractive, but honestly, Jo Seung-yeon was better than him at music, a true genius. What good was a rich father, the president of a company, if he couldn't do anything himself? It was so obvious that he used Seung-yeon's talent. The character asked to keep in mind that he actually did recognize the talent of this scum, but honestly, there was something else. The thug decided that the man was just riding out on his back. It was a great chance to show his father his skills. They started bullying Ji-ho as well. Without much ability, but with a lot of money, even a dog can become an idol. Some bully like him wanted to be a musician? It was ridiculous to them. Blondie started to get angry because his comrades were starting to cross the line. He asked them to calm down so they wouldn't end up fighting. But he didn't calm down and continued to tease the chairman's son, believing that he couldn't do anything to him. Such disgusting words were an integral part of their vocabulary. Actually, the seniors from the dog pile were looking out for him. Therefore, he needed to decide how he wanted to spend the rest of his high school life. Right now, Ji-ho was faced with a choice. Who would he be friends with? The loser who would be humiliated for the rest of his high school life? Or to continue hanging out in the gang? A look of fear was on the young man's face. He wanted to continue to be someone who could do what his soul desired, but it didn't work out. But if he wanted to show that he could continue to be in their gang, he would have to prove that he wasn't a loser like Jo Seung-yeon pointing his finger at him. Just like that, the trainee walked past one of the bullies towards the musician. To him, the choice was obvious, and he didn't seem to be considering any other options. Ji-ho grabbed his comrade by the scruff of the neck. He was terrified and rounded his eyes. At this rate, he would beat his face in. But was that really what he was sending? Then the boy smiled and said that it didn't hurt him at all when he was beaten, but asked him not to kid himself. He remained kind. No matter what, Ji-ho took his friend's glasses and asked him to stop talking nonsense. He put his glasses back on and surprised him with such an act. He would start fighting these criminals, but the musician couldn't be taken hostage by them so as not to put them in a difficult position. The kid took off his sweatshirt and stayed with his bare torso, asking his friend to stay close to him. This act deserved respect. The bullies were stunned, not realizing what Kwak Ji-ho was doing. Was this how he wanted to ruin his life? Now he would have to attack first. Now he's going to spoil their horrible lives with a new story. The story of being beaten up by a rookie idol. That's how he envisioned their fight today. The musician ended up asking his friend to stand up after the fight. It was scary to see how the person who stood up for him ended up getting hurt. The terrified idol looked ahead of him. He was completely beaten up, with bruises and red dribbles visible on his face. He had not been spared in the fight. The boy had no memory at all of what had just happened. He had passed out during the battle. The brunette placed his shirt on his friend's shoulders to cover him. The trainee spoke very confidently as he spoke his words before the fight. It was an incredible act for Jo Seung, and he was proud of his friend. It was after those words that he got his ass kicked. This he remembered everything, but what happened to the bully named Gyu Chul was embarrassing, but he wanted to know everything. The young man told the thugs that there had been enough violence already, and they laughed and just left. He figured that was what had worked. Either way, he didn't want Ji-ho to fight again. After all, you can't eradicate violence with violence. It was sad, but he didn't see any other way out. Kim Ji-Chul was the real villain. He should have waited, and then this trainee would definitely put him in his place no matter what. The musician didn't want to insult his friend, but his body and punches were only good for show, but in a real fight, everything was useless. These words made Ji-ho angry. He thought that he had only lost because there were 3 of them. If he had only fought with Gyu Chul, he would have been destroyed. It was better for Ji Seung to look at himself. The entire fight, the boy had just been beaming at his friend with his innocent eyes. Now it seemed like he was pouncing. The young man was taken aback and apologized. So the boy was against violence. Of course, because he was being beaten on a regular basis. And he couldn't even stand up to anyone. There was a little left before the festival, so the intern wondered if the musician had any strength left to practice. The one said he was fine, so the idol shouted for him to get up quickly. Except that Ji-ho himself needed some help just to get up off the ground. It was already time for the school festival that was organized by the Jin-il High School Student Council. The students were showing off their abilities in the arts. Some dressed up in kigurumi and presented their dancing skills for all to see. A young man sat alone and sighed quietly. He stared at the screen of his phone and waited for a change to calm down. It was unclear where Seung Yun Guy had gone all day long and couldn't reach him. At the most crucial moment, he just vaporized. The hosts announced that the next contestants had to get ready to leave. This made one of the contestants even more nervous. A crazy wave of fear came over this guy. He wondered what could have happened at the most crucial moment in his life. Somehow, the student decided to perform anyway. The moment of the performance came. Ji-ho walked onto the stage completely alone. The spotlight only illuminated his body on the stage, and he stood. It was possible that this moment would later turn into the most disgusting moment of his life. The boy's legs began to move. The moves they had practiced together had to be performed alone, but there wasn't much choice. The performer started doing tricks and flips just by pushing his feet off the cinder block. It was mesmerizing for the audience. With a beaming smile, he landed on the stage after his jump. Nothing could stop him from performing as best as possible for everyone. No one could believe that it was just a school concert. Strange things were happening on stage, and the girls came out to give this number to perfection. And yet, questions passed through the audience about where was their popular blogger that they were supposed to be paired with. But some didn't care. Kwak Ji-ho was already insanely good. Everyone thought the pink hair color suited him very well. The girls at school wanted him to start dating him, even though it was impossible. Despite the performance, the guy tried to see his friend in the crowd. But as if it was bad luck, there was no sign of him. Even the villain Gyu Chul was nowhere to be seen. It was time for Seung Yeon's solo performance. He wasn't there, so Ji-ho needed to improvise something for the performance. The girls started showing off their uniform bodies, distracting the audience's attention to the lack of a second performer. Everyone was enjoying it immensely. The students noticed that they were the backup dancers from the TV. Kwak Ji-ho's father could afford it. He was also the director of an entertainment company. The celebrities from the agency were to arrive later. Everyone was chanting the name of the performer. Now it seemed like there was going to be a real performance by the idols. When it was finally over, to loud cheers, the boy came down from the stage to deal with all the problems and the lack of a partner. The audience favorite cast his gaze off to the side. Many thoughts were swirling around in the young man's head. It was unclear how to proceed. In the corner stood the musicians' homemade instruments, which had been prepared especially for their joint performance at the school concert. On the street sat a company of hooligans. One of them asked if they should have left the loser there, but none of them cared anymore. To them, the loser had such a cheap phone and looked as awful as he did. They started to think how much money they would get for selling it. Gyu Chul thought they would get more for their comrade's prosthetics. Those were unpleasant words for the bandit, and he told them to stop bringing it up. They hoped there was money in the loser's wallet so they could buy their own alcohol. The question remained as to whether there was a store nearby. One of them knew a place nearby. The two hooligans got on their scooter and raced down the road. The kid asked them to watch the house for a while because he would be back soon. The character laughed at this strange joke and said that when the boy returns, he will have to be a caring wife for him. Bandit listened to the opening. Often Japanese openings had strange and incomprehensible translations. The words there sometimes more often than not because of the rhyme scheme. Seung Yin's phone vibrated. A call from Ji Ho had come in. The bully thought he was really following the musician because he had been calling him all day. The kid decided to pick up the call. There immediately came questions about where the man was. The villain answered to be his mom's room and considered him a traitor. The trainee immediately started yelling and asking where they were. The boy continued to taunt and asked what he would do if he knew where he was. A caller's voice was heard, but no longer from the phone, but right behind him. He turned around in surprise and looked to the side behind him. Ji Ho was serious and decided to beat out of the guy all the evil that came from him all this long time, the one that had been poisoning people's lives, and he took the musician's instruments with him as weapons. The weapon flew right into the eye of the trainee's enemy. The first blood was spilled. From such a blow, he fell to the ground and began to scream in great pain. Anger overwhelmed the young man. He was about to throw another punch as he continued to yell, asking questions about where Jo Seung Yan Ying was right now. The bully only watched as his now enemy was about to beat him with strange things. But pain and fear enveloped him and kept him from moving. Before the musician began to perform, they started beating him in the classroom. He went flying, scattering desks and chairs aside. Barbed words came out of the kidnapper's mouth that he was clinging to the popular boy. That's why the bully hated him. There were already several excuses for him to continue bullying the poor schoolboy. Jo Seung clenched his hands and begged for forgiveness. He wanted them to let him go. If they let him perform at the festival now, he wouldn't show his face to them again. This surprised them. Some loser doesn't realize the situation he's in. After all, Kwa Ji Ho was his friend, not a fellow musician. Maybe when random cuts appear on the schoolboy's brother's handsome face, things will become clearer. Such threats began to come from the bullies. Thus the boy had to realize what situation he was now in. In this situation, anger overcame the boy with his head. He had to fight. Such an angry look was also noticed by the gang leader, so he decided to ask to remove his eyes with his fist to make it clearer. It would be better for everyone if a loser like Seung Ying died. That was the belief of the 12 Zodiac Sign Gang. Such words hurt the young man. Everyone laughed at him and told him to play the quest room. They still did not forget to thank the guy for his wallet and cell phone. The villain reported that he locked the boy behind the school in an abandoned warehouse. Idol prayed that his comrade could wait for his help and would definitely get him out. Luckily, the kid was able to break the lock off the door in the warehouse to open the exit to this unfortunate place where the lonely student was left. Like a hero, the trainee stormed into the abandoned warehouse in search of his friend. Never and no one had ever worried this young man more than the musician. The consternation came faster than he could make sense of the situation. He watched and quietly said his friend's name. Only true fiends could do such a thing. The young man looked ill and seemed to be panting. His friend asked him to bear with him for a little more time to try to keep breathing. Sung Yen was claustrophobic, which caused him to have trouble breathing. The boy tried to lift his friend to take him to the hospital, but it wasn't that easy. He pushed his helper's hand away. After all the threats and bullying, the kindness inside the boy was becoming less and less. He said it was okay, and he would make it on his own. He was sorry they couldn't perform together. The schoolboy shouted for the musician not to do it. For the last time, Seung Yeon turned toward his friend and said he was leaving. While he was walking home, he found it hard to breathe and passed out in the street. That's how the funeral of the boy, who never got to perform at the school concert and show all his skills, was held after a while. The boy's father heard a lot about Ji-ho from his son, who always gave him strength. Dad was grateful that the man had come. He served him spicy beef soup and asked him to leave afterward. Marks of self-abuse were found on Seung Yen's body, and to find out the truth, the police started an investigation. In the reception area, the supervisor interviewed the student. The student kept claiming that Kwak Ji-ho had promised to kill them if they didn't bully Seung Yen. There was supposedly nothing they could do, and the victim's tears couldn't be evidence. And as in the form of real evidence, the sly guys decided to show a provocative photo of a blond man holding a musician by the scruff of the neck and about to punch him. The bandits wasted no time and created compromise, so that in case of danger they could defend themselves. These boys were savvy, so they came up with another version that their friend Ji Chul was beaten up by Kwak Ji-ho, after which he lost an eye, but it was true and even deservedly so. There were rumors that the musician died because of Kwak Ji-ho's bullying. For others, it was obvious that he wanted to perform alone, so he locked Seung Yeon in a warehouse. In such a situation, even Satan would cry. But if a high school student did something bad, wasn't he considered a criminal? It was necessary to look into this matter. It was all about the laws that protected minors. That way he would have been sent to jail. Kwak Ji-ho's father is the president of a big company. Nothing would happen to him because his father would cover for his son. There were different rumors, but none of them were true. Only the trainee knew how it really was and thought all the gossipers were stupid people. He bluntly said that such fools could do nothing else but accuse others. That was the difference between them and Ji Chul right now. They feared those who were stronger than them and bullied the weak. They had to feel the presence of a dead classmate in the classroom. And how come the blonde didn't see any of the students at his funeral? What were these students really afraid of? Chaos broke out in the classroom. A chair flew at the kids. All they could do was gossip. No one really cared what really happened. Who were they more afraid of, the investigators or the gang of the 12 signs of the zodiac? The desk flew the other way already. Everyone was hiding. Now he told these students to look more closely to see who was scarier. He decided to show them who they would really have to be afraid of now. Now, Ji-ho thought that Seung Yeon was wrong with his mercy. After all, if he didn't make the first move, he would end up getting crushed at school. This was how the guy began to prove his affiliation with the 12 Zodiac sign gang. There were a lot of tattoos to definitely show himself in charge. He just wanted everyone to wait. This was the last pain he was going to endure after his only friend died. There he was, the new head of the monkey gang of 12 Zodiac signs, Kwak Ji-ho, the smiling guy who you just want to trust. The new bitch eye, who was the head of the dog gang, Kim Ji Chul, was the main target for his former comrade for today. He was left without an eye. Idol decided to force his enemy to kneel in front of the musician. But now, he was on his knees, and the headman was saying that whatever had prompted him to take this action, it couldn't be done this way. Everything exists because it has meaning and value. That was what Seung Yen's father had often said, and the boy remembered it. So the memories with his friend continued to flicker in his mind, memories he didn't want to forget. Still wanted an answer to the question of who this apprentice was after all, beating up a gang leader and yet knowing this idol's friend so well. Instead of asking about this student, the boy should have worried about his reputation. That was the advice this young man decided to give him. There were many files gathered on his phone that clearly showed how Sun Bonham bullied the weaker students as much as possible. Didn't this kid wish to become an idol? After all, quite by accident, all the dirt on him might end up on social media for all to see. Did he think he could threaten the president's son? As if an ordinary student was of interest to anyone. It was funny to him, even though it was scary. He wanted to put it as mildly as possible because he was embarrassed to talk about it, but he actually had more subscribers than the intern. He played basketball, so he often showed up in the school's hot guy groups. But he didn't want to dirty up his main account. So the plan was to make it different so that such a bully would get a good beating. A person who made some people feel humiliation and pain, and at the same time wants to please and entertain others, was not worthy to appear in the world. It was unacceptable. The boy was upset because the same thugs forced him to become so cruel. After all, he couldn't protect his friend. Right now, he was looking at the screen of his phone and reading the comments of people who now thought he was a complete lowlife. A voice was trying to ask him what he was doing now. Didn't he want to answer the phone? That would be wrong in the current situation. The president of the company tried to call his son, but he looked at the screen of his phone like a mesmerized man and did not understand what he should do. Now this son was finally humiliated in the eyes of his father. The ashtray flew in his direction, but shattered when it collided with an obstacle. It hadn't been long since the father had covered for his son back then, but now he had ruined his reputation again. It was a huge loss for the company. The man was menacing and intimidating. If his son continued like this, he would take away his music and everything else he had done for him. Suddenly the young man said he was going to leave anyway. After all, someone as untalented as he was couldn't stay here any longer. The man had many questions. After all, the boy looked like what his father wanted him to be. But he didn't want to do music anymore, so he apologized for keeping this information from his dad. Nevertheless, he still had some things to find out. Respectfully, he asked the man to cover for him one last time, and he would remain eternally loyal to him. Making a low bow, the young man warned that he would clean up his place and get out of here. Such was this boy and his family, meek and obedient. The man's formidable face never seemed to change. The president of the company continued to stare silently in the direction of his son and listen to him to the end. Here the boy was again in his studio, where a fight had recently taken place with the other boys. Fatigue was making itself felt. It had been a long day. This room was a real mess that somehow needed to be fixed. Everything was broken into small pieces. The most expensive equipment appeared to be broken. Shards kept falling to the floor, but despite this, he set about fixing what had been done. In his hands was the most valuable thing that the kid had humiliated himself over, just to keep it intact. According to him, there was music on it, but the disc had a training session with Seong-yeon where he learned to dance. The trainee was telling him how to lift his feet and asking him to move as confidently as he could. Memories of them practicing to prepare for a performance at the school concert, where the blonde was constantly nervous and the musician promised to practice harder. Writing music together, choosing a spot for the chorus, where each of them contributed for a better final result. Ji-ho revisited moments of his happiest moments of his life, where his true friend was still alive and there seemed to be no big problems. The shy face of the musician, who always awkwardly apologized, even though it wasn't even his fault but was so kind, appeared on the screen again. Here he was calling his best friend to at least ask him like this how his day was going. He wanted to get an answer to his question, but that wasn't going to happen. Not getting an answer, the guy started telling him that today was the shittiest day of his life. In his and in Seong-yeon's life. He didn't think the music was the best choice. The footage kept flashing in front of Ji-ho's face, so he apologized while looking at the videotape for not being able to keep his promise. The two classmates were now sitting on the bench as well. Sol now realized that on that day, the headman had saved Da-hyun and this schoolmate at once. The boy thanked his comrade for saving him, but he asked him not to worry so much because they were classmates to help each other. But they were there together after the painter woke up. They even went home together, but then why was he asking such questions? How could this young man forget everything then? Even though he had blacked out for a very short time, he had to urgently think of something plausible to answer. All that came to his mind was that this could have happened due to a lot of stress lately, which was why he kept forgetting things. After a brief pause, the headman stood up and said that it was getting late, so he and Ha-jun should have left. But suddenly, his soul said that it was because he couldn't ignore his fatherly instinct. The class honors student stood in a stupor and didn't understand what this character was trying to convey to him just now. It seemed that the phrase was very stupid. The artist ran to the boy from the back and pulled his clothes up to the top. That's how his intuition didn't fail him. The tattoos of the gang of 12 zodiac signs were depicted there. After all, he had suspected this kid from the beginning. A close-up image of a dog was drawn on his back, so he was also involved. With a great anger inside, the spirit in the boy's body kept asking questions about what was depicted on the student's back. Was he really one of this gang? The real Hong Jae-ho was a member of the 12 zodiac signs and was a member of the dog gang. Underneath the mask of a cute face, there was real evil. Then why did he try to seduce Kim Do-hyun? Was it to avenge his allies? But the bandit also had questions for this man. The question was frightening and strange. He asked how long ago this character had actually died. Who could have known he was feeling all of this? The artist could no longer remain calm. How could an ordinary boy learn something about transmigration of souls? What was wrong with him? And so the man apologized to Do-hyun's father for presenting himself so late. It seems he had many more secrets than his soul thought. It was Shung Yeon's father, whose name was Jo Jung-sik. The two souls that had inhabited the bodies of the school children met together while they were trying to protect their children. The young man's dad flew into the morgue when he was told that his son was no longer alive. Such a thing was hard to believe for a man who loved his child with all his heart. After Seung Eun's death, he found himself self-harming. At that moment, he was overcome with guilt that he had failed to properly look after his son. For so long, he had lived unaware of his own son's suffering. All he could do was beg for forgiveness from his dead baby boy. His son was dead, and he realized it was because of bullying. How badly he had been tortured all that time at school that he had tried to commit suicide. Every day at school was a real ordeal, but despite this, he kept smiling and accepting his fate, thinking that the only way to change things was through death. The main culprit for the father was Kwak Ji-ho. Even though his son said good things about him, there were completely different memories in front of Dad's eyes. This guy was affable and friendly, always walking around with a smile on his face. But inside him, there was rage and anger. He used his smile to cover up his dark deeds. Bae Dong-ho and Cho Hyun-bin, they always went along with the strong leaders of the group. Their craving for violence was immeasurable and constantly amused them. They followed their ringleaders' every order not only to earn trust and recognition, but also to make up for their craving for violence and to satisfy their egos. They looked like fools, but they were complete scum. And then there was Kim Ji-woo-chul. The mere sight of this young man inspired fear and terror. He was strong and pumped up, and his eyes were a bit crazy. It wouldn't be difficult for someone like him to deliver a fatal blow to a defenseless kid. The man knew for sure that they were bullying his child. He believed that Ji-ho was behind it all, and to top it all off, he came to the wake. It was as if he had decided to mock an elderly man's grief. It was a real shame for his family. His son, who was constantly bullied at school. Every day he was at home covered in sores and abrasions, refusing to eat. So the man suffered day after day. Even the rain didn't seem to be a hindrance to just keep shaving down the street. On the contrary, the rain hid his bitter tears. Thanks to them, he could somehow wash away the grief of his loss. But it only helped temporarily. It couldn't go on. Every day he tormented himself with thoughts and memories. They tormented and destroyed him. His heart couldn't take the pain and eventually stopped. Just like that, a man died one day because of mental anguish. His last thoughts were of his lost son, whom the man could not protect, nor could he protect himself. The man dropped dead on the sidewalk. Many people under black umbrellas walked past him. Huge raindrops fell, washing away his tiredness and sadness. He was about to be reunited with his child. The people around him were frightened, thinking he had just fainted. They asked from far away. People were scared to come closer and see if the man was okay. Someone tried to call an ambulance. So eventually this person died too. Another soul was wandering in this world looking for rest. Only the thought of his own child kept him from resting, and he decided to seek peace and revenge with the help of living people. The young guy stood in the schoolyard and looked at this world, realizing that life for him now turned upside down. This story made the artist shudder. Were there really many souls like him who walked in the world among living people and watched over their relatives? The boy did his deeds without realizing it. After all, the one who was inside him needs to find a way to find his enemies and take revenge. So the thoughtless deeds began on this sunny morning. He was brought to consciousness by a voice that said incomprehensible things about clothes. It was very awkward, but the artist was still holding the clothes of his companion, whose back was already frozen. Underneath the clothes, all the way down his back, the guy had a tattoo. Judging from the huge painted face, he clearly belonged to the Dog Clan. That was what needed to be found out. Which of the clans of the 12 zodiac signs were involved in the crime? They never changed their position. It looked like they should have sat down and discussed some things. But he couldn't stop his son, this young man to whom fate had been unfair. So he was clearly determined to get to the truth for his son's sake. He stood in his house. His soul was transparent. He stood and cried invisible tears stroking the picture of his dead son. He would not be able to rest until he got to the truth. Here was a group of hooligans sitting around drinking alcoholic beverages. They were discussing a girl who was suddenly afraid of their dog. But they were glad that everything went quietly. They laughed at the girl, for that was their cunning plan. They liked to mock people and discuss what happened afterwards in one of the local cafes. Alcohol and nicotine is another of their loves after bullying people. During the investigation, the trainee acted like he was the victim. Gyu Chul decided to find out later. Why spoil such a beautiful evening by talking about some petty idiot? With this, he would be able to interest the 12 gang heads. The unexpected benefit could lead to an increase in his status among the other gangs. He savored the thought as something desirable that would soon become available. They pondered whether they would be accepted into the 12 zodiac sign gang if they continued to pull this sort of thing. But their confidence was unshakable. The ghost was already watching the whole thing. He listened attentively to what the youth was saying. These scumbags who killed his son due to continue to kill people and get on the team to the same freaks like themselves. The man's insides clenched. He was completely furious. Hearing some teenagers mocking his dead child was unbearable. They didn't realize that more than one person had died because of their actions. He suffered even after his death, and would not rest until every creature that had a hand in it was dead. His fist wished it had a shell to deliver visible blows. However, there was nothing he could do while he was in soul form. Fortunately, his second child was sheltered by his ex-wife. Fate played a trick on the young man. The second person responsible for his death was assigned to this school. His soul wandered to this school, but he could not continue to just walk around the school because there are still those people in this world who, through reality, can see something unusual. A sad soul that seeks revenge to appease cannot help but go unnoticed. The man bowed his head in search of a solution to this problem. So he met someone who could help him. Even the soul was amazed that someone was able to notice it after so long. And this guy was exactly the same class president. So he was about to start a new phase of being here. After all, this young man didn't just notice a wandering soul. It was clearly a sign. He was so amazed by it, standing in front of it as if mesmerized. They stood in front of each other and tried to figure out how to proceed. The encounter was clearly unexpected for both people. Through the man shone a world and emotions that he would never experience again. And the guy was alive and could do anything that was beyond the spirit's reach. They could help each other. But how? Sitting on a bench in the schoolyard, two students were talking and sharing a secret. One of them was the spirit incarnation of a man who had found a body to retaliate. So that's how he actually got into that body. This school was rotten to the core. Seong Yeon's fate could not be allowed to repeat itself. There was another possible victim. A few days later, events began to unfold at the Dog Gang hideout. The name of this gathering place was Kennel. In the sky, it was as if a fire had spilled colors playing in the clouds. They were fiery red and did not bode well. One of the gangs of the 12 signs of the zodiac had gotten down to business. They were now just dealing with the monkeys who had failed to live up to their status. They were ruining the name of the 12 of the zodiac circle. Therefore, they were being beaten up. 4 men were sitting on their knees in front of the Dog Gang members. Blood was running down their faces and their bodies were covered with abrasions, but one of them wasn't scared at all. He wanted to find a moment to avenge such humiliation. Samo came to the shelter. It was a truly great trio. The men walked around the closed room as if they were masters of the world. Everyone thought of each other as dirty bastards. But those who spoiled the name of their gang were not spared. No one was going to spare the hooligans who didn't belong to the gang. They beat them all at once with sticks. The gang of dogs stood in masks. They covered their faces and frightened more those who were caught. They believed that a first-timer who hit a senior man should get the score, and the boss, Kwak Ji-ho, would be buried by the community itself. There were still a couple more questions to ask. The guy's face was mad. He liked talking about destroying people he didn't like. It brought him primal pleasure. His crazy laughter was heard. They had to finish off those who got in their way. And Ji-ho had his own special fate that he probably didn't even realize. The guy had already prepared a cell phone camera to film this humiliation and make it public. This was just what the thugs were waiting for. His cigarette almost fell out of his mouth from laughter. The angry and interrupted gang members did not give up. They believed that this was not the end. After all, they believed that Ji-ho would definitely beat up the gang leaders as well. Every one of them was loyal to their leader, and the words that the jerks had uttered had insulted their honor very much. All the redundant people were now sure that the same thing they were planning to do now would happen to their abusers. This made the gang members laugh a lot. They started discussing it because it sounded like a very bad joke to them. No one could stand up to them. It made the gang members laugh a lot. They started discussing it because it sounded like a very bad joke to them. No one could stand up to them. They already had the men as hostages. They had beaten them up and now they were going to make them regret being born. The anticipation gave these lunatics pleasure. Ji Chul thought that Kwak Ji-ho had betrayed them because he was changing them like gloves, especially so quickly. That was the opinion of this disgusting teenager. He laughed at the unfortunate people. They didn't know the whole truth, and he had opened their eyes. No one could save them now. Their gang leader didn't care about them. They were expendable. Now all the dissenters had to be tattooed and put on the losers list. But one hooligan decided to turn in and offered to catch Kwak Ji-ho for them. They didn't even hesitate in going up against their ringleader. Not even a couple minutes later, they were ready to do anything to regain their status. Sol asked Dahyun's father, wasn't it ironic that he himself had become the henchman of the horrible Ji Chul, all for the sake of his dead son? All the people who were here were constantly laughing at the little bastards who had become rats, who would now be mocked by everyone and nothing would change anymore. Enough time had passed. It was time to call it a day. He stood amongst the people who had killed his child. It was so strange how things had worked out, but that was part of his plan to destroy those bullies. He needed to blend into this organization and destroy it from within. He needed to smile and listen to the orders of these stinking freaks. If the Khan wants to see this through, he'll pay attention. The perfect moment might come up that he could condemn all the bastards who had ruined his child's life with his own hands. He stood and stared at the back of the one on whose hands the death of his child was on, while that bastard smiled and mocked other people. Dahen's father watched him closely and prepared his plan to destroy those who shouldn't live for their crimes. The masked guy directed his sharp gaze at the person who was his target right now. Dahen's father's eyes, had they been weapons, would have shot to kill. Now he only saw the perpetrators of his child's death. And with each passing second, his rage was building up. It was only a matter of finding the right time to strike. The girl looked out the window and covered her mouth with her hands. She hid behind her palms the smile that could not leave her face. The girl's eyes were covered from the unusual image she was looking at. She couldn't believe what she was just seeing, wondering what it could all mean. Another schoolgirl noticed her friend's strange behavior and decided to find out what was wrong. She approached her from the side and looked at her surprised classmate. She too wanted to see what she saw, and it was that two handsome boys were sitting together. Her friend opened her mouth and looked in the direction where the girl's gaze was directed. No filters were needed for such beautiful people. Admiring the girl's good looks was a pleasure. Two guys were sitting on a bench and talking to each other. They were engrossed in their conversation and did not notice the stares directed at them. The girls were curious to know what they were talking about. Ji-ho's cheekbone line was just perfect, and how wonderfully he was smiling. Except she wondered what it was about. She could stare at him for ages. The guy's eyes were covered, either from the bright sun that was blinding as much as his smile, or from having a pleasant conversation with his classmate. Because Yoo Ha-jun sleeps all day, no one noticed him. Although he could actually become quite a popular guy due to his looks, he was quite modest and his appearance was unremarkable because he tried to hide his beauty. But if you looked closely, his perfect facial and body features gave him away as a mythical ancient god who could capture the hearts of all the girls. The poor girl's heart was troubled by this sight. She was blinded by them, not by the sun. So to avoid looking at the two young men, she covered her face with her hands. Her cheeks were red with embarrassment. This was how she already liked her classmates. How had she not noticed this charm before? But the girl thought her friend was crazy. These two were sitting together, and it looked cute. The girl's heart fluttered at the sight. Now the two of them were already looking towards the school children. The sight of the two guys sitting on the bench in the school grounds was very cute. They looked so harmonious in their school uniforms, in the sunlight, that it was impossible to tear one's gaze away. Why didn't everyone else see and bow before their beauty? It was their two classmates, only that's what they were talking about. So many mysterious things were happening in this school that defied all logic. The young men's faces changed their expression from serious to cheerful, and now they were engrossed in their conversation. It was a pity there were no sounds coming from the top of the building. They were being shouted over by the other students. It appeared that Xiang Ying's father was older. Therefore, the artist decided to clarify whether he should address his partner respectfully. After all, he was a nice enough guy and wanted to know if addressing a classmate as an adult had any place. What was important to him was comfortable communication for two people. Douche felt uncomfortable with his lack of eloquence. The two people were very close, but they still had yet to make contact like small children who were just beginning to learn how to communicate. The ghost that was in the body of the schoolboy had so much to go through and do. They pulled away from each other, holding back for fear of being exposed, especially in the presence of strangers who might reveal their secret. This created tension between them, and although this behavior seemed strange to those around them, they understood that this temporary step was necessary to keep their secret. The need to remain at a distance from each other made it difficult to establish a closer and more sincere contact. Da-Heng's father seems to have married very early. It was right after the army. Therefore, Da-Heng's mother went through many hardships and held up very well. These were the kind of topics they discussed. They decided to get to know each other better and what had happened to them before. It was important for them to become closer, to become friends and associates in an important matter, so they had to be frank. The next thing they talked about was what troops Young Ian's father had served in. He was a Marine. This surprised the artist very much, so he asked what unit the service was in. Opening his eyes in surprise, Da-Heng's father listened to his interlocutor attentively. They had both served, which meant they had excellent combat skills. Young Shik was amazed. Could it be that this soul had served there as well? What if they knew each other while they were alive, but had forgotten about those times, and they had served in the same place? It was a surprisingly pleasant coincidence. This news so dumbfounded the man that he even exclaimed, but it wasn't like that. Jae-han had actually been kicked out of the army. This situation made him feel a kind of embarrassment that made him sweat. It was a bit embarrassing to remember this shameful moment of his life. Still, it was nice to discuss his real life with someone, rather than pretending to be a different person. An awkward silence lingered between these new acquaintances. It was difficult to carry on conversations in a school setting, as there were so many prying ears around, ready to overhear every word spoken. The fear that their conversation might be overheard or misunderstood added to the tension and made communication even more difficult. Jae-han decided to ask Ha-jun why he had called him here after all. Perhaps the plan he had in mind had to be changed since there were now 2 players. Therefore, he was careful not to pressurize his interlocutor. He wanted to help a lost soul like himself, and he also liked to talk to someone who was like him. As the man turned to the artist, he felt his heart fill with an overwhelming mixture of feelings. He knew it was selfish to ask for help, especially given the complexity of the situation, but an inner voice told him that it was the only way to solve the problem. Salvation for him was to find answers that were bound to involve his father's artistic talent and wisdom. In the heat of emotion and in an effort to protect his family, he counted on the help of a friend whose support and loyalty had been his support during these difficult times. His heart was beating hard with excitement, but his inner voice told him that the right decision and unity would help them overcome all obstacles. The light of hope shone in the depths of his eyes, albeit fleetingly, but it gave him the strength to move forward despite all the trials. Jae-han himself was, to say the least, stunned by such news. Not so long ago they had been discussing the death of his child, but here they were already talking about his daughter. Just how many secrets did this dead man have? The other place where the dog gang's hideout was. Gyu Chul wanted the right-hand man of the head of the monkey gang to prove his loyalty to his new master. This kid was desperate. Being beaten and humiliated forever was not a good prospect for him. He had to grab any chance to stay in a better position. Samo Jo, 19 years old, agreed to betray his master. He wanted to stop all the humiliation, and he had enough proof that his ringleader would not protect him. It was his lucky ticket. If he was going to defect to the dog gang, he needed to go out and prove it no matter what it cost him. Here came another spill of blood. The spatter from the blow landed on the ringleader's face. It was time to prove everything with actions, and the proof was other people's blood. These ruthless teenagers used the iron pipe as a weapon, striking with such force that it became an integral part of their brutality. To them, it was a tool of intimidation and violence, not just an object. Their souls were tempted by a darkness devoid of any understanding and compassion for others. The traitor was ruthless. Any order that could keep him living a normal life had to be enforced. This fool demonstrated his loyalty, unrestrained and without hesitation. While his friends screamed in pain, he continued to deliver blow after blow to them. Perhaps his behavior would fit the description of a sissy more than a decent brother. This situation is disgusting and disappointing to see such ruthless and traitorous behavior. Now he was going to ruin Ji-ho's debut as an idol. This should have made him go nuts. This kid's plans were good. The strong man realized that now was the moment to organize an ambush. He insisted that his gang assign a few fighters to his command. That way, he thought he would have a better chance of winning the upcoming clash. But Gyu wouldn't agree to such a deal. There was a time for everything. As the person in charge of his faction, he needed to follow up on the traitor. He realized that meeting this person would be the decisive moment in his life. The stakes were too high to allow defeat. His heart beat in unison with each step, reminding him of the importance of this challenge. A mixture of excitement, determination, and tension filled his inner world. Time was drawing nearer to the moment of truth, when a clash with fate would become inevitable. Upon him was perhaps the most important choice of his life, to act or to retreat. First, that person was the freshman that humiliated the gang of 12 zodiac signs, Yu Ha-jun. He needed to catch this loser for them. With his choice came consequences. He was now an outcast from the gang, out like a monkey from the zoo. The whole world he was used to existing in had turned against him. Now his little sister will have to cope with all the difficulties alone, without his protection and support. The new reality is ruthless, and the people he once counted on have turned against him. But maybe it is in this turmoil that he will find a new path and a new purpose. It was about Zhou Seung-yen's younger sister. This prospect was very frightening to the young man. Anything could be expected from these bullies. Of course, the girl's father heard about it as well. Her name was Zhou Ye-ji. These evil teenagers were frightening with their schemes. It was very scary. Head, Gyu wanted this girl to be brought to him, an ominous look that gave no one any peace during this peaceful time for the rest of them. On each step of the stairs, the trainee experienced moments of doubt and excitement. He felt a mixture of sadness and excitement, leaving behind a part of his life in the studio where he had spent many hours of labor and learning. At the same time, new opportunities, challenges, and discoveries lay ahead of him. His heart pounded harder as he crossed the threshold of the studio, ready to begin a new chapter in his career. He knew he had a lot of changes in front of him, but he was ready for the challenges and new opportunities. For him, for the umpteenth time, life had turned everything upside down. It had been difficult, but he had to keep moving forward to fix his position in the world. In front of the entrance to the studio, a girl was waiting for the guy who called out to Ji-ho like an appa. It was Ye-ji who wanted to meet the idol. The girl found out about this place due to her curiosity and exploratory mindset. She spent some time waiting before the trainee came out and headed further on her business. She curiously studied the objects and surroundings around her, observing what was going on. Her waiting time was filled with childlike guesswork and a keen interest in the world around her. The character turned around and was suddenly at a loss for words upon seeing her for herself. The only question swirling around in his mind was, what did I just see in front of me? Her presence triggered in him a wave of incredible emotions and mixed feelings that made him freeze in place, stunned by her beauty or grace. The world around him seemed to freeze, as if time had slowed down, allowing him to absorb every tiny detail of this moment. Fear gripped his heart when he saw the state of the little girl's face. He was completely at a loss, not understanding what had happened to this little girl. Drops of sweat formed on his frightened face, expressing his worry and anxiety for the little girl. The young man's eyes reflected an unbearable fear of the unknown and a desire to understand how to help this girl in distress. The battered girl stood before the boy and simply begged for his help. Huge bruises and red dribbles formed on the young face. A girl with frightened eyes begging the guy for help, standing in front of him with huge bruises and red dribbles forming on her young face. This moment is a reminder of the importance of showing compassion and support in such dire situations. A few days earlier, Yeji's father went on to reveal that his daughter was in great danger. Because he was a member of a gang, their plans were known to him. There was no doubt, but the artist couldn't help but ask again because when he heard the familiar name, he couldn't believe that this was the daughter of his new acquaintance. Back on the first day when Da-hen came in and Yen-jin told the head teacher that the class teacher had called him, he could immediately suspect what this girl was going to do because the teacher always wrote to the boy himself. So that's why the girl was lying then. This mysterious person acted like a child but also had a lot of secrets. Appearance and savvy helped her on this difficult life path. Even on the day when there was a fight at the karaoke and Da-hyun's father was rescuing his daughter, Seung-yen's dad was by his side and watched over his favorite daughter. His keen eyes followed every movement of his enemies. It was hard not to realize what was happening here now, and it was worth being on guard. To help the strangers, without hesitation, the guy opened the refrigerator door to block the way of these ruthless teenagers. It must have been very painful, so as if unintentionally, the man himself came over to ask the student if he was okay. But as soon as this bandit came to his senses at least a little, he immediately began to get up to quickly hit his new opponent for such actions. Naturally, such foolish attacks were no longer scary to this grown man. He too easily dodged the impending blow, but he managed to hit his opponent with a good punch. His elbow went right into the stupid little boy's nose for all his sins. The next step to attack was the leg. This was a way to get rid of the other attacker as well. It could have been a real bowling match. Of the 3 bullies, only one remained. After he came in, it was almost over. He should have gotten out of here as soon as possible. After so much beating, the ringleader wondered who else had come to fight with them. It seemed that not all the blood had been spilled in this karaoke yet. The next thing that went flying was a fire extinguisher. Unfortunately for the teenager himself, he didn't react in time and started to fall immediately as the weapon hit him in the head. It was another fire extinguisher for him that day. All that was left to do was cry. So many iron weapons had never beaten him up before in all this time. And once again, this mysterious masked guy was watching the students in this facility. By now, these boys had been massacred. The girls bowed their heads to the boys they had come with. Out of fear, they begged them to stop crying. But only Yeji watched everything with a completely emotionless face. The kid realized that it was time to run away. His daughter was very interested in memorizing this stranger. It could help her in the future. Just like that, watching from around the corner, he realized that the artist had learned how to use Ha-jun's body. This one was a long stakeout on his part, but it was worth it. He apologized because he felt guilty for what his daughter had done to Jae-han's daughter, all because he failed to raise her properly. But this time, Kim Ji-woo-chul and his friends are targeting his daughter too. Now it's not just revenge for Seung-yeon anymore. He was put in a situation where he needed to protect his daughter. Although he was uncomfortable approaching Da-hyun's father, he still wanted to ask him for a favor. Only he could provide him with the help he needed. The man bowed his head. He was now being told a huge story that was hard to fit in his head, but now he was being asked to take responsibility for one more person. After all, there was also Kim Da-hyun in this school, who he wanted to protect from all the troubles. After all, the girl had already moved from the school where she was bullied. In the network, there were rumors that the new girl Da-hyun transferred to them because of an affair with a guy. And then she immediately started hitting on the head teacher. Others heard that she was dating UHA, who recently got into a fight with a sophomore. Everyone was surprised because she looked rather naive, and the goosebumps were going down her body like this. Still, there were some good high schoolers who thought that the girl must have been set up. After all, he definitely liked her. The situation was a sensitive one. The main girls were walking down the corridor, and Yeji was walking without letting her phone out of her hands. The girl was always aware of all the news and couldn't leave it all out. These girls were supposed to become friends, but could imperceptibly become the most sworn enemies. which clearly wouldn't help them solve any further problems. Da-Hin stood in the middle of the hallway. The trio immediately began to pester her classmate because she allegedly blocked their way, although she should have known her place. The schoolgirl decided to be bolder, saying that their joke was unsuccessful because she continued to mock people for fun. One of the students got angry because that one had no proof that she was the one who posted this on social media anonymously. A terrible fight ensued, but anonymity was out of the question. So how did this girl know about it? She exposed herself, which is why she was so nervous. There were no obstacles for them when it came to maintaining their authority. Immediately, she wanted to hit her rival for making such remarks against her, but Yeji grabbed her friend's hand and told her to only do what she said. She thought she was in charge of their friendship, so she acted in her own way. Lately, Ji-Yul had crossed the line, but she didn't understand at all what it was all about. Would there really be discord within their little group as well? Now, the first beauty of the school would turn to the new girl to discuss with her a couple of things about what was happening in their school just now. As she did so, she continued to hold her friend's hand. The girl suddenly fell silent. She was remembering what had been written in one of the social media posts. She needed to gather her thoughts and talk about it. But suddenly she turned around and said that it didn't matter anymore. So she went the other way. The girlfriends tried to stop the girl to go further together. Da-Hin didn't understand at all why her classmate was acting so strangely. It was frightening and alarming at the same time. It was a bit complicated. Ji-Yul was too angry that her so-called friend had pulled her back, and afterward and into everything she left without even calling them with her. The new girl was ruining everything for them. A few days later, they were on their way home from school. The girls were inseparable and went always together. This time, one of them wanted to talk to Yeji. She thought that the pretty girl had gone overboard with Ji-Yul this time, but the girl herself didn't think she had said anything wrong. She shouldn't have brought it up. Park Ji-Yul is overcomplicating things and overstepping her boundaries, and she only flirts with high school students here and there, and afterwards she spread dirty rumors anonymously. But at the same time, the beauty thought that she wasn't crossing the line. Although here was a third friend who thought she could understand Ji-Yul's feelings in this situation. After all, the guys from the 12 zodiac signs had already started a war with Ji-Ho Appa. From this moment on, they could no longer know what their school life would become. And after all, Ji-Yul was just trying to maintain their position in the school. Did Yeji just couldn't understand this? Everyone had their own reasons for this, but she was becoming like a thug who would beat up others. They were best friends in middle school after all, and the dark-haired girl had already been out of school for a few days. She had even logged out of the chat room. She was afraid that something might have happened to her. She literally begged Yeji to try and contact their friend. After all, she was most likely waiting for her call. The atmosphere between her friends was making her very anxious. Eventually, the girl already needed to go to her side, and without waiting for a reply, she turned around. Yeji just calmly replied that they would see each other tomorrow. Of course, the words made her think about their quarrel. Therefore, she picked up her phone to still look at her girl's phone number, but the phone was already flickering with texts from her. She wanted to talk about some members of the 12 zodiac sign gang. That was towards evening. They decided to meet after all. Yeji was now curious about what she wanted to talk about since they were already standing together here. Of course, they were longtime friends and it was worth it to decide everything in person. Ji-Yul said that she had received a confession from Samo Appa. The beauty couldn't believe that it was actually real, so she asked again. It seems like they had never interacted so closely to start dating. Had he always liked her or had he confessed out of the blue? The girl denied everything. So the friend asked again what he ended up saying to her. She had nothing to say because it was new to her. Then a bulky man appeared in the background and put his hand on the schoolgirl's shoulder, saying that they were dating. And then he already said hello to Yeji. They really hadn't seen each other for a long time. They looked extremely silly, yet cute. Tiny said she was really scared when he jumped up like that, and Sweetie said that everything was fine now. But the girl herself was already frightened of such an encounter. What was going on here, and what she wanted from her? It was already a little like a meeting of two friends. Suddenly, two thugs grabbed the girl by both hands so she wouldn't break free. She was about to be beaten. Now she was in a bad position. The foremost man was yelling for his henchmen to keep this petty girl from getting away. She was already being led to the courtyards to be dealt with further by their methods. But this did not go unheeded. Da-Hen was on the other side of the street watching her classmate being dragged somewhere. It was scary to imagine what could happen now. The girl tried not to attract attention and continued to be there. The girl's eyes widened with fear. It seemed that she was beginning to realize what was really going on there. But did she need to do anything about it, leaving a student where she would most likely be maimed? The already battered beauty of the school pronounced that her already ex-girlfriend was a real rat. How could you trade her for some thug? It was so easy for love to get in the way of their friendship. Ji-Yul lowered herself to the ground and apologized. She is only a servant and must do what the queen orders her to do. Her resentment made her do this to her, but without realizing it, she continued to cross the boundary. She grabbed her apprentice by the hair and aimed her fist towards the face of the already battered little girl. With particular fervor, she delivered her blows. She hoped that Ye-ji was not amused at all by what she had to say to this now. Still, she was a real bully. It didn't really sound like much. Her wounds were extremely painful, with blood furiously spurting out of them like a river carrying her power. She would not allow herself to weaken despite being in so much pain. Could she continue to live with so many thoughts on how to keep this beautiful, wonderful life going? This situation sounded really unfriendly. Here she was already stopped by her young man, grabbing her arm. Otherwise, if she kept hitting like this, she might break her little wrists. Then how was she supposed to hit? It was worth it for this bully to teach her how to do it. So there he was, asking her to step back. He needed to relax his shoulders and straighten his back. These actions brought him individual pleasure. He enjoyed passing on his knowledge to his lover, savoring every moment of learning. Something had spooked those bandits. They must have already been followed here. They needed to get out of here soon so they couldn't be recognized, if anything. It was Da-Hyun who was sleeping her classmate. She was pretty smart and turned on her phone to sound the police siren. That did a good job of scaring those bullies away. But Ye-ji was scared and didn't realize what she was doing. The girl was just passing by, so she helped. She held out her hand and asked if she could stand up on her own. She didn't want to accept help from her classmate and kicked away the hand that was extended to her. Was it okay to do that to her savior? Was she demonstratively showing her superiority? So demonstratively she stood up herself and walked past. Was it worth it, for she was pretty much beaten up now? And then foul language was heard, in which one could distinguish words about a terrific idea. Apparently they couldn't be fooled so easily by turning on that sound. Ji-Yul appeared on the horizon again. Here came the most important of the gang, not forgetting to insult the schoolgirls. Although it was unexpected, but they could already learn to recognize danger. Thus they got two girls at once who, long ago in their opinion, deserved a good beating. Although one of them could barely stand on her feet anymore. Seo Jung-sik stood there and was just covered in sweat because now was a completely awkward situation where he would most likely have to intervene. The artist spirit was angry and was going to tear apart everything he could get his hands on right now. Therefore, it was best not to touch it anymore, not even to breathe near it. Here was Ji-Ho himself, who wanted to hide his face under his cap. How many times could he be pestered when he already wished this would end sooner? It was a very strange alliance, and the enemies were a bit unexpected people. These two were now practically bumping foreheads about to work things out. He now really wanted to understand what this was all about in the first place. Why did these two disciples even call him? They never even socialize. One had caused all of Ji-Ho's equipment to be destroyed, and the other had lied about his debut as an idol. The brunette asked him to think for himself about what was going on. He kidnapped a student, Kim Da-Hyun, and an artist. So why was he invited here? Was it logical? Or was that the plan of one of them? It was hard not to start a fight. The two of them were holding on with all their might so that they wouldn't kill each other right there on the spot. A fire was burning inside each of them. Something was really wrong with Young-sik. He continued to play in different camps and asked complete strangers to protect his daughter. In the shelter, the bullies continued to speculate why Ji-ho was so obsessed with Seung-yeon. Did he have a crush on him? Maybe they really were of a different orientation. But for them, it was all just fun, although for others, it was a very sad story. When would they ever decide to forget about them and give them lives? Seung-ying's father kept hearing the trainee being sad about his son. He didn't seem to know everything that was really going on before. After all, it was a completely different person who killed his son. Looks like he really got it wrong. He was playing against the wrong person. It was time to settle this by talking to this man directly, and the whole reason why he had gathered them here. And Young-sik wanted to tell them about his plan. That one-eyed dog, Kim Ji-Chul, was in the way, so he suggested they work together. The intern felt funny because Hong Jae-ho made himself look stupid, or maybe he just accepted something. How could he believe such an offer from his enemies? But the boy kept talking. Right now, Kim Ji-Chul and his gang were targeting Jo Ye-ji. There was no way to let this go unnoticed. Here was already a gangster calling Ji-Chul to inform him that they had both Jo Ye-gi and the first-year Da-hyun at once. This was too easy prey for them. Now they were going to be taken to the gang leader. The girls were in too bad a position, and the bully girl also said they were both ugly. But the first beauty of the school was not going to just give up, so she said, "An eye for an eye." For the others it was not clear. Everyone just went on. And then it was face for face. She aimed the back of her head towards her rival's face with all her might to give her the same terrible blows. This girl's nose was clearly broken by now, and considering how many shots there were, more money poured out along with her own blood. While the kid was trying to figure out what to do and how to do it. His girlfriend had been beaten up, and he also had to somehow hold the other hostage. She didn't want it to come to this, of course. But he had to bend over so that her foot could hit the target. You could see by the look on his face how much pain he was in. That thug always got it in just one place. If he was the hero of a manhwa, the author would definitely hate him. Everything was predestined. Why was he always the one getting hit in the groin and then falling down afterward? Even his minions bounced away in fear, covering their genitals just in case. The girl couldn't bear the humiliation, so after recovering a bit, she decided to immediately attack her rivals who had clearly decided to run away. But thanks to Kim Da-hyun, Ji-yul also lost her silicone breasts. She plowed that bully to the ground so that she couldn't do anything. She kept desperately screaming and calling them losers. Weren't they going to let her go? This couldn't have gone on for ages. Yeji silently turned around towards her classmate. She saw that she was holding her former friend down and was trying to help her, but here was what she would do. Kim Da-hyun watched and wished she could get some reciprocal help. It was hard for her to restrain their already common enemy. But now she was acting impulsively. She was already pretty beaten up, but all this time she was used to only thinking about herself. That's why she didn't ask for help, so that she wouldn't be expected to retaliate. Of course, the guy was very scared for his friend when he saw her so beaten up. He immediately started asking what happened to her. This time, he was too late. Kim Ji-Chul had gotten to the girls and even dared to beat them to such a state. Now there was no more time to think about it. He decided to contact his manager, Hyeon, who was watching him, to give her first aid. The manager was kind. He could be trusted. But Beauty's hand stopped his friend's hands because she came to him specifically. Because of her, someone in her class was in danger right now. Right now, it was impossible to get someone involved or treat her bruises, because her friend might get hurt. It was hard to talk about it now. The intern listened to her friend in silence. She had to get over it and change their plans. It wasn't right to leave any good person in trouble. And even the artist spirit didn't want to waste any more time. There was no leaving these bandits out. They hadn't been sitting idle all this time either. But on the other hand, it was still too early. Although Kim Ji-Chul was a one-eyed gorilla, he was dangerous because he had a well-trained army. Here he already had guests coming to his trap. He decided to sneer and asked if it was too messy for the newcomers. While doing so, he continued to insult others. But Ji-Ho wasn't lagging behind either. He thought that with one eye, it would be difficult to scrutinize carefully. Therefore, he shouldn't have made such a big joke on others. The hero decided to show these befuddled people something funny. He was all alone against a whole crowd of armed bandits, but no one was going to give up. Here were already 3 boys sitting around a table to discuss their joint plans. They needed to figure out how they would be able to knock the dog's eye out. The boys looked at each other with surprise and bewilderment. The dog, who had slid into the room, suddenly stopped and stared at them intently, as if understanding the meaning of their conversation. In the silence, they heard rustling and rustling in the corner. Suddenly, a black cat jumped out from behind a closet, frightened by something. The gang of dogs always moved together, so the 3 of them wouldn't be able to simply defeat them in a fight. Still, quantity also had its own meaning. There was another wisdom: make noise in the east and strike from the west. These enemy dogs were scattered all over the place. They use an abandoned factory as a hiding place called a doghouse. Even though it's far away, they will be able to use motorcycles. It was time to take the case using combined force. That way, there was a better chance of winning. The doghouse had 2 emergency exits, the front door and the west door. It was necessary to study the paths they would take to lead their attack. They had to break the bikes at the front door into the parking lots. That way, they could take away their chance for quick cover from their sinking boat. All of these dogs will have to test their favorite bikes. They will run out the front door and afterwards see that all of their possessions have already been ruined. That will be the so-called noise in the east. After they attract attention, taking advantage of the confusion, they will go in the back door. The drawings in the notebook showed them as a great team with everything worked out perfectly in their heads. They had also decided who would go in first. Now we have to figure out what will strike from the west. They attacked the head of the dog and his right hand. Such beautiful events were unfolding on the sheets. That was his plan. Here they would already be joyously jumping around those they could defeat. In the drawings, they hatched their perfect plan of action. The other 2 allies pondered as they looked at these drawings, which were clearly done by a non-professional. But it wasn't a big deal anymore. He thought that Zhong Ji-Ho wanted to deceive them, but he doesn't know how to draw. So he tried his best to draw this. They looked at it with disbelief. The question that came to his mind was that he was talking about an undercover operation. But what is he going to do with these scum after all? The idea of executing them publicly came to mind. Once they beat these guys up, they could come to their senses quickly. One had to always have a backup plan. By now, Ji-Ho noticed, the dog had lost one eye. Official witnesses could be found. Everyone carried their ideas to work together. But was it possible to damage so many scooters in such a small amount of time? Hajun doubted that part, and so he wondered. But the idol asked not to worry about it. He just had a great idea for it. His eyes lit up with anticipation of payback on the bullies. The big guy was on the phone, where he advised the person he was talking to hurry up. His friend decided to ask who he was talking to there. He became irritated. Jasamo couldn't catch Yeji but got the first-year dog. With this news, they came to the dog. It was the last news they should have discussed. This scared Seo Jung-sik's father. Jo Samo acted too fast to look good in Kim Ji-Chul's eyes. It was worth keeping a better eye on him. It remained to be seen where Yeji was now, and how they were able to catch Da-hyun in the process. Things were getting out of hand, but at least they knew about it. Every muscle shuddered on the undercover agent's face. Now, all their plans and possibilities were shattering into tiny shards because the gang was acting faster. Idol turned to the one-eyed dog, wondering how he dared to hit Yeji. He stood on the doorstep of their shelter to get justice. Their interaction began with mockery. The one-eyed man was already supposedly scared and was meeting his Sunbaenim. Why on earth would he show up so unexpectedly where he wasn't expected? Kwak Ji-ho's eyes were filled with rage. Nothing could hold him back anymore. The kid wanted to smash their entire gang right here and now. Except young Seek was the only one who realized that it was still too early. If that happened, their plan might go awry, and that couldn't be allowed to happen. The enemy asked him to watch more closely while he was being shown something interesting, or else because he had no eye, he might miss something. The dog thought he was bluffing. Would it help that he could move fast? Everyone thought that his skills were useless in battle, except that because of Seong Ying, it began to train desperately to protect its loved ones next time. Just like before, he won't let him suffer again. Kim Ji-wyu Chul's dog, Kim Ji-wyu Chul, was only supposed to die at his hands. That was Ji-ho's motivation during training. Every move he made, he honed over and over again. The boy always came to practice before the trainer, and would turn around in surprise when he was already approaching. That's how his daily routine went. The coach could see that he was eager to get to work. Park Si-bom was 42 years old and already had a lot of experience under his belt. It was probably time to tell the kid about his coach's past. Although the idol had little interest in it, the man was definitely not going to stop because of it. When he was young, he was interested in martial arts. One day, an artist came to the gym saying that he was looking for inspiration for his manhwa. So he went out to spar to show off his skills, except he didn't make it. After his first punch, he flew off to the other side of the hall. He didn't know if it was a joke or something else, but the artist came to every gym he worked out at. He felt like he was watching him. Each time they demonstrated techniques on him, but this was how he wanted to get away from this weirdo and needed to do something about it immediately. So he went around many halls, but every time this man came and asked to show more and more new techniques for fights. But it was through this that the trainer became familiar with many martial arts. After this story, though, Ji-ho no longer wanted to come to this gym. The man wanted to give advice to his mentee. He shouldn't have tried to be stylish in a fight. When he fought, only victory should have been important to him. His acrobatic and sprawling moves were great, and they were definitely advantageous because of the speed. But there was always one but. Their disadvantage was that they didn't allow one to hit too hard. Still, this man knew a few good secrets to winning a battle. This kid needed a clean punch that could stop anyone. This made Ji-ho think hard about his skills. The weak point of any man was the liver. That was what was needed in battle right now. That was how he started fighting with the entire crowd of the dog gang. Thus his leg kick always aimed at the liver. His agility helped him to dodge his opponent's blows well, but he also needed to take them himself. No one, of course, had expected that the future idol would be able to perform so well in a battle with thugs. Even the headman didn't realize how great his strength was. There were already a bunch of dogs lying on the floor that had just gotten a good beating. Now it was the turn of the most important henchman from that bunch of dogs. An enemy who saw his ally suffering would instinctively take a position to defend himself. That's what they were doing. That's why they asked us not to get too close. They'll be on the lookout for their right side. Then they would be sure to duck down to protect their liver specifically. This pose was called urusa. The main thing was to understand a few simple rules of combat. One could be undefended and open even in this pose. Ji-ho had a good view of the enemy's stance. Thus he considered another vital point, and so his foot was already aiming for his opponent's neck. It was absolutely not for nothing that he had studied so much. But for some reason it was just now that the marvelous artist found himself in a traffic jam, all because someone got behind the wheel drunk. So there were proceedings on the road. Sitting like this behind the wheel, he thought for a long time about how he could get to his comrades faster, while an incredible battle was unfolding there. When the headman had finished telling about his devised plan, his comrades sat staring at him in silence. It was frightening to hear their verdict. It was the underground parking lot outside Kwak Ji-ho's house. A multitude of the most expensive cars filled the entire lot and caused a rush of excitement. Could it be that all these cars belonged to Kwak Ji-ho's father? His father was more like a car dealer. Ha-jun stood in utter bewilderment. He started making incomprehensible sounds that didn't sound like coherent sentences. It turns out it was about cars. That's why they called him Mr. Kwok. Anyway, that's all Ji-ho wanted to say, was that the schoolboy would drive this pickup truck, which meant he could crush all those dogs' motorcycles. It was the toughest car here. But was the president's son sure it would be all right if such an expensive car was accidentally damaged? In fact, this car belonged to a crazy woman. That's why it was so easy for the son to entrust her with such a dirty and dangerous job. After all, it's not like she didn't notice that they had borrowed it for a while. That was why the boy was smiling so broadly. But Jae-han could already hear his father's impending screams. There was still the question of whether or not this schoolboy could drive a car. Ha-jun might not know how, but here was an artist spirit who clearly knew a thing or two about driving a car. That's how he got Kwok Ji-ho's car. Or rather, his father's car. This was all done so that he could get to the doghouse, even though it wasn't a short distance to get there. According to Ye-ji's father's plan, the dog meeting was still going on. Therefore, he thought that they should still have plenty of time, but things didn't go according to the plan. This one was an intoxication test. He was made to stop for a moment to check for alcohol. This was not uncommon, but this particular moment was not at all helpful. At the same time as he passed the test, he thanked the clerk for his hard work, although he replied that he was always happy to try. After a short inspection, the young man was released and wished him good luck. Everything had worked out this time and one could move on to the battle. It was strange for a police officer to see such a young yet friendly boy. Anything could happen in the line of duty. Except this place didn't turn out quite right. That thug only stretched out how pleased he was, so thankful he had help setting his neck right. It was a good thing for the thug that his enemy had decided to tickle his neck, so he would now be able to set his leg back in the right place a bit. Now he wanted to show the head of the monkey gang that there was no way they were on the same level. He should have realized that a long time ago to stay alive. He lifted him up so that he could no longer feel the surface beneath his feet. This obnoxious kid should have known that if he was captured, he would definitely lose. The bully got angry and started yelling loudly. This technique had many variations, so it was the big boy who started praising too soon. It didn't take long for the second leg to move. Here they were already flying to the ground together. Only one of the gang of dogs screamed in terrible pain. His head was in danger and his face was all red. How he thought that the head of the monkeys could only throw punches. With a smile on his face, he twisted his enemy into different poses to make him suffer. At this moment, he felt like thanking his teacher for his good training. It gave him confidence to fight against such people. It was in the training room that he practiced this trick on his teacher. He praised the young man and told him that he was doing great, but he should have let him go much sooner. But to be honest, all this time, Ji-ho thought that the teacher lacked the skills to explain. He sincerely wanted to apologize and would be grateful now for teaching him a new skill. Although in training, the teacher always asked him to let it go. This was the kind of person Park Si-bom was forever suffering from. The pain was too much, and the dog was already crying out that he was deeply wrong, so he urgently asked to let him go and end his suffering. Already another henchman of the gang was scared, due to the fact that their enemy was too assertive and easily dealt with the strongest members of their gathering. Now he decided to resort to extreme measures and took out a knife to use as a weapon. Of course, this foreshadowed a very sad outcome. This blow had to be struck from the back. That way, the enemy wouldn't be able to notice and would be defeated. It was a rat trick, but that was how they were by nature. Young-shik realized that it was impossible to just silently watch as his comrade could be killed right at this spot. Something had to be done immediately. Without thinking long, he shouted out to Kwok Ji-ho to be more careful. By doing so, he was simultaneously exposing himself, but there was no choice. The trainee himself caught the message in a flash and took immediate action to save his life. It was impossible to give the enemies any chance of victory. The thug felt that now his ally, while trying to save him, was just as easily setting him up for a blow. He hated to admit it, but their chances were slim. The knife was already in the buttocks of the very wrong man. The cold weapon had become their punishment, and that arrogant dog was even more traumatized. The man's face was covered in sweat, fear, and the realization that now there was a knife in his body made his heart beat even faster. The kid's comrade realized that by his actions, he had just made this man suffer. It should have been a good help, though. Loud screams rang out in the room. Jo Hyun-bin was a real fool in this situation. The comrade was screaming and asking why he had poked the knife into his buttocks. The student apologized to his bereaved brother, but the latter asked him to get the knife out faster. Hyun-bin understood that, but asked him not to strain his buttocks so much. It was incredibly painful. The friend said that he looked too stupid in that pose, so he should have looked the other way and not moved. From the outside, these two looked like real perverts. It was unpleasant to watch, but the situation was inevitable for them. They had to accept it. Gyu Chul still wasn't too upset, but turning to the side, he decided to ask where the traitor and his gang had come from all of a sudden. There were a whole bunch of bandits, but everyone knew who was a real pain in the ass. Now he would have to fight for his life. Yeji's father was now in great danger. Things hadn't gone according to their original plan, and they had to come up with some other plan right away. In the schoolyard on the bench, Seo Jung-sik respectfully asked Da-hyun's father to continue to give his thoughts on their next steps. The man felt that regardless of the plan, they still had one problem. It was embarrassing to talk about it, but keeping silent wasn't necessary either. Before he died, he worked as a manhwa and drew webtoons, the main genre of which was martial arts, so in theory he had martial arts skills. He would be able to use some of them when he possessed this body. Only now he wanted to know if Xiong Ying's father was a good fighter. Generally speaking, it was the soul's eyes that didn't have time to see all of this man's skills, but since he wanted to know what he was capable of, now was just the right time to show everything that was possible in this situation. Gyu Chul began to figure out who the traitor was. He ordered him to come out and kneel down with his mask down. The brigand picked up an iron pipe and walked towards the crowd. The one who answered stood already in front of his enemy and said that if he was interested, why didn't he remove the mask himself? It was a bold statement. Before his death, Jung-sik worked as a courier and delivered packages. It wasn't the most prestigious job, but the man tried not to sit idle and made money. Jae-han was a little surprised by this information. It was scary to even think about what he would be able to do in a fight then, whether there was any real use for him. The man was responsible for his duties. Though often the customers were quite rude if the goods were delivered at a completely different time. Once again, he looked at the messages from the person waiting for their packages and was angry that there were hardly any satisfied and polite people left. Thanks to the delivery, he had learned some skills. The enraged bully was about to deliver his blow to the enemy. But Xiong Ying's father had obtained a very good speed ability during all this time. Thus, in his young body, he could easily dodge the blows that were about to hit him. He didn't have any weapons, but he had excellent abilities. Gyu Chul himself was angry that his opponent was still dodging. He wanted him to get a hit from him as soon as possible to end these proceedings already. The head of the dog gang was demanding a fair fight even though he was holding a gun himself. How dare he talk about honor when in his life he had never done anything like that? Work and delivery also could bring the man good physical data, because people not infrequently ordered huge cases of bottled water, which apparently very much liked. Thus he could lift countless heavy parcels with those strong and pumped arms. He shouldn't have been underestimated so much. Even though he had different weight classes with his opponent, he had enough strength to hold the metal pipe he was about to be hit with. The ringleader himself couldn't understand how he had such strength. His entire face was covered with sweat from such a strong strain. He wanted to just give up. In the end, Jung-sik was able to push the pipe with such force that it not only slammed into the enemy's face, but also crushed his nose so that blood spurted out. At some points on his job, there were times when it was simply forbidden for trucks to drive up. As difficult as it was, he had to do his job in silence. One had to engage in hardened loading and unloading of a huge pile of boxes, and this helped develop his torso quite a bit. The character was already quite broken. It was his blood that was the first to spill. He continued to make noises incomprehensible to anyone and struggled. Despite his skinny build coming up from behind, the headman sagged and wrapped his arms around his enemy's stomach and threw him right over himself so that he hit his head. If it seemed to anyone that delivering packages couldn't tighten one's physicality in any way, the non-working elevator in high-rise buildings thought quite differently. That's how going up and down stairs he was able to train his legs. Sometimes it was even better than training in the gym. So with his well-developed foot, he decided to hit his opponent in the face once more. It was already a mess. He was also quite agile. He jumped up, bending his leg at the knee to hit the target. His opponent was already breathlessly striving to fall, and there was another wonderful blow to be performed by the foot of this boy. While the opponent had not yet fallen to the end, he had to suffer. Unfortunately, people were quite rude and thought that the delivery boy could stop by the garbage dump on the way to take out their garbage. Such humiliation was not uncommon, and since he wanted to get 5 points for his service evaluation, people were happy to manipulate with it without even the slightest bit of shame. So by far his most important skill was patience. It was with particular bitterness that he obligingly agreed to take out their already spoiled garbage. But even the death of his own son wasn't enough for these scumbags. They couldn't end their abuse even after killing him, so they started hurting his daughter Yeji as well. It was hard to even call them human. After all, there was never anything human inside them. The man had already grabbed his opponent's collar to continue beating him. He wanted to show how much other people could be hurt. After all, this Gyu Chul had already completely pissed off everyone around him. The kid was already beaten up pretty badly, but it didn't seem to be enough. Meanwhile, Joe Samo and his gang arrived at the main entrance. He was tormented by doubts and worries. He held Da Hen with his mouth closed. He had missed Yeji, but the exchange student was still by his side, so he hoped he would get something from Kim Gyu Chul. But it wasn't the beating that mattered. With a sharp fear inside, he peered around the corner trying to figure out what was even going on there. There were doubts inside about what was going on in the hideout. It was obvious that almost the entire gang was lying on the ground, and for some reason, a complete stranger was getting punched by Kim Gyu Chul himself, and others were trying to pull out a knife that had inexplicably gotten into his buttocks. And the biggest question was what Kwak Ji-ho was even doing here. The one he had betrayed was standing there watching his new master being beaten. It was clear that if he went in now, he would definitely get it. One had to decide whether or not to run out of here. There wasn't much time left. In the next instant, Jae-han himself drove a huge car into the standing scooters. The bully was frightened, and now there was no turning back. The entire transportation of these hooligans had been turned into scrap metal. Their gathering was almost completely trashed, along with their possessions. The car door had already opened. It remained to wait for another hero of the evening to come out to show his face to everyone. The bandit himself was very afraid and tried to hold Da-hyun tightly in his arms so that she wouldn't want to break free if anything happened. He himself looked dejected. This was Da-heng's true savior. His gaze was already ablaze with fire and angrily shouted for that filthy bastard to get his paws off this girl as soon as possible. In the next second, his hands were already raised to the top to avoid colliding with such a dangerous person. How quickly his courage vanished. Painful memories flashed through his mind. He tried to calm his opponent down. Since he wasn't touching the girl, he asked her to stay away from him. After all, it was possible to settle things like gentlemen. Jae-han was on full alert. The angry expression on his face gave him confidence in his offensive. No one would leave him without a fight. The frightened traitor tried to say that it was only a misunderstanding. After all, he hadn't done anything to that girl. In fact, he was the one who had been beaten. The artist was already dangerously close, and this bully found nothing better to do than to just start running away from here so he wouldn't end up getting beaten up. Joe Samo's face was already facing the furious face of the trainee who thought he was bullying him in this way. At every step, danger overtook him. The one was trying to convey to Ji-ho that he didn't do it on purpose. After all, Kim Ji-Chul had threatened him. He just had no choice. But that was the real betrayal. It was a real lie. That brat dared to attack Ye-ji and incite her friend just by starting to date her. This was too despicable. Da-hung's sole father couldn't believe that this fool dared to mess with his daughter. It was time for that brat to get what he deserved too. There was more hope for Samo. He told his enemies that it was too late for them to start beating him up. It was time for them to run away. Much to the dismay of these two, they were surrounded by a whole bunch of bandits who were already in full force. That was a tough one to deal with. Now he was already smiling gloatingly and hoping that his opponents would not need to explain what was about to happen. Now he could act brazenly. The first group were the weaklings. The boss and his friends were always at the top. But the main strength is in the second group, which they hadn't fought yet. The ringleaders were here, and those beaten before were just cannon fodder. The toughest test for them had yet to begin, as it were. These classes were very different. Each of them were truly well-trained warriors. It was best to steer clear of such ones. The boys first decided to discuss why Ha-jun was late in the first place. Tom had to explain that he was caught in traffic, and it looked like he would need to change the motor oil. Idol decided to call for service when they were done here. Samo was angry that they stopped listening to him, so something intimidating appeared above their heads that didn't even want to discuss anything anymore. It was two huge thugs who clearly could destroy everything around them with a single movement of their hands. The guys realized that they were in a mess. On the left was Kim Gi-park, who was 18 years old and was the older twin, and on the right was Kim Gi-booth, who was already the younger twin. The traitor's laughter rang out. He thought that in every sense these two were now being specifically screwed. But Samo, without such help, almost shit his own pants. Only despite all this, it was the people from the gang of dogs who first began to fly away. They were knocking each other down like Skittles. The saviors showed up. Joe Yeji brought Donkey Kong, Kim Wan-seong, and Mankey Magic to this hideout. One of them was dancing joyously in anticipation of a good fight. They had been wanting to deal with the main traitor of their gang of monkeys for a long time now. Such events would not be able to break the spirit of the main members of their gang. They had come here to protect the pride of their monkey gang. Now Samo already needed to be afraid anew. Luck was not on his side today. Kwak Ji-ho was heartbroken when he saw that his comrades had come here to help. More importantly, it was definitely Ye-ji who was definitely behind all of this. The girl was broken physically, but with her soul she always stood for her close friends. She couldn't leave this young man here to die. The moment Ye-ji turned to the intern for help, he wrote to the souls in the students' bodies to carry forward the plan for today. And he asked his associates to protect Ye-ji herself. In any case, he forbade them from coming here. So why didn't those bastards listen to him? It was more of a friendly joke than a reproach. They were simultaneously fighting even though they had an opponent, and talking. It would be unpleasant for them if their ringleader destroyed this gang without them alone. One would have thought that they liked one-on-one duels here. These guys were well-trained, and even such a strong group couldn't stand up to them. This gorilla was frustrated but continued to push his opponents' heads together with pleasure. With such a build, it was no problem for him to fight. It finally dawned on him that he couldn't win today in this unequal battle, even though he had a lot of good fighters in reserve. He had to bring the twin brothers of Park Butte into this so-called ring so that they could at least equalize their chances of winning. Had to think hard about whether they could beat those two to be more like killing machines. This wasn't childish fighting anymore. At this time in the warehouse, Ji-Chul decided to bring up the fact that this boy was the freshman representative for Akoji's department. Did he think he would be able to hide? He decided not to let him go until he passed out. If he bit once, he wouldn't let go of his prey again. AKA's dog eye was a mad dog. One hand had already been bitten and he wouldn't just let go. Ji-Chul didn't give up and had already started to stand up to throw his opponent off balance. With his free hand, he punched his enemy right in the face. Even though he was in a lot of pain himself, he still continued to laugh as he looked fear in the face. Blow after blow came to this student's body. Each of them had already received too many injuries. It remained to be seen who would come out of this fight victorious. He had to forcefully pull his hand out of that vile dog's mouth. The one continued to taunt him. It was time to shut his filthy mouth for a long time. They were finally able to disengage from each other. His arm continued to bleed. The pain was unbearable. I just wanted to get out of here. Except Gyu Chul was badly beaten, but that didn't stop him from continuing to taunt the student. He decided to call him to talk to him. Right now, he wanted to find out who was hiding under that mask after all. Without any shyness, he reached out his hand to the already tired kid. The mask was removed, and the expression on that dog's face changed drastically. Of course, he didn't want to see his opponents as the only freshman among them. It was that same Hong Jae-ho. After all, if one thought carefully, at some point, this boy had changed drastically. The transmigration of souls had affected him so much. Even the villain himself thought it was like he was possessed by a ghost. Was it possible to imagine such a thing? But these were just common sayings. But now all the fun had evaporated. Behind the head of the class, he saw something unusual, something that made him want to fall through the ground. It was Seong Ying, the young man they had bullied mercilessly, and eventually just drove him to his death by locking him in a warehouse. At the beginning of the semester, a group of students gathered in the auditorium. They had an important question before them that needed to be solved. They were silent. The atmosphere was tense. Among the group of young people, there was a girl who decided to defuse the situation. She turned to the guy she was sitting next to. She called the guy Gyu Chul Oppa. Leaning towards him, she clarified if he would buy them a drink in the evening. The guy raised his head and looked at the girl carefully. His face did not hide his vulgar thoughts at all. The smile showed interest in the question. The student, a member of the dog gang, stared intently at the door. The men behind him remained unmoved. His crooked mouth opened and uttered a question. He was asking Kim Do-P if he had brought the pretty freshman girls to them. Lust reigned in this office. The bald man also belonged to a gang of dogs. He apologized to the guy as if he were his master. But he didn't bring the girls. His appearance showed concern about what was happening. Valuing his safety, he always walked with a guard. The man who shouted about the girls belonging in this educational institution grinned. His already crooked face mourned in rage. All the girl students belonged to them, and they didn't dare touch them. The door in the auditorium swung open sharply. It banged against the wall with a clatter, and a student appeared on the threshold. His suit was sloppy, and his tie showed freedom of action. He had his hand in his pocket and demanded to know who was in charge. It was Hong Jae-ho. The guy was serious and didn't think of backing down at all. His gaze was determined. He had come here for a reason. The headman was ready to tear apart anyone who stood in his way. His appearance here was completely unanticipated, and everyone turned in his direction. There was no limit to the surprise of such insistence, and everyone stared silently at the one who had disturbed the peace of the gang of dogs. Some were even frightened by his appearance. The one close to the head of the dog clan was sweating with fear. The guy in the black bike stood in front of the headman. Thoughts swirled around in his head. He knew what he needed to say, but his mouth came out with incoherent phrases. From the suddenness of Hong Jae-ho's appearance in this classroom, the guy in the black bike began to stutter. So it was decided that the freshmen had come here to fight with them. What else could they think in this situation, since fighting was a big part of their lives? They started joking that the headman thought he was the hero of the manhwa. So easily he decided he wanted to die, practically suicidal. Laughter echoed throughout the class. Maybe he had a bomb under his clothes if he was so brave. The jokes from those boys were never ending. It was time to deal with him with fists. Joyful Do-P was going to rush into this fight with all his might. But his joy and exhilaration did not leave him because his opponent was still very young. His hand seeped into every man's secret place. It seemed that there was something too hard under his pants that he would now find it extremely difficult to deal with. So they froze in an obscene position. The bald boy was amazed at what he had touched. The headman himself stood bewildered by his opponent's actions. All he could squeeze out was a small chuckle. His gaze was blank but interested. What was he going to have to do about it now? Jae-ho was too angry and said that it was too early for this brat to be surprised. Now he would show that he would be the real hero here. Let them wait. With a slight movement of his hand, he twisted the wrist of one of the bullies. It was hard to imagine the pain that could be felt from such an action. To him, the scrawny bitch was good for nothing. He wished he had been brought a leader. The little brat was already screaming in pain and his face was turning red. Screams began to be heard, begging for help. Everyone became insanely scared because he was so cruel. They even thought he wasn't human at all. The strong Nuna, who was cursing every now and then, came into the ring. This freshman was a lost cause to her. Did he really come here to say goodbye to his life? He didn't mince words and called her an old, ugly woman. She needed to look at herself, for it looked like she had a stick stuck up her ass. He offered to do the dirtiest of adult things to her. Such words made the hatred in her soul flare up. One had to look at the confidence he exuded, yet he was also annoying with his words. Gyu Chol himself was smiling and remarked that this boy was charming as hell. The girl exclaimed, "How can Appa laugh? Didn't he hear what she was just told?" One-Eyed admitted that he was in charge here and offered to fight him then. It was all a fun game to him. It was time for it to begin. It was suggested that the winning trophy should be this particular girl. Nuna herself was disgusted by this arrangement, and the young man was amazed at those words. A new student had transferred to Jin-Il High School to put an end to all Zodiac gangs. It was quite a bold statement on his part, but his dreams crumbled in an instant. Even though he had a good chance of winning, he ended up being beaten up pretty badly with blood running down his face. But Kim Gyu Chul crazily liked the look of this newcomer. Even though he couldn't defeat him, it was this person's stance that really caught on with him. To everyone's surprise, the head of the dog gang offered the loser to join him. He promised to make him a real wolf. And so, Hong Jae-ho became the best in the gang in his first year. He was honored with a tattoo to signify his affiliation with the gang. Shortly afterward, the group of hooligans discussed that little money had already started coming in from the first years. If they left it to Hong Jae-ho, he would do just fine. Dupier realized that his results were already great, but he scratched his head and wanted to tell what was confusing him about this choice of guiding. In his school life, he was a role model, the soul of the company, a helper and the girl's favorite, just a true class president. Now that he thought about it, he began to doubt it too. If you think about it, he was weird. If you looked at his life, it wasn't normal for bullies. The other was in agreement with that too. It was as if he was leading a double life. It was suggested that he might be selling drugs. Even the one-eyed ringleader realized that his minions were right. Come to think of it, this Ho Jae-ho had recently changed dramatically. But what really annoyed him was that he was starting to see a dead brat. He was terrified. His gaze was covered in a shroud of fear and despair. The soul of the dead had taken over the body of a living man, and this guy saw it. His face was covered with bruises from the fight. The bruises really stood out on his particularly white face. The student wanted to get rid of this obsession. He begged for the death of the man, but he didn't understand which one. The one who was already dead, or the one whose living body was in front of him. He grabbed a metal stick and shouted, "Die!" as if that would help him. A face covered in sweat and despair screamed in pain. A member of the dog community got up from the ground holding a metal stick. He swung it with all his strength and desperation in a future strike. The world in front of his eyes was already blurring and losing its shape. The one he hit was a freak, and the guy hated him with all his soul. The blow came to the young man's head and his world turned red. A fountain of blood spurted from the split skull. The guy couldn't move anymore and began to slowly fall to the ground. The student was bleeding out. His shattered body could no longer resist. His gaze was directed at the person he had been working with before. The boy fell and watched the world change around him. The noise in his ears was subsiding. Son Ian would be his son, the one he thought was best for him. He was able to let him go even in death. Now something incredible was happening. His precious son, who he couldn't even meet in his dreams. Seo Jung-sik was going crazy with these images. The souls of the dead mixed together. The son was standing in front of him. This boy was asking for forgiveness from his father, for he was the reason why he was having a hard time. He was sorry that the native man had to face this. The man cried and covered his face with his hand. He himself wanted to apologize to his boy. He was the one who thought he was to blame for such a fate. Daddy had always told him that everything that exists has meaning and value. He had memorized those words and conveyed that meaning to everyone, showing his kindness. But does Kim Ji-woo Chul have the right to exist? Now is the time to decide that. The real magic was happening in this abandoned warehouse. He would definitely take revenge on that bastard for ruining the lives of so many people. Even his iron pipe wouldn't help him get out of this trap. The girl walked among a group of masked guys. They all had bats and were hostile. As soon as she saw them fighting, she knew it was the end. She was here alone and completely defenseless. She was scared. She tried to walk slowly without attracting attention. The group of guys were crowding and gathering into a huge, dangerous pile of people. After walking the point further, she knew it was time to get the hell out of here. Need to do it in such a way that they wouldn't notice her disappearance, as if she wasn't here. The girl was tormented by doubt. She should have run away, but she was hampered by her own thoughts. Joe Samo, her boyfriend, was there. Even if no one thought she was her boyfriend, no one cared. She should have run away from here and started her life over, but she was too slow to think. Just as she made the decision to hide, she was stopped by a voice. The man was calling her by name, Park Ji-yul. He wasn't too nice to the girl, calling her a little rat. The girl knew who that voice belonged to, and her heart clenched in the grip of terror. Yaji was looming over the girl, asking where she was going. Did she really want to just run away like this and go unpunished for all her sins? The brunette continued to mock her former friend, who she thought had no shame or conscience. She had already gotten her ass kicked after all, but she still didn't get it. She had always relied on Kwak Ji-ho, and she was her right hand. There was a special bond between these two. They were fighting for their place in the sun. The girl moved determinedly into battle. There was no way she wanted to lose to her one-on-one. They needed to settle all their old issues. But who said she was alone? One wouldn't want to forget about Kim Da-hyun, who had already gotten into a fighting stance to save her new friend. It would be a 2-on-1 battle. At her new school, she really wanted to put her best foot forward. Since everything had gone wrong, the girl wasn't going to give up after all. The little girl decided that she had had enough of this. Sweat ran down her face, fear enveloping her body. She had to run before she got beaten up. What was going on here? If this continued, the dog gang would definitely lose. Samo had no choice anymore. His nerves were already on edge. It was necessary to let Puck and Bok go to the slaughter. These two huge boys now had to knock out at least a couple of chances for them to win. Only something went wrong. It was Samo himself who started the beating. 2 fists from both sides came down on the poor kid's head at once. There was no way he was going to die. They threw him to the ground and started kicking him. They were disgusted by the way she called them Pokemon. For that, they now wanted to kill him. It hurt so much, but he didn't remember calling them that. He just sobbed at being attacked like that, wanting to fall through the ground because of it. He shouldn't have called them that anymore, and after all, he was a full year older than them. However, such a build and numbers made it worth thinking about earlier. The 2 boys stood with their backs to each other. They were serious and wanted to already enslave these worthless dogs so that they would remember it for the rest of their lives. The artist spirit looked at these high school students. They looked little like humans. Their physical abilities were admirable and frightening at the same time. Their best quality was their strength. Kwak Ji-ho was angry and annoyed. They had already fought for so long, but there was still no end in sight. So there was a high probability that they would use grappling. It's a technique with grappling and knocking the opponent down. They were well trained. Yes, they were definitely huge, but very slow. The trainee knew how to move quickly and confuse the enemy. With enemies like this, it helped a lot. Speed was the important thing here. One had to hit his opponent as fast as possible. This way, his chances of survival increased significantly. After that, he had to dodge them. Then the fight would become one-sided. This boy's dancing was good for dealing with these thugs. Idols shouted to Yoo Ha-jun to be more careful. If they caught him, that would be the end of it. If he could still dodge them, it was difficult to land worthwhile blows. Except that the danger warning didn't help. The schoolboy found himself trapped in the hands of a huge guy. It was unclear where the schoolboy got such strength from. It seemed that now the whole gut of this boy would burst out. The skin of his face was already shrinking and coming out. His teeth could fall out at any second. There was one more thing that could help him get out of those clutches. Just one finger could bring him complete freedom. What was he doing? Trying to topple his huge opponent? No, that was definitely impossible. He thought he could do it in his weight class. That was right, Jae-ho wouldn't be able to topple him. Still, thoughts of the experience he had gained while he was still alive and working on the script were swirling around in his mind. Tai Chi. He knows that this technique of the elderly Chinese who gathered in the park for recuperation. But how could sports for old people help now? Yet Tai Chi techniques were designed for very close combat. Restricting movement allowed for good strikes. It was worth taking advantage of. If he rotated his wrist in this way, his shoulder would come up, and the opponent will try to return to his original position. He'll instinctively move his upper body. And so, if he shifts his center of balance to the pelvis and shoulder line, he can use the other leg to lift. All that was left was to turn it into reality. This great warrior was up to the task and was able to take down the huge kid like he was light as dust. What could be more beautiful than that? The defeated student looked like a child. He finally had a rival who was able to outmaneuver him so easily it seemed impossible. Following, of course, was a leg, which bent at the knee and went straight for his face. There was no avoiding the blood. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Ha-jun looked like a true hero and looked accordingly. Such a beautiful landing, and his self-esteem flashed with new colors. Kwak Ji-ho was next because there was one more twin brother left. It was necessary to deal with these Pokemon brothers once and for all. The other brother was already terrified of what awaited him now. He should have thought of his safety much earlier, but there was nowhere to run. With feet and hands, the two heroes dealt deadly blows to the huge apprentice. A lot of blood was spilled at this battle that could not be returned. At the end of the battle, it rained outside. The twin brothers were lying side by side after being beaten up pretty badly by the very skinny boys. Samo, along with his girlfriend, were on their knees, as was a group from the dog gang. They were all battered and the blood had yet to fully stop. Here it was a real gang of monkeys, or rather just good and friendly guys. They had managed to win this unequal battle. Now the dogs had to leave, and Gyu Chul himself was tormented by the ghost of the dead Seong Yeon. The character was begging that his spirit should not inhabit his body, the mere sight of it scaring him beyond belief. Jae-han noticed that there was something wrong with the lead dog. It looked like he had lost his mind. Kwak Ji-ho at this time was in contemplation. He quickly ran away and looked behind him, begging for help. Only he alone knew what or who he was so desperately running away from right now. The one-eyed boy got into the car that belonged to the intern's father. He decided to drive away from this trap. It was worth catching up with him faster so he couldn't escape. No one wanted to die, not even someone as despicable as Gyu Chul. He repeated to himself like an incantation that he had to survive, at least for today. He wanted to cheer himself up, and feeling that he was already rushing far away from that place made him feel calmer. Yes, He had definitely decided that he was going to move on. His plans had changed quickly. Looking out the windshield, something scared the young man to the bone. The fear of death settled inside this man. Once again, Sun Yen was closing in on his killer. The boy's spirit did not want to leave this world until it had dealt with the one who had taken his right to life. Now this boy, standing in the rain, had a better chance of winning a game like this where a whole life was the stakes. After death, he had acquired a desire for revenge. His pupils narrowed considerably. Maybe he had gone mad, but he didn't fully realize it himself. Or maybe he thought it was a real person in front of him. So he decided that he would kill this young man a second time. His foot pressed the gas pedal harder so that the collision would be as deadly as possible. Except there was no man in front of him, just a police car speeding across the street. Real people could have died, and he didn't see it. The police car was chasing the offender to stop him. There was no time to waste, but how could he not become an accessory to a big accident? Finally, Gyu Chul noticed that there was a police car in front of him. It was more correct to be afraid of the living in this situation rather than the dead. But it was too late. He tried to turn the other way, but something went wrong and the car was carried right off the bridge where the body of water was. In this revenge, it was necessary to take the bully's life. After a check that happened on the road, a suspicious policeman noticed a guy in a school uniform behind the wheel. Because of this, they performed a vehicle pursuit. The officer noticed that the pickup truck had its lights out. That was correct. Over the speakerphone, they asked the driver to stop, so they repeated this several times. Unfortunately, after those words, the car only sped up. After a failed turn of the steering wheel, the car hit the guardrail on the bridge and headed downhill. During the fall, the car literally fell apart into small pieces. This accident showed how dangerous it was to commit heinous acts, and that punishment awaits everyone. After that, investigations began. Naturally, Kwak Ji-ho was called in for questioning to find out if his car was really in the abandoned factory. The boy smiled and said that the officer was right. He got his driver's license right after his birthday and happily showed his papers to the policeman. He borrowed the car from his father and was going to meet some friends. He parked for a while and Kim Gyu Chul stole his car. That was his testimony. The smile never left his face. The clerk decided to ask if the student had participated in the intoxication test. He only said yes, because he was wearing a school uniform. But the officer couldn't understand why his hair had turned pink. It was embarrassing to change his testimony. Even because of the heavy traffic, it was hard to remember. The president of the company came to the company for a signature, in order for them to recycle the car. The manager stood with his head launched and his son stood in front of the seated man. Ji-ho continued to apologize to his father. There had to be some way to quiet this matter. There was no other way the boy would be able to deal with his enemy. The manager was scared every time he got into an accident. He was beaten up by his father. She should have hurried up and booked a place in the hospital. But the serious man only asked to release his son on the weekend for driving lessons. No one expected such a reaction from the president of the company. Shouldn't a father teach his son to drive? Priorities were drastically changed, which saved the boy from more injuries. In this situation, a stronger relationship developed between Kwak Ji-ho and his car fanatic father. The surprised boy only agreed to release his schedule. Ye-ji's father's realization after being hit by Kim Gyu Chul and only woke up in the hospital. He immediately questioned what happened to him and why he was here. Hong Jae-ho, who was possessed by Ye-ji's father's spirit, doesn't remember anything from the beginning until now. Seigo's new friends were sitting by his hospital bed. Of course he was very angry because they called him class president. From his mouth came insults towards his classmates. The girls as well as the intern listened and didn't understand how such a kind guy had the tongue to say such things. His style of speech changed and was more like a gopnik. The artist's soul continued to watch what was happening. Of course he wanted to help his daughter, but at the same time he shouldn't forget that they were taking someone else's life. The differences were visible to the naked eye. When he was possessed by a spirit, even speaking less formally didn't work for him. He often became embarrassed. The ghost remembered that as soon as he sneezed, he would leave the body he was in, so he tried to avoid it in dangerous moments. That said, the other father would apologize for sneezing. Then Jae-han would immediately switch and ask who was in front of him. This was a reasonable solution, although the other spirit didn't understand why the partner decided to bring it up. Yeji's father, even when he sneezed, he didn't lose the body he was in. From the moment Hong Jae-ho became possessed, he said that he was imprisoned in this body. Nothing could make him become a free soul again. One had to think about it. After all, it was very strange that he could never leave this body. It was as if he had been created specifically for the transmigration of souls. It was like he was under a curse. He suspected that death was preventing Yeji's father's soul from leaving Hong Jae-ho's body. It was very mysterious. Now he could see that it was true. It was a pity for the crippled guy, as well as his new friends. The relationship would have to be rebuilt. As expected, Yeji's father, who had made a contract with the Grim Reaper, who would later use him. Everyone had their own plans. Kim Gyu Chul, the office who injured this body in the fight, was now in a deep coma. His wounds were quite serious, and even if he survived, he would have to recover for a long time. Meanwhile, the guy who had the knife in his buttocks and the one who had stabbed him had fallen foul of the 12 signs of the zodiac and had somehow miraculously disappeared. These two were hiding behind the gang leader and using his power. They were pathetic pawns. Like dogs that lost their leader, they scattered. According to gang rules, those who are marked with a tattoo are considered the school's losers when they break up. Puppies echoed throughout the school. Because of her boyfriend problem at Dahiyeon's last school, she had to transfer. But this time, Park Ji-yul had to transfer. Who was spreading false rumors? She was the only one to ruin Yeji's reputation. She told about a girl who ruled as the queen of their school. When she was just a child, she was abandoned by her mother, so she lived with her father. Recently, her brother and then her dad died. But then there was the question of how on earth she lived and where she got her money from. Everyone she knew and herself had managed to read that horrible social media post. The worst part was imagining the actual humiliation this little girl had to go through to try to keep herself in a good position. Filthy but rich men, looking at how hard this child had to live, only for her to be quiet as she did their bidding. After the story about the schoolgirl on social media, all the students started discussing the situation. Some were shaken, some thought she was a horrible person, and someone even said that his hands were shaking from it. To those around her, it was dirty and disgusting. The fact that they were breathing the same air as her made them shudder. They always knew she was a bitch. What if the girl next to her was just as bad? Obviously, 2 boots to a pair. Like the loyal friend she was, she lambasted anyone who continued to spread gossip around the school. Didn't these students realize that they could hear them too? The girl asked her friend Saijong to eat lunch separately for now. To her, this decision seemed necessary, although her friend was willing to stand for her until the end. Before, at the window together with the girls, Jo Yeji always ate elegantly. Now, she is sitting in the loser's corner, thinks everyone will see her eating. Her life has definitely been turned upside down. Will she survive it? That's when Dahayeon appeared and was about to sit next to her. The girl thought she was crazy. Didn't someone tell her to sit here? But what about Yeji herself? Who told her to sit here? This is the place where she always ate alone. Whether the other is uncomfortable to eat, then let her go and eat somewhere else. In the end, it was just the 2 of them. So Dahayeon asked if her wounds were all right. The girl didn't lose her arrogance. She asked if the classmates were going to talk while eating. She shouldn't have crossed the line. Dahayeon fell into a stupor. Nothing was going to change this high school girl. Maybe it was for the best. This way, she would have more strength to deal with what was going on. She noticed that the pretty girl ate too little at lunch. She shouldn't have been so picky about her food. Almost all of the food was left on the tray. Seaweed soup purifies the blood, doesn't help the head work better. Those were the words her mother repeated before every breakfast when her daughter refused soup. A memory popped into her head of how, once at lunch in the school cafeteria, a boy from her class repeated the same words as they ate. It was the same seaweed soup. Why does everyone talk about him like that, while they don't eat it themselves? I guess it was a gimmick she didn't know about yet. A break began between classes. The students listened carefully to what they were being told. First, they would be checking all of their belongings from now on. The three intimidating men ordered all the students to return to their seats. This was Lee Jen-yong, who was 18 years old. He was from the support leadership of the 12 zodiac signs. His father's soul was watching through the window in the hallway. Some students were trying not to attract attention, and the who's who sat as if they had a teacher in front of them. Woo-hoo roughly understood what was going on right now. The guy was aware of all the events that were going on in the school, but he tried to keep a low profile. The 12 marks have a tradition of rewarding their group members every week, but so far, the second grade first-year class had been the exception. The reasons for this have been rumors. All the power in the class resides with Jo Ye-ji. Since the girl is under the protection of the head of the monkey gang, Kwak Ji-ho, therefore no one is hitting on the class. Is there anything happens in the class, then instead of Ye-ji, Kwak Ji-ho paying for everything? But since the monkeys broke up, the girl has lost her power, and the rule that the 12 marks shouldn't interfere with the class stopped working. The queen that protected their class stopped witch hunting and hid her fangs. It would probably end with them being eaten by hyenas. The state of affairs at their school was open to interpretation, as an animal world where everyone fought for their place under the sun. Because of this, hyenas came to their classroom. They ordered with an enraged look for today. All things worth 30,000 won were to be put on the table. This was truly insane. Everyone wondered why their class had to go through this. One had to pay or endure the humiliation later. A senior from the cheerleading squad approached one of the students. He asked if he was a basketball player. The answer delivered in a shaky voice. It was negative. Then came the question on what basis he was wearing the confiscated Jordans on his feet. For this, he received a fine plus 50,000 won for bad forgeries. The boy begged for mercy because he bought the sneakers only yesterday. For that, he got another fine of 100,000 won for obstructing an official. The boy didn't know what to do. It was hoped that he would be willing to step forward and fight back against this absurdity. But there was still need to find such a brave man. I've been seeing Chief Jae-ho for a few days now. Ha-jun, today, was in his usual sleeping state as always. There was no one to solve this matter. Recently, after the fight with the monkey gang, none of the elders contacted Ha-jun anymore. He was considered a crazy first year. This was a salvation for him. The kid thought he could do such a thing too. He asked himself not to be a weakling. It was impossible to give up. Now it was up to their class to protect Ho Shi-woo. That one stood up and turned to the sunbae who wasn't even a teacher. Although he thought from the same place, teachers shouldn't be doing this. In the representative's opinion, what right did they have to inspect their belongings, much less extort money from them? For such words, the boy immediately received a blow. He was considered insane. Such a person should get his brain straightened out. The boy continued to be beaten so that he would realize exactly who he was dealing with. They could not afford to let their authority be undermined. Classmates watched in horror as the young man was beaten. With a huff, the studio put his brains back in place. It didn't feel much like an educational institution anymore. Someone had already stopped being restrained. Watching and hearing others allow themselves to take control of other people's lives was unbearable. One of the schoolgirls stood up for her classmate. She asked Sunbae on what basis he was allowing himself to beat up another person. She also remembered to ask the boy if he was okay. It was necessary to support her comrade for the defense of the general class. Now the boy looked at the girl as his savior. Who could have imagined that it was the student who would take up this dirty deed? In the end, the girl was insulted, and also did not hesitate to hit so that all the desks around her fell down with her. It was a cruel sight, and the bullies thought that this class was also stupid. The hero asked his comrades what was about the topping test today, but they corrected him because topping was for pizza, and the talk should have been a dope test. Yeji stood in front of the gang administration representative. The man smiled and called her a bitch. Doesn't she still know the difference between shit and soybean paste? Maybe she really doesn't realize the whole situation. The man chiseled his head with his finger without looking, but only then realized it was the other girl. Da-Hin was stubborn and continued to defend her friend. Daddy saw what his daughter was doing, but he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't have to, even though it was scary. The right thing to do was to leave the grown-ups out of it. At some point, it was time to start asserting one's rights. Sol also abruptly changed his mind and decided that these guys would be corpses today. He exploded into the classroom and told the owner of the body the stupor was to act. Only in an unexpected way, the body of the schoolboy vaporized somewhere. All that was left on the desk was a trail of drool that had oozed out while he slept. Could it be that all these students had lost their minds? The bandits thought they were a league of losers who supposedly looked like a bunch of Avengers. They were just trying to protect their class. The intimidating man wore a weapon on his arm. He liked the idea, so he decided to become something like Thanos to them, and the iron was something like a glove. He had already gathered himself, but part of the training was pulling his arm back. That way, he could land his first blow. That's why the guys should have gotten more serious. Except his hair got caught in someone's hand, which was now holding him back. Now there were many more dissenters in this class who were ready to fight. The distraught foursome stood looking at the developing picture. They were not the first to be hit. The resistance was growing all the time, which was for the best. Anger gripped the man who never liked it when someone disagreed with him. Such people were very easy to annoy, which was why they were feared. The artist's soul went dumbfounded because he didn't even have to take over the schoolboy's body to put all the brigands in the school in their place, as always. The boy continued to hold the gang leader by the hair. He thought he was too noisy because he was keeping him awake. Was this sleepy kid the one who was hiding his power? Now the events were happening at Ha Ju-Yu's house. For some time now, he had had a reason to become stronger. He had taken to diligently training his body. He was a man in his first year of high school. Although it might be hard to believe lately, he had suddenly started to lose consciousness. During a walk, he suddenly became numb, and afterward, when he regained consciousness, parts of his body were very painful. Life had become an unbearable suffering. There was no explanation for it. He had also been in situations where high school students pulled him out to hit him for no reason. He was told on the internet that the only disease was his laziness, so he was advised to exercise more. It was the right thing to do. That way he could protect himself, and for that he needed to become stronger. Sports settled firmly into his daily routine. Thus he practiced all night long. Every time he was conscious, the training would resume. This explained his daytime sleep in class. Of course, he could sleep in classes as well. But still, it took a lot of strength to endure the daily workouts. His muscles were gaining on him. He wasn't sure if this was a good choice, but somehow his body was moving the way he wanted it to. It was making him confident. Finally, the moment had come for him when it was time to break out of this vicious cycle, to get his brain to stop shutting down at the most unexpected moment. In the past, he'd only had imaginary training. Would it work in life when a real fighter came up against him? The guy braced himself for a punch, but nothing worked. Right into his handsome face flew his opponent's hand, on which was attached an iron weapon. More blood was spilled. Everyone usually had to have some sort of plan. Except, unfortunately, right now this brave kid was being held back by the collar of his school uniform. All good things ended after the first blow. So the school bandit wasn't going to stop there. The boy was going to feel the pain again. He couldn't be limited by his superiority. Someone had decided to use the school's change of shoes as a weapon. The slipper was already approaching his opponent's head. It was begging him not to hit this boy. The irritation inside this man was growing by the second. This petty confrontation, I wasn't accomplishing anything. He swung his hand once again to deliver another blow. This fight for class independence could end badly for anyone. The bandit wished death on his opponent. Another slipper flew at his head. It was a wrong number on his part, though he got the first one in his face. It wasn't the end of the whole battle. Shouldn't they start round two? The boy's body would always be ready to support Da-hen's father's soul, and he was considered a complete fool because he wasn't going to give up. A Korean teacher who was 36 years old walked into the classroom. It hadn't been that long since the class had started, but for some reason he was having his first fight in class. The frightened man started asking the student who he was to invade someone else's school. Except this kid went to school here. Why was this stranger wearing their school uniform? Even though he said he had been a student since the second year of first grade, he was still politely asked to leave the place. The man started threatening that he would call the police if he didn't get out of the classroom immediately. The Korean teacher's actions were the right thing to do. The teacher was awesome, but also looked like an imbecile. That's how the first year of second grade was saved. The time was nearing the end of class. Now their new team was getting out of school. The girl was letting everyone know that she knew these second graders for sure. Maybe they had given up since they weren't looking for them after school. But still, the feeling of insecurity remained. With the finger of one hand, the schoolgirl was asked to shut up. As long as she spoke like that, no one knew when trouble would come. She could not know when or how these brigands might appear. One should not let one's guard down. The girls were puzzled. Had their classmate always been so quirky? The boys agreed to go home after walking all the girls home. As expected from Yoo Ha-jun, Yeji decided that this was confirmation that he was interested in her. These were the conclusions the girl came to. Da Hyeon confirmed everything. These boys were reliably protecting them. It was nice to know that this school had people who wanted to be friends with her. For the sake of that, she had tried hard. Their behavior was rather embarrassing, though. They had decided that it would now look like the real thing and agents from the school's security. It was a real punishment for them, as if the boys were making a video for the internet. It was reminiscent of a social networking video of people with long legs. They were communicating amongst themselves, telling each other that it was safe on their property. Only now the bespectacled man found a problem. The student corrected his glasses and made sure, riding off having had time to escort his classmates out, they faced danger. A gang of defenders of the 12 signs of the zodiac were already standing in the student's way. They were looking for them to take revenge for what had happened in the school classroom. It was already too late to run away from here. They considered them to be the real crybabies, and for a better attack, the ringleader this time decided to use a real knife. He decided to start the second round, only he didn't have time to use his weapon. A huge tattooed hand grabbed the man's head and sent it straight to the asphalt. Finally, his blood spilled out as well. The huge and formidable man asked if this place was like a kitchen, and why did he pull out a knife? The mighty number 3 gang, Kang Seok Gyu, had come. If class was over, he had to crawl home, and after that, study Kumong or something. Why then does he walk around and fall face down for no reason? They looked like real gangsters. It was the leader of the mighty gang, Kang Min-sik. He asked the entire crowd at once why they were staring so intently. There was no need to piss off the formidable men here. He suggested gouging out their eyes, or better yet, playing some kind of game where they had to smash everyone's heads in. Now these bullies weren't just scared. They were real middle-aged men. The crowd began to suspect that they were from a powerful gang. Others agreed with this assumption. They had to flee immediately and hope their faces wouldn't be remembered. Ha-jun began to thank the strangers for saving them. If they hadn't shown up now, perhaps a few school children would have died today. Except it was too early to rejoice. The 2 thugs grabbed Yeji by both arms and ordered her to go along with them. It seemed that more danger had caught up with them. The kid apologized but asked what right they had to grab Yeji like that. They couldn't just let them take her away like that. The girl herself noticed that this was the first time a classmate called her properly. Even in such dangerous moments, she didn't forget to sneer, even though she looked sad. Still, she told her friend that she was fine. Therefore, he shouldn't worry. Afterward, she pronounced that she would go with her uncle. Of course, all the classmates were surprised by this turn of events. So that could imagine that these thugs would turn out here relatives of this little girl. At that moment, the boy realized that he shouldn't have let Yeji go like this. She was led quite roughly. It was hard to imagine that this was her own uncle. To understand everything, one had to shift to the events that took place 2 years ago. At that moment, all the gangs of the 12 zodiac sign were thriving. Jo Yeji, when she was 15 years old. She was a sophomore at Bayman High School. At that time, she was blonde and was sitting on her phone as always. Park Ji-yul was already her friend at that time. I was in the same school. She asked how old her new acquaintance, whom she called Appa, was. Kim Ji-yu-chul said he was 142 years old. He was in Jin-il High School in his first year. They weren't the least bit shy about smoking and swearing. They spoke in a language that only teenagers understood. The bully noticed that the young schoolgirls were off the hook. The girl asked him again if he was really going to buy alcohol. He decided to find out what she would give him in return. After that, he asked to wait a little while for another character to arrive. Everyone wanted to know who it was, but he said they would see for themselves. They waited for the loser delivery boy who was Yeji's brother, Seung Ying. He apologized for his tardiness. He was all weary after his long journey. The girl looked at her poor brother but didn't say anything. But the hooligans ordered him to pour them beer faster, insulting him with the very last words. They told him to make it in 10 minutes and he walked for a full 30 minutes. This pissed the gang leader off. The guy was already uncomfortable. He was sweating all over. Since the atmosphere was ruined because of him, they told him to take charge. They kept mocking him and forced him to perform a song. Seung Ian didn't want to panic, but such humiliation wore him out good. They made him look like another clown. They kept saying he'd ruined their mood. He was smart, but he was a crybaby. What could he do about it now? The insults just kept pouring in on him like that. The queen of the school walked out to the center. She had been told that her boyfriend was about to be turned into mincemeat, and she was better off staying out of this bully Wednesday squabble. Their father was making them breakfast. This time it was scrambled eggs. He noticed with a warm smile that his daughter was already awake. Only, to his regret, she refused to eat breakfast. No one was able to hear any response from her. The door just slammed shut with a loud sound, and Seung Yen continued to eat the breakfast his father had prepared. Young Shik wanted to know what his daughter was so upset about today, so he decided to ask her brother about it. It was hard to raise children alone. The boy wasn't sure. She was in 2nd grade in high school after all, and that was a lot of stress for a teenager. Girls at that age had their own hang-ups. The man was uneasy. Yeah, his daughter was already in middle school, and he had her sensitive and he had suggested scrambled eggs. Everything in his head got mixed up and he thought he was crazy. In the end, to improve Yeji's mood, her father suggested going out. Sun Yen was in full agreement, and at this time, breakfast was already burned on the stove. They came to one of the establishments. The man good-naturedly told his children to eat to go. There were a lot of people sitting there who were also drinking. The daughter asked her father not to wear those clothes when he was off work. As a teenager, she might have been embarrassed by her father's unpresentable job. Dad apologized to her. The last delivery was just around the corner. It probably smelled like candy from him. Once again, she had embarrassed him. A guest approached the table and immediately apologized for what she was doing during their meal. But her grandchildren were starving. She asked for help from kind people while standing with a flower. Of course, Jung Sik was too kind and immediately said what beautiful flowers this grandmother had. His wide smile made everyone around him cheer. The man tightly squeezed the grandmother's hands that he had invested in before. He wished her good health. She tried to refuse. The amount was large for her. She was embarrassed and tried to return the money. But as she needed it badly, she accepted it. The old woman thanked the man who had helped her for a long time. The table was already set. On it stood a large frying pan with bacon, and around it were many small plates with various appetizers. At lunch, the girl asked her father if he had seen the news yet, but the man did not understand what he was being asked. She spoke softly. Her face was covered by her hair, which made her sadness more pronounced. She talked about all these bastards doing what the gangsters told them to do. She talked about her grandmother, who her father had just given money to. When her job is over, she'll drive away in her expensive car. Would her father really live his miserable life all the time? Young Sik covered his eyes and smiled softly at his daughter. He was a simple man, and helping those in need was not difficult for him. He tried to explain to his daughter Yeji about how everything in this life had a certain meaning and price. Suddenly, someone's irritated shout was heard. It was his daughter's angry shout. What she was saying was a grievous wound to the man. Yeji had called her father a fool who knew nothing about life, and she remembered that woman, the one who abandoned them. It was the cry of her soul that wounded her father more than any weapon. The girl stood up and silently took her things. She didn't even say goodbye to her father. After her sudden confession, she silently turned away from Jung-sik and walked towards the exit. He shouted and called out to her, but as long as there was an emptiness inside her, she didn't care. Everything that was going on in the man's life right now he considered as one continuous craziness. Jung-sik looked at his daughter leaving with great sadness and regret. He couldn't live the life she wanted to live, and right now he couldn't stop her. Their pain and gulf was growing. Sitting at the table, he kept repeating his daughter's name. After a while, Appa died. Son Ian was still very young. He was always smiling and exploring the world. His photo during the funeral expressed his essence. But still, he didn't get to know all the colors and charms of this life even now. Right now, there were 2 black ribbons on that photo. Jung-sik didn't feel like talking. He felt guilty about his son's death. He wasn't attentive enough to him, and that's why they're not at home now, but at the memorial center. He sits on his knees in front of his boy's picture and thinks about when he missed this moment. Bitterness and regret envelop his soul. His grief is something no one will share with him. He was in an empty room saying goodbye to Seung-young. His boy would never smile at him again. The weight of death rested heavily on the man's shoulders. He had been sitting for a very long time, and the candles were already burning out. The memorial room was filled with smoke. While the father said goodbye to his son, Yeji sat on the corridor. They were far apart even here. The wall that separated them was real. The girl didn't want to walk in and see the man she thought was also responsible for her brother's death, and so she could hold herself together and not cry. She sat in the hallway all alone. The loss of her brother had left a deep wound in her heart. Her face was pale, she hadn't slept in a long time, and the imprint of grief showed even through the hair she used to cover her face. She stared straight ahead and did not see as she was approached. The person who entered asked if she was Seung-ying's younger sister. A guy with pink hair approached her. It was Kwak Ji-ho. Without getting up from the bench, she raised her head and looked at him. What did this man want here? His hands were clenched into fists, and his body tensed like a spring from stress. Her lip was bruised with blood, but it seemed this pain wasn't as bad as the mental pain. Her long eyelashes didn't move at all while she looked at the son of the company president. What did he want to tell her? This was a very depressing funeral for her. Kwak Ji-ho's eyes were also hidden behind his long hair. His face, covered in bruises, was upset. He didn't know what to say to her. He was the only one who had come to Seung-ying's funeral. He was the only one not from that poor kid's family who came here to say goodbye to him. But soon Yeji had to prepare for another horrible funeral. Now the photo with the black ribbons in the funeral hall was his father's photo. With the same wide smile and face that radiated kindness and love. Now he was gone too, It was kind of crazy. The girl constantly pretended not to notice that her brother was being bullied. She constantly humiliated her father, who had a huge and loving heart, constantly treating him like a fool. And now she sits and cries. Bitter tears sting her face, reminding her of what a lying and selfish person she was. Time passed. Her apartment was empty. No, there were things there, but there was no life. She was so deep in her misery that she didn't care about anything, not even the dirty dishes. She was still a minor, so she could not be left alone. She was found by a man who had lost a girl himself. And suddenly, after all the grief Yeji had experienced, after all the loneliness she had experienced, she was found. But she didn't want to see that woman, even though she dyed her hair to look more like her. It was her mother. The girl was sitting on the floor of the dark apartment when her mother walked in on her. Yeji hated this woman with all her soul. She had abandoned her after the girl was born and was completely absent from her memories. Looking at the person that barged into her life, she wasn't happy. These were not the people who were closest to her, and she wanted to see them. This woman she felt disgusted with. She didn't want to hurt her family again, and then be alone again. She had to make the choices she had created in her life on her own. This was how the two outstretched hands were supposed to meet. Yeji began to refer to this woman as Mom. Dutifully agreeing, she followed her into her new life. They entered the house where the same woman resided. As they sat in the living room on the couch waiting, a man finally came down to them. He immediately looked at the new woman with questions. The wife told her dear husband that he was embarrassing with his appearance. Since Yeji was here, he should have covered himself. But he didn't care since they were now a real family. This naked man was the leader of the Strength Power Gang. He asked to call him Daddy from now on. That's how she started living together with this man. Now there were questions for the lovely Yeji. Why on earth was she lying to her daddy? Was her facial wound accurately formed because she tripped and fell? The number of people beaten by her daddy was about 1 truckload, but why did she tell him such an obvious lie? I mean, he'd told her not to hang around with such bad friends. I had to recall Dad's words about making mistakes. When Yeji makes a mistake, she should be punished, wanting to scream for someone to help her. While huge, sweaty men, wearing huge gold chains and tattoos all over their bodies, who the girls called Uncle. These horrible men were the ones who stole Yeji. They took her under their arms and led her away. She didn't come to school for several days. One sunny day, a group of school children gathered in a huge stadium. 2 girls and 2 guys were discussing something. You could feel the excitement in the air. One of the girls showed her cell phone. There was an SOS message from Yeji. The girl asked for help, but the other girl didn't understand her. The boy asked if she was still in touch, or was this her last message? The girls that were considered the school princesses and bullied the others now looked completely different. They were worried. Yeji hadn't looked at her messages, so something had definitely happened to her. Yes, and there was no way to call her. Woo-hoo adjusted his glasses and looked at Dahayeon and Sai-jung carefully. Could it be that Yeji's parents took away her phone and she was under house arrest? To him, that seemed like a very reasonable explanation for the girl not showing up for class. Though then why send an SOS signal? Ha-jun thought for a moment. Maybe someone knows who the missing girl's father is. After all, if you look at the people she called Uncle, they don't look like normal people at all. That made the guy very wary. It seems now everything is coming to what everyone was thinking. Se-jong pondered over the guy's words. She understood what he was getting at. She had thought about it herself, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. It was obvious from her tense face that she had information that she doubted, but eventually she decided to share the rumor. She had heard that the girl's real father was a gangster. Everyone amicably repeated the word gangster after her. It was her father who was involved in one incident of bloody scissors that happened many years ago. He was rumored to be the gruesome killer who had his hands covered in blood. And this man, who is rumored to be Yeji's biological father, came to the Yandong Po neighborhood club, where all the local gangsters were usually found, and destroyed everything and everyone there. This incident was rumored for a long time. Blood was everywhere, and all the people there were brutally murdered by a maniac with scissors. All the people were mutilated and disfigured. A mountain of corpses lay on top of each other. Saijong's eyes turned red. She was scared to even say it. Scary pictures of that incident appeared in her mind. Everyone said that Yeji's father had done it. With ordinary kitchen scissors, he had killed a huge number of people. Saying all this, the girl was terribly worried and sweat broke out on her face. Ha Jun and Wu Hu listened attentively to their classmate and stood there trembling. This story penetrated so deeply and made them terribly afraid and even stopped thinking about saving the girl. The guys were now talking about how they could wait for Yeji and she would come back on her own, especially since she was no longer a child, a grown-up girl. Their nervous laughter gave away that they were scared. But unlike the others, Dahayan was more determined. Standing up from the fan bench, she walked over to the guy who was already wet from the horror story. She firmly decided that the company of young men should visit her house. The boy wondered why the girl was so bold. In whom had she gone so annoying? And so the company headed to their classmate's house to check on her. Se-jong was drenched in sweat from fear. She knew that if she pressed the doorbell, the doors would open by themselves. She asked sure they knew where they were going. There was a bunch of doubt in her and she didn't want to go there. Yeji lives in a neighborhood where only rich people live. Tall houses with the same kind of fences stood all around. And among those houses, at the very back of the neighborhood, stood the mansion where their classmate lived, in the heart of the elite neighborhood. The house was almost glass. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows made it airy, and in the sunlight the glare played in the air. The student stood in front of the metal gate and hesitated. If it was really true that their friend Yeji was being kept in the house against her will, then it was unlikely that they would just be allowed in. Her mind was spinning with thoughts that they might be kept there as well. They stood so that they could see each other again. One of the girls, after listening to her friend, realized that their only choice was stealthy infiltration. Se-jong knew that there was a very serious security system here, so strict that it was most likely impossible. It was some kind of desperate situation. The student couldn't even imagine how they could get in there. So he simply asked the most knowledgeable person among them if there were any other options to get in. The longer they stood there, the more fear paralyzed him. His eyes searched for salvation, not only his own, but the one who now needed help. Since the owners of the house had hired a private security firm, no one but the maids would enter the house. These words were like a jolt to Wu Hu's head, and the thought was born that all the students needed to disguise themselves as maids and enter inside this scary house. It was time for the female student to tremble. Has this kid been watching movies, voicing such crazy ideas? Who would hire school children like them, even though they are high school students? They clearly have some pretty mature people working as servants. It's been decided that it would be okay if they didn't look like teenagers, tired of looking like adults and finding someone who looked like a relative. The whole trio turned and looked at Saijin. We caught one thought that this girl would be the salvation for all of them. What remains is to get her consent. A look of fear came over her face. She was afraid to admit to herself why they were all looking at her like that. Her face was twisted because the hardest job had gone to her. After a while, she was already standing in her maid's uniform listening to her being told the rules of being in this house. In all this time, she had not grown bolder. What the president valued most was privacy. Anything that happens here must remain a secret. Madame kept explaining to the new female employees how they should behave. The schoolgirl managed to pass the interview with the help of her mom's personality indication card. As it was, strangely they were asked not to touch anything. That said, somehow they had to clean up. Not even the smallest story should be revealed. If they violated that, they would be scattered across the fields of North, East, West, and South Korea, and they will have to search for their own body pieces. Kim Mi-so was from a security management company. She was the supervisor and a very formidable lady at the same time. She was the one to be feared in the first place. Se-jin was in a very uncomfortable position. She had to somehow keep herself alive by doing the job she had been given perfectly. And on top of that, she had to help her friend. After the rules of the job were explained to them and they were brought up to speed, they immediately had to put the whole house in order. The girl was swearing profanities as she tried to dust. She also had an earpiece in her ear that she could use to contact her classmates. Those impatient kids were already asking how I was doing and if she had found their friend. As she continued cleaning, the girls tried to discreetly reply to their friends. We had a report that she couldn't find her friend. Her room was found, but she herself was not in it. But there were a lot of strange things in that house. There are cameras in her room. She managed to spot her mother, who had bruises clearly visible on her face in places where her makeup was thin. And the strangest place was the studio, between the shelves in her stepfather's office. There were unusual openings. The schoolgirl had a good grasp of the area and suspicious things. As she continued talking to her friends, she found herself hearing people, except that her classmates didn't understand what she meant. Behind the student's back stood the madam. Would she really be saying goodbye to her life on her first day? She started sweating profusely from fear again. And the lady herself stood in her usual pose. Her body was honed and her gaze serious and focused. No one would be able to escape her punishment. The woman began to adjust her pantyhose, but at this moment she was very much frustrated. Every movement she made was very frightening and alarming. That because she said it smiling. Everyone thought they weren't serious either. Her hand was already reaching for her katana. Apparently, chopping her into pieces would be done right here. Madame felt that her words meant nothing to this girl. Therefore, she decided to resort straight to the punishment she had originally promised. It was worth recalling Papa's words about making a mistake. If Yeji makes a mistake, she should be punished. The man turned around because his wife had already crossed her arms to beg him not to touch the poor girl. The little girl herself was on her knees waiting for her fate. The woman tearfully begged her man to allow her to take her punishment instead of her daughter. She knew that she could not afford to let the poor girl be abused. He looked at his wife, who willingly entered here. He liked this submissiveness. A lustful smile appeared on the man's face. His maniac mind immediately switched. In his head already drew terrible pictures of what he would now do, and it excited him. On the floor were already lying prepared golf clubs, and the most important thing was the scissors. After a while, there was no trace left of Yeji's mother's sweet face. Her eyes could barely see the light. They were swollen from being hit and bruises could already be seen. Blood was flowing out of her nose and mouth in thin streams, and her cheeks were swollen from the blows from the clubs. Long hair was shredded and sticking out in equal wisps. Her clothes were torn. She no longer looked like a living person. The man was satisfied. He was already calm as he vented all his anger on his wife. Taking a lock of her hair with 2 fingers, he brought it up to his face. Covering his eyes for more deep satisfaction, the man, deeply inhaling their scent, he wanted to savor them to the fullest. But he didn't smell anything. There was no odor in that hair. He didn't expect anything more than that. He thought of his wife as a wilted flower that was no longer good for anything. Dropping his palm down, he shook them off his fingers like dust. The hair slowly fell to the floor, signaling the end of this horrible ordeal. The man turned away from his family in a masterly manner. Though to them they were like playthings to be bullied, he mocked them. As he walked to the door, he ordered them to take time for themselves to talk as mother and daughter. His robe and huge back smelled of sweat and blood. Yeji did not raise her head. Her face was covered by her hair, which was still intact thanks to her mother. She only asked her one question. She asked why she loved it. The woman with the bloody face turned her head towards the girl. She did not understand at all why she was saying such words and what they meant. The schoolgirl was crying. Her face was covered with old abrasions. Had this woman abandoned her and her father for such humiliation? These thoughts only made her feel more painful. Her father was so kind and caring. He loved them so much, even after all her abuse. And she, this woman, lived with such a brutal killer and endured all the humiliation. Yeji couldn't and wouldn't suffer the same way. She was not her mom. And so, gathering her strength and courage, the girl decided to act. She picked up the golf club that her mother had just been beaten with and began to slowly stand up. She tried to do it quietly, but quickly. The girl knew that if this freak noticed anything, she wouldn't survive. The schoolgirl decided that she would not be just like her mother. She grabbed that club so she could stand up and defeat her enemy sooner rather than later. Nothing would stand in her way now. A moment later, blood was already trickling down the temple of the menacing man. His face remained as emotionless as ever. Apparently, even such blows could not throw him off balance. All he did was touch the wound with his hands, so he decided to see if his head was bleeding. His long reaction was alarming. The next moment, the man decided to taste his blood. Sticking out his tongue, he licked a bloody finger. It looked generally disgusting. Then he turned to his stepdaughter. His gaze was frightening, with so much rage and unpredictability lurking in his eyes. Now he decided to ask the girl what she was doing. A few hours earlier, a car had pulled up to the security post. The guards immediately asked why these young men had come. They replied that they were here for pest control. The boys tried to remain calm, but it did not work out well for them. That is, they said that the pest control service ordered was in the center wing. This is even though their district has a contract for such a service. It seems that their original plan didn't mesh with reality. After they disguised themselves according to the glasses guy's plan and drove up here in his family's car, the guard decided to try calling the service. Looks like they're going to fail imminently. From the looks of it, two of them look like high school students. Just because they're wearing mustaches doesn't mean they won't get caught. But then the coveted permission to go inside is heard. Now they almost gave away their age because each of them tried a few more times to ask if it was really okay to drive through. The guys were actually very lucky because it was Sai-jin who picked up the call from the security guard. She relayed to them that the manager had ordered them to hurry up. A huge bug fell out in the room. The bespectacled man noticed that his friend was really worried, and it was making his body shake a lot, but also still wanted to ask when he learned to drive. In any case, their penetration into the townhouse succeeded. There were many houses located on a huge area. Each one was similar to the other. In front of the center wing, the boys hid in the bushes. Through the telephone connection, they informed their friend that they had arrived safely at Yeji's house. For the return connection, he asked what was going on inside. The maid went into a stupor. It was at that moment when her assistants arrived at the property. The evil madam discovered her. Just for starters, Equals never said anything with a smile. Excellent tried to ask her friend, who is next to her, and what is the situation in the house now, because it was very stupid to give up such questions, because if the girl is in danger, she is unlikely to be able to answer. She was caught by a woman who was the head of a security company, and this crazy woman took one of the balls that were hanging on the wall. Finally, the boy realized that his friend was in danger. Every now and then, the words about the importance of the katana were repeated. Of course, the brunette understood nothing. The sword is deadly, as they say. Whoever comes to us with a sword will have his face against the wall. Not thinking long, the bespectacled man jumped out of the bushes and ran to save his favorite girl. He shouted for her to wait for him, and he would come and save her. A swing of a katana was just passed by the girl. This woman had incredible speed, and this sword was so sharp it could cut through bone. After swinging the sword like that, a piece of the girl's hair was cut off. Her whole life seemed to flash before her eyes. She had just come here and had almost said goodbye to her life. In addition to that, a thin cut appeared on her face, but was deep enough that the challenge to minute blood seeped out. She could no longer contain her voice and started swearing. The maid started screaming and held her cut with her hand. The blood was coming so fast and hard that already her hand was stained as well. She couldn't believe that a real sword had been used against her. 3 years ago, around the time she had just entered middle school, along with the scattered sakura leaves. The girl watched the street with rapt attention. A judo coach had come to their class to introduce himself to all the freshmen. This was his way of promoting their section. I listened to him attentively. He was a third-year student and his name was Yudo Heian. He was 16 years old and the captain of the section. That's how she met him, that smiling man. Saijin looked at this guy and didn't notice anything around her. In this class now there was only him standing in front of her. The girl sat on her chair as if she was bowing down to the deity that had appeared. She could not move or breathe. Now this guy with a sweet smile existed for her. She felt with every cell of her body that she had fallen in love with him. Spring and the falling cherry blossoms did their thing. The wind played in her hair, her breathing becoming intermittent. First, love happened, which colored the world around her pink. She joined his club for judo classes. They practiced in a separate hall. The girl tried to be close to the guy and listened attentively to everything he said. At the first class, he thanked everyone for coming to him for training. His friendly smile drove Seijin crazy. Sunbei suggested that everyone create the fondest memories of these classes together, and so they started practicing. A few classes later, the schoolgirl won a sparring match with her teacher. In the first round, she put the guy on his shoulder blades. With strong hands, she grabbed him by the neck and turned him the other way. Everything happened so swiftly that no one realized how it happened. It was the first round. Saijin stood over Sunbei and looked at his face. The guy was just stunned by such an incident, and his whole look spoke of how much he despised the younger student. The surprise and shock on the instructor's face the girl would never forget. So she decided that she would never do judo again. After all, she had destroyed with her own hands any possible relationship between them when she whitewashed him in the first fight. Saijin pressed her palms against her face. She was terrified of what she had done. Excitement clutched at her heart. Such a promise she had made. But this crazy madam dared to point her sword right at her face. Therefore, it was necessary to use all her judo skills now. The kid had already flown in to save his friend. He started to ask the startup if she was all right, except it was obvious that she didn't need any help at all. Of course, she said she was completely fine, because the woman was already lying defeated on the floor. The boy was scared whether she was going to be all right. Seijin was pleased with herself. The girl in the maid costume was very angry. She thought that no one could afford to look down on a South Korean schoolgirl, much less mess up her face like that. At this time in the bushes, the brunette didn't know what to do. There were a bunch of gangsters in this house, so this was going to be dangerous. He was already imagining his friends being cooked for dinner. From behind the bushes, the gangsters could be seen discussing the roast meat. The ringleader asked the boys to go to the office and bring the big brother. All as obedient soldiers agreed to the order. There was to be an 18th picnic at the highest level of the power gang. All of them gathered outside. So guys had best get out of here soon or he would be captured. Only he thought of his safety, as a huge bandit already writhed over him. The bandit inquired what this stranger was forgetting here. There was nothing to answer. The boy sat with his head bowed and didn't know what to do. But he was asked once more what he had forgotten here. Of course, they used foul insults. The boy decided to think his actions out loud. If he had already gone to such a terrible thing, why the most responsible moment he could not utter a word? He began to take off his jacket and said that he had come to eradicate the pests. And those pests were these very thugs. One could say that this schoolboy was on his way to certain death. His opponents were unusual amateurs from the high school. They were real gangsters. Everyone turned towards the boy. Perhaps this celebration would end in a very different way. But would he definitely be able to win? Of course, he would take his stance and strain his face, but would he have the courage to fight a crowd of grown men who settled their affairs with their fists all the time? He clearly had no choice but to win. After all, besides him and his friends were in great danger, he still had to get rid of suspicion and save those who might be hostages. Children were in danger and he had to protect everyone. The first bandit who approached him was initially already preparing to strike the first blow. The kid wasn't so stupid and ducked in time. After he had dealt with everyone here, he would have to move on instead of sitting in the bushes like before. This strike on his part was to quickly save the children in the studio. An ordinary middle school student had now penetrated the real killer. The first blood was spilled. The healthy man fell to his knees and grabbed his stomach. The pain was unbearable, but the kid realized that he could win since even such a thug was unable to overpower him. But that's only as long as the enemies don't have weapons and don't attack all together. Although if you think about it, they were just regular old men. Sometimes in this life just works, authority, but not brute physical force. Everyone was distracted by the fight and completely forgot about the meat that was roasting on the fire. It was like a real fire had started. They wouldn't be able to eat today. The cook was already holding skewers. Kiva's menacing appearance and the animal blood on his apron spoke for themselves. Perhaps they were planning to cook this boy on the fire soon. The others, despite what was happening, continued to eat the kebab they had just cooked. Now a good fight needed to be refreshed as well, though some would no longer be able to do that today. The men for weapons took everything they found in the yard, skewers and forks. They were too formidable. One man's life was worth nothing to them. Someone decided to take up fire. Perhaps that way all the evidence could be removed at once. Of course, it was worth testing the work before using it. In order not to be unsubstantiated, the man took 2 burners at once and showed that he was serious. It was all fun for them. Could it be that this student had better run away from here? Johan suddenly shrank into a human body. All he could do now was to ask the Lord God for help. The most dangerous thing for him was to be attacked by everyone at once, and that was what seemed to happen. At the same time, Yeji tried to escape from her stepfather, but the crazy look this man had in his eyes terrified the girl. Even that club in her hands didn't give her confidence. The monster turned around and headed back towards his stepdaughter. It looked like she wouldn't escape punishment this time, but at least she tried to do something. In her condition, there was no way a mother could help her daughter. You could tell from her look that one more blow and she could leave this world, though the fear for her daughter was great. Suddenly, while the man was running, Nadi passed out and fell face down. The daughter screamed for her mom to try to hurry up, or else their enemy would soon get up. The girl immediately hurried. They would have to hurry and escape. Even though it was scary, she tried to stay calm so she would get a chance to get out of here. She ran to the door, but it wouldn't open. She wondered why she should ask her mother. She had come in here somehow, so she could do something about it. It was easy enough to get in, but you had to enter the correct password to get out. It was worth creating a safe place for the dangerous ones like that. The baby frantically started to ask if her mother remembered any numbers. Maybe the password was his date of birth. But when her mother had been taken here countless times, she had tried to escape, but never once had she been able to. It was a collapse. With grief and lost clothes, she fell to her knees in front of the door. There was no other way out, and they would have to stay here next to this monster. Mom decided to suggest that when this man woke up, they would start begging for forgiveness. After all, once he hit them a few times, he might forgive them after that. But the daughter wondered why her mother was living like this. If she left them with her father to live a better life, why so humiliate herself? After all, it is she who suffers in the end. But the woman still kept asking not to think too badly of this man. After everything he had done to her, how he had beaten and humiliated her, she still kept sticking up for him. Maybe if the woman had started living with her father, if she was poor and struggled like she used to, she would have cooked the abrasion. It's too much for her. Being more important to her now is that her classmates who look down on her can't afford that now. Because of the fact that she had the most delusional things, they looked up to her time and time again. Yes, if you look at Yeji, before, all of her friends were only around her because of her looks. That's how this world would work. It all depends on how you can present yourself. Mother doesn't even know what girls her age are saying, but it was still thought that weak people like them would be forced to live under the protection of men. Beauty said that it was wonderful if she chose such a life. She couldn't say anything to her mother about it. But then one had to at least have a normal life. Or wasn't she tired of living so badly every day? Somehow she tried to think positive about it. She's going for a nose job anyway. No amount of humiliating beatings could make this woman change her ways. She was also thinking of getting a breast augmentation while she had her nose job. She was not ashamed to suggest this to her daughter, but she naturally declined. Of course, her daughter had much more self-confidence. Before this woman had the nerve to say that could her creativity do without a prince on a white horse to protect her. She would have liked to continue the conversation about her youth. But the door opened. A small opening gave hope, and that and hope turned out to be Hajun. This hero was not mistaken and came for his friend. Immediately, the girl threw herself into the arms of her savior. She almost knocked him down, but she wanted to express her gratitude faster. Because even in the most dangerous situation, it was he who came for her. It was an embrace that gave her hope. She shouted his name and told him he was here to save her. The girl wasn't expecting him at all, but he came anyway. His answer was a disappointment to her. The boy hadn't come here to save her, even though the door had opened. That still didn't mean he was able to sneak in here on his own. In fact, he was understood too. The bulky man's foot shoved the boy into the den. The man called him a little shit. The little guy had to pull away and stand like a statue. The man was only worried about his master. The ringleader was already being given a compress to make him feel better. Despite his strength, he felt unbearable pain. On his temple you could see the congealed blood from the blow. They had stitched up his wound very well, so he had nothing to worry about. Sitting in the chair, he kept cursing at the children. They had ruined their celebration today. Now he was deciding what to do with his hostages. They were bound with duct tape and their mouths were taped shut. The school children were in real danger. Outside, the other gang members were discussing the younger man, wondering if he had overreacted to what had happened. He was so afraid that some school children might show up, so he made them stand guard. One of the men knew for a fact that he hadn't even gotten to eat a piece of meat at this company dinner. That was what was upsetting him the most right now. They soothed themselves by smoking. Their buddy was still lying unconscious on the grass. Sure, they had defended his tier, but it was a shame to go blind after the first blow. They watched and wondered what to do with him. It seemed that only a strangling attack would help in this case. They were ready to strangle a living person right on this spot. It was all grown up here. In the house itself, one of the bandits was now playing on his cell phone, so he could relax after today's incident, as long as he wasn't seen by one of the older ones. Even their games had brutal killings. By tapping on the screen, he would kill his virtual opponent. He'd say the words of death out loud, only apparently he wouldn't be able to finish the game today. Someone's silhouette appeared behind him. This house was still not safe for either side of this battle. His phone, which was running a video, fell out of his hand. He shouldn't have been so distracted. While he was trying to rest, someone was acting to save himself. A pile of exhausted and battered thugs lay in the house. Blood was everywhere and the furniture was dinged. In an instant, the chances of winning this baloney were greatly diminished. It was unclear which of these men had survived the fight, but they were definitely lying unconscious right now. There was someone else in this house, someone who had come to protect the students. Once again, the door to the secret room was open. Maybe this time, help had arrived for the students, although it was impossible to say in advance which side this person would be on. The hero gave orders to gather all the guys and tell them to take the tools. The underling bowed respectfully and responded affirmatively to all questions and suggestions. But before the man left, he met a man in a black suit. the one who had just beaten all of his boys to the point of being knocked out. He had a completely nonchalant look about him. He immediately started with insults and questions as to how this incomprehensible creature had gotten here, but it was obvious from the look on his face that he wasn't going to talk for long. Ha-jun looked questioningly at the uninvited guest. Was it really their salvation this time? Could someone really be able to do what he couldn't? Ye-ji exclaimed within herself. She couldn't believe her eyes because there was no way the person who was present here could know about their plans. Ye-ji really scoffed, for the man looks like his daughter spent her high school life as a sly cunt. That's why those high school kids come to rescue her one by one. Yeah, it was that Hong Jae-ho. Who would have thought that this kid would come here, and even with such a fierce look? After the recent events, he didn't want to see anyone around him at all. A little while earlier, in order to save Sejong, who was in danger, a bespectacled boy came running into the studio. After that, he saw who was truly in danger. There was the sound of gangsters approaching. The guys decided that they needed to hide first. They hurriedly hid in the study. They tried to sit as quietly as possible. The gangsters noticed that the head of the department, Kim Mi-so, was sleeping on the floor. Her face was red. They thought she had been drinking. They decided that they needed to put her somewhere and head back. The other guys needed to bring stuff to the big boss. From the conversation, the couple realized that their friend had been captured. Now they had to decide if they were going to go rescue him. But the girl realized that would be sheer madness. Would a combo of a high school girl and a bespectacled nerd be able to fight against these gangsters? They had to be sober about their chances of winning. First, they needed to lay low and scout the situation. That's what happened to them. It got incredibly hot. The honors student decided to offer his friend something from his clothes. The schoolgirl pulled him back from such strange suggestions. He found nothing better than to apologize and decided that he should have said the opposite, or else the girl should take off, something of herself. His head seemed to be working very poorly in the heat. The student decided that this boy had decided to leave here dead. He had to apologize once again for his silly suggestions to this lovely lady. Could they maybe come out already? It seemed quiet outside. They decided to open the door ajar and peek out. They simultaneously decided to look through the gap between the doors. This made them intimate, and they didn't even realize how their cheeks collided. After that, they decided to look at each other. But the girl decided to ask if he wasn't going to look away. She didn't like the intimacy that was emerging between them. Well, we apologized and said he would do it now. Except he started to close his eyes. What could that mean? Or had he misunderstood his companion again? The little nose was lifted upwards. The girl's lips were reaching for his, small, slightly open, peach-colored pads. They were slightly moist with anticipation of the kiss. Her hair was mussed and scattered across her face. Her eyes were closed so as not to embarrass herself or her partner, though eyelids and eyelashes trembled a little from excitement and anticipation of the soon merge. The guy and the girl sat across from each other. Their eyes were closed, and their lips were getting closer every second. Their shoulders touched the other's body. Heat flared between them. They were about to kiss each other passionately. The intimacy was building. But suddenly the lights came on, and there was no longer that magical atmosphere that brought them so close. They stopped without feeling each other's desire to be together. Standing in front of them was their classmate, Da-Hyeon. She was stunned to see two young people in the storeroom who wanted to kiss each other. The couple quickly came to their senses and realized what had happened. The two young men began to swear menacingly. They didn't want to be found in such a state after all. Everyone stood up in the large living room. Se-jin and Woo-Hoo-em stood with their backs to each other. They felt very awkward and tried not to meet each other's gazes. The girl asked her friend who appeared suddenly about how she got here. Da-Hyeon stood looking at her friends and thought about how this was all very bad timing. She had actually come with Ji-ho. A wave in surprise swept between the two. Did the girl really mean this particular kid? When their classmates were in danger, she thought she should inform the head teacher. To the maid, it turned out to be a little strange. Well, the bespectacled man understood that it made sense, except that Da-Hyun herself was a bit scared. Today, their senility was somehow unusual. There was no one to go. They would have to deal with what they had. This tall man did look strange for his usual behavior. His eyes were full of rage. The mood was serious. Ha-Jun was confused. Did Seung-yeon's father take possession of Hong Jae-ho's body again? But then why does it seem to this guy that it's not like that at all? The uninvited guest stood silently. He was once again asked to tell how he got here, since the usual request didn't work on him. The man wanted to use brute physical force, but the boy quickly caught that huge hand and did not let it hit him. The big man's washerman no longer had power over the students. Not only did he grab his opponent's arm, he decided to use his techniques as well. He had to duck a little to hit him right on the pain point. He landed blow after blow, but it seemed impossible to break through such a solid armor of fat. The schoolboy tried to be quick, and now the coveted blood came out of the formidable man's mouth. The attack had not been in vain, so he was able to knock a drop of blood out of him. But the schoolboy's watchful eye was also keeping an eye on the others in the room. One would have thought he had some sort of superpowers combined. The killer's animal gaze didn't take long for their ringleader to grab the scissors with his hands and stick out his filthy tongue. He obviously wanted to show this kid who was the boss. Only the kid had time to lift his enemy and defend himself with the help of his back. So the leader stuck the scissors into the back of his accomplice. After that, he managed to lean on the back of the defeated enemy to jump up and kick his main opponent. It was a stunning victory. But it didn't last long at all. This man was the most important man in his gang for a reason. He was able to put his hand out in time to protect his face from the blow. The scissors were still in his hands, which meant he could easily disarm his enemy to prevent him from winning this battle. Bandit tried to turn around so that he could be able to engage his opponent, but his opponent wasn't the stupidest either. He was able to dodge the blow. He twisted his arm so that it hit the man's apple of his eye. And once again, someone's blood spurted, and no one here wanted to keep a stranger alive. Next, he decided to use his foot to take his opponent to the floor. Right now, he didn't have the option of letting someone hit him to lose. Just like that, it only took him a couple moves before this formidable man had already fallen to the floor. He was only a high school student, but he wasn't the least bit intimidated by the adult thugs. Even though his opponent was already lying immobilized on the floor, he wasn't going to stop. The student grabbed him by his robe and extended his arm just enough to punch him once more with his fist. All he could say. It was only the words of death he wished for this man. Naturally, he would be sure to help that wish come true. Only it was the woman who wanted to thwart his wishes. She had already picked up the club that her daughter had used to harm the little boy. With one good swing, she was able to take down her opponent. What was going on in her head was beyond anyone's comprehension. She was now defending the man who had beaten her. The girl's mother immediately ran to her dear husband to tell him to hurry up and run away from here, while the little schoolboy was lying unconscious at this time. The man, naturally, did not appreciate the act of his beloved wife. He insulted her and hit her so that she would finally let him go. Now he was interested in other things. The woman fell down again and hit herself. Somehow she couldn't realize that she was helping the wrong person, but she had already made her choice. He grabbed the scissors again and asked his rival if he had ever killed once. Before entering here, he had no desire to find out who his opponent was. There was no counting how many scumbags he had killed. It wouldn't be difficult for him to add to the number of his victims using those sharp scissors. But today, old age wasn't going to die. His hands were still capable of holding back the man's blow. As vicious a thug as he was, the guy still had strength. The resistance was persistent. The adult bully in them had enough effort to pierce his head with his weapon. The young man, staunchly defensive. You think a man who kills is scary. Now such a one is in a position where he can't stand up to the younger generation. The point of the scissors was right next to his eye. The guy continued to smile evilly. The most frightening and dangerous is the person who doesn't die. Back then, Seo Jung-sik was telling him that he thought he couldn't leave this body. It was like there was some kind of curse on him. It might have been strange, but the fact that they had settled into someone else's body was no less strange. The other soul couldn't figure out what other curse they were talking about. But the more time the spirit spent in that body, the more it forgot who it really was. As time slowly passed, he felt his soul dissolve. And the time he is in darkness becomes much longer. Things got even more confused. Against his will, the moment he closes his eyes, only then did he manage to be convinced of who he really was. These were the kind of reflections he shared with Johan's soul. One could endlessly ask who he was, Hong Jae-ho or Seo Jung-sik after all, or was he neither of them at all, or was he someone else altogether? Only Jae-han realized that Yeji's father was no longer there. It was very dangerous to continue like this. They were still bound and there was no way they could fix this situation. The soul artist realized that this disciple might kill someone, so he urgently needed to prevent that from happening. This person was completely lost in this world. This person wouldn't stop teasing the man. Wasn't this bandit the one who said he had left a mountain of corpses? Now it was necessary to put his life on the line. With a deft movement of his hand, the boy flipped the scissors in the man's huge hands. Now the point of the blades looked straight into the face of the maniac. The young man seemed to have no fear at all looking at what was happening right in front of his face. After all, those scissors could be in his head. Then the boy started to act even faster. He squeezed his legs around the killer's neck. He squeezed it so tightly that he couldn't make a single movement. A little more, and with his knee, Hong Jae-ho hit the maniac in the cheek, breaking a few of his teeth. Blood was pouring out of the man's mouth from such a blow. He hadn't expected such a backlash. His legs relaxed their grip and the man weakened. He raised his head and began coughing up blood. His head was shattered. The searing pain made his eyes grow huge and ready to fall out. This fight could cost him his life, and this time he was the victim. The man staggered and started to move away from Hong Jae-ho. The pain was spreading throughout his body, and he was having a hard time keeping control of it. In a half-bent state, he stopped. Meanwhile, the guy started to get up from the floor. Now he wasn't a victim. He was a predator. While the man was getting a knee to the face, there was a scissor kick to the chest. The guy was so strong that he managed to shove the point right into the man's body. And now the girl's father was bleeding. The blood spurted even more after the man pulled the scissors out of his body. Ha-jun looked at what was happening and couldn't believe that he was seeing such a situation live. The scene with the scissors affected the guy so deeply that the sounds disappeared from his head. All that remained was the sound of his heart, which was slowing down from shock. The man fell to the floor with a clatter. Blood splattered in all directions. His wife covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming. She was still sitting in the corner where just a short time ago her husband had beaten her. But now there was more blood on him. The man lying there was dying. The look on his face was frightening. It felt like there was nothing human left inside of him. He heard his name being called, not distracted. A woman was begging to be saved. Already completely exhausted, she begged for a chance at life. Inside her, things were rapidly shifting. She continued to beg for help, for she was suffering because of this man and his abuse. She was now saying that she was just a victim. Even her face, now so swollen from the blows, was because of this man. Without remorse, she continued to ask for help. What pride this woman had was gone. There was no way the anger could leave this boy's body. All he said was that she hadn't changed a bit. Of course, she couldn't understand what he meant. Previously in their family, the husband would always interrogate where the wife was going to go at such a time. She would only reply that the girl might go out at night. After all, shouldn't she only have to cook at home and raise the children? Although it was not about that at all. The husband did not know how to influence his dear wife. If she wanted to go out at night so badly, didn't she think the man knew who she was going out with? She only snickered. After all, a scum who couldn't handle the responsibility of just one family. At least he could guess at something. He couldn't pretend he didn't know anymore. The anger had taken over him completely. If his wife is telling him to live like this, that's the way it's going to be. There was a conflict in the family that brought them to a bad end. Sun Yun understood everything, but covered the ears of his younger sister Ye Ji, who was not even 2 years old yet. The mother's excuse was that she was doing it for the sake of their daughter. Needy continued to insult her husband, believing that he had as much ability as intelligence, and in the end, she thought he had nothing good. Did he really think the girl was his daughter? Those words took the man by surprise. How could she, being married, do such a thing or lie? No matter how much time had passed, even if she had completely transformed her appearance, she was still the same woman she was before. So he decided to get even with her and finish her off. The classmates didn't want to let this spirit act like this and kill an innocent woman. Even though he was tied up, he tried to get to his feet to push it away with his foot. Thanks to the fallen scissors, they were able to, at least a little, cut the duct tape they were bound with. With his foot, he was able to hit the spirit's neck, except that the vicious tormentor knew no bounds and turned to the schoolboy as Da Heng's father. He took his foot in his hands and was about to explain what to do next. He and his son Seung Yeon stayed here to protect little Yeji. Jung Sik had no pity for Da Hyun's father and fought in such a way to kill him. He was completely starting to forget why he came here, but in doing so, he was doing as badly as he had done to his son when he was alive. Now he didn't hesitate to beat up an innocent man. Even in death, he was driving his children to despair, and his daughter was already standing up and defending her classmate. Even she realized that no matter who he was, he couldn't do that. That's why he didn't go to the other world but was subjected to this curse, and no matter how much he was yelled at to stop. Right now he was willing to hurt. Even his own daughter, Ye Ji, pleaded for him to stop now. The girl was crying and calling her opponent father. This made his Nameyig think about what was happening and froze in anticipation. That body, independent of his will, moved recklessly with itself. Then, the one who was most likely controlling the body directly was probably Ho Jae-ho right now, but it also looked like it wasn't him. Who was using his memories, moving, talking as if it was his other side? But who would be able to stop these reckless acts? Inside, the soul was telling itself to stop, but it couldn't. The man heard Tashiri's words and couldn't believe she could see her father. The girl begged for it all to stop. She said she was completely fine. She and her father just needed to rest peacefully now. Nabadi didn't seem to be listening at all, and no matter how much everyone begged for it to stop, Dahayon Na was still in the tenacious hands of this boy who continued to strangle her. Screams rang out inside this man. He sobbed and begged not to kill his daughter. Despite the heavy resentment, he couldn't end it this way. Now the hand of some ghost pressed the pause button on the remote. There was a stop to this incomprehensible reality no one could understand. It was enough to see good people do nothing but die. A man I knew sat there as if in a movie theater. What was happening on the screen was so brutal that he couldn't watch it anymore. Although all it showed was the character's life after death and their desperate zeal to help their children. Busha the deliveryman saw who was behind it all. Now their lives and souls were just being mocked. It was all like a huge movie that failed. It all went wrong right after his funeral. At the time, he was standing in front of his picture at the wake. It was worth it to just die and forget what he had done in his lifetime. To this day, the face of this stranger was still not fully visible. He sat in a big chair and smiled. It had been a long time since his death and their last meeting. He turned to Mr. Deceased, who was kneeling before him. That meeting was destined to happen now. It was the right time to sort things out. Once again, the man asked for help. His body wasn't listening to him, and his daughter was in danger right now. That's why he couldn't go anywhere without his influence. That's why he had told them earlier. Such requests made the man start to get annoyed. He bowed his head and brought his fingers to his nose. Was he not comfortable with this kind of talk? There was a reason he had to ask them again that time. For if he refused to come with us now and stayed in peace, what will happen will be absolutely indescribable. It will be a painful time for them. They would end up being trapped there forever. So he asked again if the soul planned to stay in this world. Well, the ghost felt it should find out the truth about his son's death. Yes, and his daughter was left in this world that needed to be saved. So he wasn't ready to leave this world. It wasn't anyone's fault that, without understanding the terms of this deal, they had agreed just because they wanted to solve the problems of the living. Did they really think that this stranger would leave them in this world without a reason? Now he's bound to start revealing some secrets. Out of nowhere, a drum appeared, and the man began to beat the rhythm. Now he's about to reveal a secret. What is their curse? Mr. Late Seo Jung-sik will kill his own daughter with his own hands. The curse given to Mr. is not his absolute curse. He decided to end his story with a dance. The dead man didn't understand what it was all about, but for the stranger, the feeling of a father holding his daughter's neck and feeling the warmth slowly fade away, it all goes through his hand, and he asked to keep that feeling, in a state where he can't die or horse around to experience that for ages. Thus he wanted to make him suffer for eternity. I had forgotten so cruel and heartbreaking, at all, that all he could do was talk about crying while he looked like he had just seen some kind of comedy. The soul got very angry and wanted to kill this stranger. After all, what was the point of this evil? He cried and questioned the meaning in this action. That's what he was doing right now. As he longed to kill the one who had put the curse on him, all his anger shifted to the side of his daughter, who was in mortal danger. The spirit just waved his hand. I know they can kill her slowly, but he was actually quite impatient. The soul kept asking for it all to stop. Magnanimous, he could show some mercy. There was no way the snide smile could slide off his face. No matter what he said, it looked like a complete mockery. But here he was saying that he was giving this man another chance. After Jung-sik heard that, it was as if he had forgotten himself. Would this all finally stop? But what will it be about? To transfer the curse of this ghost to someone else. There's a price to pay for everything in this life, even after death. So the father and his daughter will be freed from the curse. Once again, this man will make a choice based on the moment. That said, the past choices led to this very thing. The stranger looked like a television salesman and said it was a pretty tempting offer. It looked like it was worth agreeing to. It was all like fun to him. He wanted to sing and dance. And quite by accident, he remembered that quite near them there was some other dead person here. It was a very important character. It was Father Dahayon himself. This was how a man could give his curse to an innocent soul with his own hands. The stranger didn't seem to care who was involved. Mr. Seo Jung-sik's curse was the murder of his child, Kim Jae-han, who was right there. Would he be able to make the exchange? This time it was really better to think about it. Could one see the joy on this man's face? Would he really be able to shift his curse? And what would his real choice be? Jung-sik said no. His soul asked Da-hyun's father for forgiveness. Because of his desire to protect his children, at some point he had doubts, and as a father he truly regretted it. The man wondered, wasn't this a sudden answer? Why did the soul come to such a decision? He wanted to know the reason for this answer. Ye-ji's father is standing in the teacher's room in front of his daughter's teacher. The reason why she invited him to come here today was because they were doing a school blood test. It was obvious that the woman was worried, telling all this. The girl's blood type did not match her father's blood type. But the man, smiling, stopped her. He knows this very well himself. After all, Ye-ji was the child he nurtured with all his love. Yes, he wasn't her biological father, but the real parent is the one who raised her, not the one who conceived her. That didn't seem to bother him at all. She was his daughter. The man asked the teacher to keep this information secret from Ye-ji. He didn't want the girl to know about his blood type. She might understand him ambiguously. Living without a mother, with one father who didn't have much. It must have all brought her a lot of mental anguish. You could see by the look on his face how much he was worried about it. knowing that his daughter was going through transition and it was a very difficult time for her. He wouldn't want to cause her any more suffering and torment. This information was too much of a burden on her heart. Yeji's father had a complete change in his face. There was no trace left of the smiling man. A gloomy shadow fell on his face. As the conversation took a very serious direction, the man and woman sat down opposite each other. The man bowed his head to the teacher and asked her to keep this truth from his daughter. The woman, listening carefully to his words, remained silent. It was so stupid because Yeji was not related to him by blood. The little girl had learned this back when her daddy came to visit her at school. There were no blood ties between them. If he did what he was destined to do with his own hands, blood other than his runs through her body. So killing contradicts the curse. The stranger suddenly told him to pack, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. Thus the soul passed the test. The body of an ordinary schoolboy suddenly collapsed. His strength had left him. No one knew what was really happening to him, but it was a blessing that his daughter would live. By this time, the rest of the students had already rushed into the classroom. They were terrified and wanted to save their friends. In their haste, they asked if everything was all right. Sai-jin Azu rushed to her friend. She was checking if she was okay, slowly, her body wounds. Yeji started jokingly asking what was wrong with her clothes. Was this really her hobby? The bespectacled man ran up to his friend. He asked him to wait a little longer and he would release him. Ha-jun was clearly not well in his beat up and he was unconscious. Babe sobbed and said what a relief it was that her friends were safe. She hugged her friend, and so said everything was going to be okay. They were insanely happy to see each other, and there was no way they could separate their embrace. They were grateful for each other no matter what. It was finally over. Dahayeon was the only one watching. She didn't run to anyone, didn't ask anything. Everyone scattered into pairs and tried to help their neighbors. But still she smiled because it was the best moments of her life. She had finally made friends and could help them no matter what. Some to the fact that she missed her daddy so much. Their baby girl could smile so brightly again. No one had ever seen such a smile on this girl's face before. Daddy was sorry he hadn't had the opportunity to bring a smile to her face for such a long time, but he could finally look at his daughter with a smile. As a child, Yeji said that she loved Daddy more than anyone else in this world, and she loved everyone else in the other world too. So they used to walk together outside and enjoy life. Oppa told her that when they die, they will live in the other world. So even if Appa dies, his daughter will still love her father the most. Now Daddy too in this world and even in the other world loves his daughter. Now he could confidently leave this earthly world and know that his daughter is smiling again. Yeji's stepfather, Kang Sung, the connections and power used by him all this time, having received confidential information before announcing the plans for the city's development, it was revealed that he was profiting from the illegal real estate trade. The girl's father would provide the Cossacks he secretly collected from the police. Thus, he was detained under police investigation. In the process, some of his gang members betrayed their organization and disappeared. All wanted only to save their position and not to go to jail so easily. But the first person who betrayed Kang Seong and disappeared was Yeji's mom, and also his spouse. She was saving her life, as always. No matter what happened in this life, she survived in any way she could. And so the girl was abandoned by her mother for the second time. But it did not touch her feelings. Now she was left without a family, but she seemed to have gained something more. Finally, this girl is no longer alone, and having lost her home in just one night with only a small amount of money that her father had left behind when he passed away, she had a fresh start, and now she was already in her new place and with her classmates sorting out her belongings. She thanked him for doing so much. Well, what's going on? The boy thought as she called everyone to move the luggage. He was strong, though, doing all the work himself. Why did she only turn to him alone? She only asked if it was hard to do it alone. It was really hard, and he was hungry, though he real reasons she obviously didn't want to say so easily. Fixing her hair a little, the little girl asked if she could make him something to eat. She had to thank her real assistant. It wasn't just a cute encounter anymore. Two teenagers were sitting in a sidewalk cafe, one of them writing comments on a webtoon. These guys don't understand each other much, and one of them only cared about his phone. Ha-jun had such a hard day today. So on what basis was he being fed ramen? The traveler looked at him questioningly. He just doesn't want ramen. The chopsticks hit the table. Yes, he doesn't want to eat it. He wished the girl would buy him some beef. She also let him check with her to see if he was sure he wasn't going to eat it. If so, he could just give his portion to her. After making such conditions, he grabbed the chopsticks back, winding the noodles on them. He needed to eat them quickly before they swelled up. She wouldn't mind buying something better herself. But rent, utilities, entertainment, and that wasn't all she had to spend on. She had to start saving money from now on. The way to live was a part-time job. She needed to forget about her old self and start a new life. How charming, he decided to ponder, if he would be a father with a daughter like her. He'd be proud for sure. To her, the phrase sounded like coming from some old man. 3 minutes later, she decided to say some crazy thing. She felt like she had met her dead father. When Jae-ho was choking her, he looked possessed by something. When she almost lost consciousness, at that moment she saw her father's face, her failed dad. In order to raise her and her brother, he had suffered and left like that. But how cruel she had been to him, she only realized after he was gone. Perhaps it was because of the one that she felt so much regret. So she asked the guy to be nice to her parents while they were alive. She decided again that she was talking nonsense. To Dogi, she said it was something trivial and the boy better forget about those words. But he stopped her because he had met Mr. Young-sik too. He had only come to his senses a little and could only hear the voice. He heard the conversation and how he was apologized for making such a difficult choice. How he asked his soul not to worry and sleep peacefully. Ye-ji quickly thanked him for walking her all the way here. Ha-jun, a little taken aback, spots could have walked her straight home, but she shouldn't have only had to walk across the crosswalk. A mom and her daughter were standing nearby. They were discussing a new word the daughter had heard on the internet. They looked quite cute as they discussed some useless things, and Da-hyun's father thought about the time when his daughter was like that too. Ye-ji noticed that her classmates seemed to like children a lot. Then he could fool around with his daughter normally. The girl decided to utter the words about how the boy should love his wife more than anyone else in the world through a cough. These were hints that embarrassed her. The light turned green for them to go to the floor, so they said their goodbyes. The little girl was about to cross the road too, but she noticed something dangerous. It didn't take long for the young girl to run out into the road to save the little girl. We had enough, and I managed to carry her to the sidewalk. The crazy delivery guy didn't even bat an eye and kept driving on. They ended up on the sidewalk. The little girl was just in shock. Her mom was running and asking if she was okay. Of course, and the students ran to their friend. Our hero got angry and decided, drink about the troublemaker if he wanted to stop here. Should have bothered to at least apologize. But this bully stopped and looked in the direction of the shouting man. From his gaze, it was obvious that he didn't care at all about what he would do. He thought these people were getting in his way, and now some stranger was picking a fight with him. Jaehan decided that this delivery man was a punk. With anger, he said, "Hurry up and apologize to the people he almost hit." Had something really happened? Was now really the time to apologize? For him, this was the time to pick a fight. He put his palms into fists to show who was in charge. And you couldn't go a day without fighting. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything because the first blow hit him on the nose. Blood immediately spurted from there because the collision was too strong. This bandit went to his base after he was beaten up on the street. The ringleader said he was ruining the look of their circle. It was the 12 signs of the zodiac again, and this gang was horses. Representative Choi Dal-bae. The culprit was on his knees and apologized. He was asked why he tried to kill a child, and afterward he received from the one he attacked first. The guy with purple hair threw down. Did the one who attacked him film what his attacker was doing to him? He was from the same gang and his name was Yoo Ik-hyun. It was all on his cell phone. You could see Ha Jung's face there, asking why that crazy guy was lying there with a phone in his hands, because he needed to hurry up and apologize to these people. The bandits noticed on the screen the guy who single-handedly took down a clan of monkeys. This bully definitely met with a crazy first year. It was worth it to know who one was going to fight with, but he was ill-informed on the matter. Choi Dao-bae told him to put on his helmet, but the man still asked again because he didn't hear, although if he had to repeat himself, it would get much worse. Therefore, he obediently put the helmet on his head. After that, a huge iron pipe flew directly at his head. This was how they punished the wrongdoers. They decided to set things up so he bled because he fell off his motorcycle. They couldn't let anyone know how his injuries really came to be. Only a real lunatic would talk like that while beating up someone lying down. But the perpetrator was still begging to be saved and was taking all the blame. Ma Dong-chul from the Horse Clan, the 12 signs of the zodiac, appeared. He needed to maintain his authority, so he ordered everyone to start their engines. A freshman couldn't be allowed to lose his mind after becoming stronger. On a normal school day, the kid was on his way to school. He walked with a measured gait on this sunny day. In general, there was nothing to portend danger. The girls also met on the way and looked at each other questioningly. Da-hyeon decided to say hello. Yeji did the same in response. In another moment, they both saw a motorcycle rushing into the area. It was clearly for a reason. Therefore, Yeji shouted to Hajun to hurry up and save himself. Behind the guy, danger was already waiting for him. The helmeted man on the back of the motorcycle had a huge bat and wanted to bring the guy in at speed from the back. Everyone could see exactly what was about to happen, but Da-hen decided to shout out to the guy that there was gum on the road. Her friend strongly did not understand such an act, but it actually managed to help because he immediately ducked down and the impact of the bat whizzed past him. So everyone realized that he was more worried about his shoes than his head. In the end, the bandits left with nothing. One of them turned around and realized that they had failed their mission. The situation had turned out to be rather stupid. Yeji was of course glad that he wasn't hurt, but the situation seemed rather ridiculous. Could it be that he didn't realize what just happened at all? Right now, he was thanking the girl for saving his shoes. He was so tired that he started walking on autopilot. You could see some changes in him. It was worth wondering where he got those Travis Scott collector's sneakers. Maybe he got them from a bargain shop or he must be really rich. In fact, to him it was like some god had blessed him. He wondered if this girl was into shoes too. Maybe she'd like some of those too. Of course she did, but the cod piece would let her wear such a thing. She thought she was a bit spineless. But Yeji noticed that something about the two of them indicated their closeness. She hasn't had any money lately, so she just looks at something beautiful. Yeji's mind went into thoughts about whether Hajun was interested in shoes before. When she was chatting with him, she didn't notice anything like that. Now she was sure that shoes were something that only these two understood. At this time, the bespectacled man decided to start the stream. Of course, the viewers he had a little about the comments expressed all displeasure. The boy continued to be cheerful, though. He said hello to everyone and said that he started the stream while he was going to school. The comments asked him to do anime about reviews like before and called him a loser. This year, a lot of people took delivery jobs to make money, and the novice drivers who went here recklessly are minors, students, marches with little driving experience, but with no knowledge of the rules of the road. He explained that their ignorant behavior could lead to a terrible accident. Some kept laughing at him, but found those who support this conversation. Their sins varied. Some drove in the oncoming lane, driving through a solid line or running a red light. They covered license plates with different things, drove around with dirty, gummed-up signs. They also glued on reflective tape. They'd paint the license plates, and sometimes they'd drive around with no plates at all. They tuned pipes, suspension, and added lights. These people would steal and spruce up what they had to deliver. They could even afford not to wear a helmet, squeaking wheels, changing positions, using crosswalks and accelerating. There really was a lot of everything. In return, he'd like to pay social justice by filming these violators. That way he would give them shock therapy. Some felt he was only doing this out of reward, although the boy offered to do it along with his subscribers. But people didn't like it at all that he didn't read their posts asking for reviews on anime. Flipping his camera over, he started filming those who crossed the stop line. Anyone can become honorable. You just have to make up your mind. Some in the comments thought he was the narrator. There was even footage of them using the sidewalk. Where's the reverse traffic? What's more, they were helmetless. Oddly enough, more and more people started getting into this broadcast. I wonder how much money he could make if he became a hunter. The bespectacled man was showing a sign for everyone to be quiet. The ether had exceeded 179 people by now, even though they had started with 4. Now he was showing illegal enhancements, and he also saw that some didn't have license plates on them. Now the viewers could see that he was in Hunter's paradise. He decided to get closer and take a look. He had to take it down as a spokesman. The thing was dangerous, but you could see that he was even afraid. As he approached one of the motorcycles, he tried to brush the dirt off the license plate to capture the coveted numbers. Some were already curious to know the outcome of this investigation. It was only on another shot that viewers realized that the broadcast was over. No one could think that there was trouble. They only thought that his phone had run out of battery. There were already 256 people watching. Woohoo's phone had already been crushed with his foot. The Keiki accident culprit asked what the bespectacled man was doing here. He had an opportunity to get even for yesterday's accident. The 3 thugs stood in front of the poor schoolboy. They asked him once again what he was doing here. And the boy noticed the tattoo on his arm and realized he was in big trouble. It's a horse tattoo of the 12 signs of the zodiac. If he's here, he's in a den of horses. The common name for it was stable. His investigation led him to a very different place. The boy could think of nothing better to do than bow 90 degrees and say goodbye to them. He needed to get out of here as fast as he could. That was exactly what he was going to do now. Of course, no one was going to let him go, but it was better than just standing there and waiting to be beaten. It was a consuming transformation for the 3 brothers. They got on one motorcycle, taking their wallpaper iron bats to catch up with their opponent. Goggles My Series hoped to just run away from them and hide. He knew the chances were slim because they were using transportation. They formed a veritable tower of them on one motorcycle. These crazy people did not see any obstacles in front of them to move in this way. Suddenly, to the excellent student, someone held out a helmet for him to put it on. It was a strange offer, but it seemed to be his salvation. Finally, it was a real motorcycle, on which sat none other than a real beauty. It was not just salvation, but some kind of angel from heaven. In such a situation, the boy had a lot of questions where he should eat and especially who came to his rescue. He stood like a dumbfounded man. We had to act faster. At this rate, they might be captured. The stranger yelled for the bespectacled man to hurry up, or her contribution to the fight would be unused. The enemies, rightly so, were closing in on their opponent. They believed they had no obstacles in their way and would be able to get rid of this man. Slowly, he got on the back of the motorcycle. No one was going to wait for him to decide how he felt more comfortable. At the same second, the rider took off. After they got a little bit off, the guy crashed to the pavement. He hoped they'd never catch up again. The girl got off her transport too and asked if he was okay. He took his helmet off his head and said he was fine and thanked her for saving him. She was also glad that he was now safe. The girl took off her millet as well and introduced herself. She had a short haircut and her figure was very beautiful. The kid was even a little taken aback. She looked quite pretty and cute. From her appearance, one could not immediately tell that she was a desperate motorcycle racer. But who was this lovely stranger? The question arose as to how on earth she knew his name. The fact that she knows him, maybe it's some kind of kidnapping. They continued to stand opposite each other like that. It was useless to take someone like him, though. He became frightened and began to distance himself. It's severe seasickness, so we that turn the boat for kidnapped people he won't be able to get in. He tried to say that he had poor eyesight, his eyes were useless, and his organs were out of order. With such assumptions, he made the girl a little sad. Could it be that he didn't remember who she was at all? She lived in the 302nd apartment in the fourth entrance of the 409th building. She had completed one semester in 5th grade at Sam Siak Elementary School and moved in on May 25th. Park Soo-yi, who was 19 years old, Jin-il High School 3rd year. How could he forget his Nuna? She even felt a little embarrassed. His memory slightly gave her goosebumps all over her body, though he remembered perfectly well that it was his first unrequited love, and now they had met again. But she was in her 3rd year of their school. The world was proving to be such a small place. He was now taller than Nuna. Snotty Ho Si-woo had already grown up so much. All he said was that Park Soo-yi was bigger. Of course, he meant height. But how did he manage to knit chasing after those idiots? He corrected the glasses on his face and said that it wasn't for a reward, but for the realization of justice, which meant he should aim for the reward. Wasn't he planning to report on them? In any case, such an undertaking was a big problem, because of these ignorant people who had wild behavior. The others even swear at drivers who drive according to the rules. Aren't they planning to go to school? It had already been a long time, and they had been sitting around for too long just talking. The honors student couldn't afford to miss class. He was to wear his helmet again and was told to hold on tight. The girl looked at him and asked what he was doing, because she told him to hold on tight because it could be dangerous. But last time he had held on well, hadn't he? Only this time she decided to do things differently. Taking his hands in hers, she wrapped them around her body so they could ride together like that. In this strange way, they began to make their way to school. The scent of her shampoo could be smelled even through his helmet. It gave him butterflies in his stomach. It made him want to keep moving without stopping. His whole body was trembling from such an encounter. This morning was proving to be much more exciting than he could have imagined. He wanted to stay together with her forever. He was very grateful for his Nuna today. In return, she asked for his phone number, but his entire phone had broken earlier due to the actions of the bullies. Well, the girl had a way out of this situation. She asked him to give her his hand. She started writing her phone number on his hand. The guy just went crazy with joy while justifying that he was ticklish. He just had to bear it. On top of everything else on his hand was a picture of a heart. So when he was having a hard time, he could call her any time. He couldn't help but agree to such an offer. Such an incredible encounter had happened to him today that he would now never be able to forget it ever. They continued to stand together, not knowing how best to say goodbye. Only behind the wall of the building at this time stood Sejong. The little girl was furious at seeing a strange girl with her lover. After school arrested, they returned home together. Da-hyun and Ha-jun continued their discussion. It seems he had a new collection as well. Afterward, they started discussing new songs. At the pregnant joke moment, they noticed that it was an advertisement for a new album. Yeji Yele tolerated it. Yele tolerated. They talked about the good singing of their favorite artist. Except Yeji didn't understand what they were talking about at all. She was the kind of person who only listened to pop music. The two of them had been chatting all day already. We were sown on the enthusiasm of our conversations. Talking about shoes in the morning, now talking about music. And you were pretty excited, weren't you? After giving your brother something beautiful to look at. Since this morning's incident failed, the parabola continues the hunt. And now he's actually out with some girls. Except that this whole company was already scared and she didn't want to laugh at all. Choi Dal-bae came here with his insults. This bandit horse was very angry with his enemy. He wanted to destroy him with all his misbehavior. The boy was alone, but in front of him stood a mob on motorcycles. The bandits of the whole held iron battles in their hands to attack. It was even difficult to escape. The artist's soul was watching all of this. It wondered how this kid was doing in school. Wasn't there any when it was quiet? And then there was this monster coming. That time, the soul had brought a bunch of gangsters, but now there were too many people here to deal with them. But since these punks ride motorcycles, they need to take the girls first. Namely, they needed to find a place that was hard to get to with a motorcycle. There was a great place to run to this corner. All that was left was for the owner of the body to do just that. Only the body was no longer near the girls. The soul stirred, wondering where he could have gone off to. Everyone just continued to stand where they were. All the hooligans got mad because they had to catch this guy. And he just took off and decided to run away from here all by his lonesome. The dead man didn't know what to do. It was decided not to let Dahayan escape. The leader has taken her as a hostage. If he held her, he would come to rescue the poor girl. His henchmen shouted that this was a dangerous situation. Only he didn't realize how dangerous a high school girl could be, although it was about something else entirely. A foot appeared in front of his face that was going to hit him right now. It was so that he wouldn't be able to get up from this ground on his own anymore. Suddenly, Choi Dal-Bei was kicked in the face. The blow was so hard that a huge dent started to bleed. The guy who attacked him was nimble and jumped high to knock the man's teeth out. Blood colored the air. The man couldn't keep his balance, and from that blow he fell on his back. The fall was hard and he almost broke his back. Motorcycles roared. The men were lifting their metal horses on one wheel. Just a little more, and they would run over this unfortunate man. The nose of Choi Dal-Bei of the horse gang was already broken and swollen. The blood on his face wouldn't stop flowing. He stood up and looked at the young man who had done this to him. He didn't understand why or how he had done it. There was no anger, only a lack of understanding. The spirit sweated from the exertion. He looked at what was happening and tried to decide how he should proceed. The situation was still too serious and grave. He didn't want his daughter to get hurt right in front of him, but he didn't know how to help her either. In front of him stood the head of the Pink Monkey Gang. The guy's name was Kwak Ji-ho. He was in his 3rd year of high school. He was a very agile young man, and despite his loose appearance, had a very pronounced intelligence and incredible power and influence. Even though the enemy was still alive, the guy quickly ran up to the girl. He asked Yeji how she was feeling. Wasn't the schoolgirl injured somewhere? The other girl was jealously looking at the behavior of that guy with pink hair. Kwak Ji-ho, after making sure his acquaintance was okay, turned around to the man who had grabbed them. He addressed Choi Dal-Bei like he was fucking trash. How dare he stain his white sneakers with his dirty blood? It didn't matter that he himself had punched the man in the face, so hard that he had smashed his nose to a bloody pulp. The man tried to object to him something, but in this situation he had little power to resist. He didn't have any strength against the horse gang leader. Choi Dal-Bei stood with a bloody face and swore at the guy with the foulest words. He was calling him a scumbag who would not live now. After all, after the young man betrayed the 12 signs of the zodiac, he would definitely not walk in one piece. But the leader of the horse gang was not at all frightened by this. He smiled at such a confession. The boy was perfectly safe. He asked the man to worry about himself, not him. In his opinion, this was a crazy man he was about to beat up. Kwak Ji-ho was confident in his strength. He wasn't intimidated at all by the sight of this thug. The young man's strength would be enough to take revenge. The beaten man believed that his opponent was also exaggerating everything, although they should have forgotten how and serious he was beaten by the Aedol last year. Doesn't he have a brain the size of an omega since he doesn't remember such a case? Wanting what was going through his head right now was scary. He was in a lot of trouble back then. In the same class his sophomore year. We reminisced about the lesson after the change he asked for his account number to transfer the money. Time for this guy to have a golden spoon in his mouth. To prove his strength once again. Big Boy bent over the spirit of the enemy and asked to say hello to the gang's wallet for him. It had been a long time, so he wanted a gift made for him. The one laughed back and said, "Okay." Still, one shouldn't show off one's arrogance when one wasn't exactly sure of one's future victory. The glass from the helmet reflected a fight where a young man from the horse gang was asking to wait. He was yelling not to be beaten there. He was falling, and each time he reported his unbearable pain. All the gang members watched this battle. No one knew what they were supposed to do. Maybe they should have teamed up even though their opponent didn't please them. They found nothing better to do than to flee from this place. They suddenly had pressing matters to attend to. For example, someone forgot to turn off the gas stove at home. Eventually, the horse asked to be rescued and said it was his fault. Now again, it took a picture of his account to send everything needed immediately. He was told to get out of here, but not too far away. Kwak Ji-ho saw his opponent off with a happy smile, and that chick had tears coming out of his eyes along with blood. While the kid was running for weapons to escape from this gang, everything had been decided long ago. All that was left was to ask if everyone was all right and if they had saved the hen. It became even sadder that they all looked normal. Seoul was watching what was happening, and they all just stood there looking at each other. The horse gang were scum with primitive minds. They decided to retreat to a quieter place to discuss what had just happened. The 12 signs of the high school horse gang. These gang people have a business delivering worthless scum to junkyards. If it's a baze, they won't come to like it. The older brother asked the younger one if he wanted to ride the bike. Of course, the latter was delighted to be offered such a thing, for it was his dream. Then, while he would ride it, could the other make it so that they could earn some money? But they didn't have the money to buy motorcycles after all. So they decided to be the ones to provide them. Was it something like an installment plan? You could get the bike up front, and then when they would do the delivery each month with the money they earned, they could pay for their transportation. Eventually, even that bike could become their property. How were the dozens of slaves assembled? They helped the profits through shipping fees. And to be honest, all of these motorcycles were either used and on extreme scrap or stolen, which is why the profit left over is far greater than they would have guessed. And these slaves, if they didn't pay a certain amount every month, they were charged a large percentage. In the end, it wasn't enough to let them work 24 hours a day. They can't even make money, and they created a system where they couldn't afford installments. Bridging the gaps of this exploitation system, there are only 3 leaders in the horse gang. The head of the monkey gang knew this whole system very well. Participant Choi Dalbei and participant Yu Ik-hyun. One of them was too pushy, and the other, from all the information, was not a bad fighter and was good at beating up others. With narrow eyes and a goofy grin, a very rude manner of speech, he was the kind of person who subdues opponents in this way, so it could be said that he was a smart bastard. Ha-jun said that he was just like Kwak Ji-ho, and Yeji confirmed that their principles go hand in hand. Saying that made the boy feel uncomfortable. And there was still one more guy they should be most careful with, the one who was actually the head of the entire horse gang, Ma Dong-chul. The scariest thing about this guy, besides the fact that he's an extremely violent bastard, there's not even a sliver of official information about him. Then what were they supposed to do? There are no good ideas. They can't stay as helpless as they are now, especially since they had already been hunted. Kwak Ji-ho was a little unhappy that he wasn't being taken into consideration. He also needed to be involved in all of this to avoid being harmed by them, which meant they had to be the first to go on the attack. The next day, the bespectacled man met his first love. He decided to remember how they used to play together on the playground when they were still in elementary school. Back then, the little boy, who was 10 years old and was still in elementary school in the 3rd grade, was being bullied in the yard. He asked for his king card back. The rude boys kept laughing and bullying the boy. Together, he wanted his item back so badly, then he had to go over and take it away. That's when this beautiful Nuna came and hit them and told them to give back all other people's things. She was already 12 years old at that time and was in the 5th grade of elementary school. They told her to go on her way because they don't hit girls. Only then there would be another unresolved issue between them. After all, what would she do then, since she was hitting boys? So she swooped down on the biggest boy with her feet and started beating him up. It was all in the past, just like that, and the same thing happened yesterday. She always appeared at the moment when a boy needed her help. Thus, the man remained in this girl's debt at all times. Since that was the case, she offered to pay her. This time she won the biker club competition. She won a ticket for 2 days and 1 night's stay at a boarding house in Chuncheon. She didn't feel like going alone, so she suggested it to her friend. A lot of things went through this boy's mind at once. His first love suggested that they spend time at the boarding house, just the two of them. By then they were already at the boarding house. The bespectacled man lay playing on his phone and saying that this world belonged only to him. It was a theatrical version of his fiancée. During the night, Nuna came to his room. She said she was a little scared to sleep alone, so she offered to do it together. Such a thing was simply unimaginable. He asked for forgiveness when he watches anime. He's the kind of person who really hates something like that. She supposedly apologized in return for bothering him. Having to return to reality, he was asked what he was thinking about so much. Unfortunately, the loser's illusion ended right away. Severely stressed out, he started apologizing, but she didn't understand at all what for. And he wanted her to just forgive him for everything. It was too stupid. She ended up driving him home. She didn't like that their conversation was formal. She asked to speak to her as an equal. Nuna asked him to be careful. The next time they would see each other would be when they went on a trip together. It was the same meaningful event for her. So happy this boy had never been before. Overjoyed, he ran home in anticipation of a 2-day trip with this sweet girl. A fierce Sejong appeared behind Nuna's back. She wanted to have a little talk with this young lady. Frightened by this appearance, she asked who this stranger was. How could she ask about this girl's identity? After all, was she watching her every move? She is so who knows her true identity? Sejong even made an effort to find out the name of this new girl. Now it was up to them to figure out who was who and decide who their lover will stay with. She knew very well that she was in her 3rd year of high school. She wore the mask of an ordinary schoolgirl, but in reality she was a bad girl. But in reality there was a gang of horses from the 12 zodiac signs involved. She was Ma Dong-chul's girlfriend. She was the real head of the gang. The stranger pretended not to know what she was talking about, and the schoolgirl was even shocked that the girl continued to pretend she didn't know anything. To make her come to her senses sooner, it was necessary to use brute physical force. Even despite her promise to coach here, she used skills to fight off the villains. After she had her opponent on the ground, she needed to remove her outer clothing. That way she could find the tattoo that confirmed her gang affiliation. For the schoolgirl, the truth was that this girl was the head of the horse gang, and she was looking for proof of that. Only by undressing her she discovered in the back without a tattoo. After that, she felt very ashamed and knelt down in front of her new acquaintance. Thus, she apologized and asked to be killed for such a thing. Se-jin sinned to death. This was how Nuna realized that this girl was in the same class as her friend from childhood. Looking at her face, it was hard to imagine her being a schoolgirl. After hearing such bad rumors, she overreacted, so she kept asking to kill her. But the girl on the bike looks like started to realize everything. It is only an assumption to say that she is the head of the horse gang. But the fact that Ma Dong-chul and her were dating was true. It was 2 years ago. The first time Nuna met Ma Dong-chul was when they were in their 1st year of high school. The kid was only 19 years old then, and he was looking at motorcycles with rapt attention. He wondered if he would be able to ride one in this life. If he could do it, for once, he wouldn't need anything. That was his dream. Park Soo-yi was also 17 years old at that time. She noticed her classmate looking at the motorcycles and even knew what kind of motel it was, so he knew that she liked bikes too. They were the ones who shared a common interest in motorcycles, so they quickly became attached to each other. At the time, they looked in love and innocent. Soon after that, they started dating. At the time, she really wanted a Ducati model for herself, and as a boy, he grudgingly thought about her desire. She thought Italian bikes were very hot. Park Soo-yi was thinking about her dream with pleasure. It was really important to her. Well, for a man, the best motorcycle was a basic Harley. In this part, their tastes were slightly different. They constantly thought each other's models were very strange. Because of this, they started to have arguments because how dare he compare American bikes with Italian. But his model had been produced 20 years earlier. And afterwards, she wanted to start fighting with him. So they spent 6 hours like that, and at the end of the fight, the kid said he was going to buy the bike he wanted anyway when he was in his 3rd year right after he got his license. Did he have the money for his dream? After all, his bike cost somewhere around 2 million won, and that was already a lot more problematic than choosing a model. So he had to hurry up and save up for it. But he couldn't find a job for it. After all, he was still very young and inexperienced. So his beloved felt that she should look for some work. This really surprised her boyfriend too. What did she really mean? It was as if her face changed and she became a bit fierce. Her mysteriousness was more of a fear and bewilderment. She asked if he wanted to try to make some money. He had been so worried that day that he wished they would just go backwards. She only told him not to be a coward, needed to stand up straight and now go in. They came to her father's house, Park Nam-joon, who was 48 years old. He was the boss of Suyi Industrial Company, Limited, a really important person. He needed to greet her father. To do so, he respectfully said hello and bowed low. Had this man already heard of her lover? Thus he already knew that this boy liked bays. Recently, he didn't have such young friends who were willing to do such dirty work. He was also having a hard time finding someone part-time. If he would just follow this man around, he made sure his hourly wage was taken care of. It turns out that the interview had been passed, as he loudly chanted words of thanks and promised to work hard. His face didn't look like he was 17. His father wondered if he might be a soldier since he had such a military demeanor. That made him turn pale again. That's how he started working part-time in maintenance at her father's industrial company. The head of the company showed him how to tighten the right parts. It was supposed to be easier to install that way. The kid wanted to get as much knowledge as possible. For a brat who'd been under the same roof for almost a year now. That boss sounded unbearable every time. So without any hindsight, he said to just call him father. Dong-chul, who grew up under the care of his grandmother alone without any parents, was surprised to say the least, but it was too nice a request. He complied with all the man's requests and added the word father at the end. This way he followed the girl's daddy as if he were his own. And to top it all off, he was doing his favorite thing. One evening, the boys were asked a question about what was the right thing to do. The choice was between pouring and dipping, and the man's look was too serious. Thinking about it, the schoolboy decided that it was necessary to pour. Dad was madly pleased that this boy knew exactly how to eat, at the same time showing his daughter that pouring was always the right thing to do. After that, situations became as awkward as possible, and now, following the rules of the majority, he had to pour that sauce. It was moments like this that they truly became a real family, as if it had always been like this. The time they spent together was the happiest time for her. But they didn't manage to keep the happiness for long. They tried hard, but there was no escape from fate. After another shift at work, Dad asked if he would go on a date after work. Of course, he was just about to go there, because the girl was already waiting for him. The boy was going to pick her up when she was free from school. But Dad had mixed emotions. He was used to being the one in charge of transporting his daughter after she finishes at the academy. Anyway, he asked to stick to the rules if he didn't want to die. But the man was joking, as always, and he could see his charge was very scared. There was a safe at their workplace, so the head of the company asked his employee if he knew what it was there for. The answer, of course, was negative. Su-yi was also curious, hearing that her father wouldn't tell her about the safe no matter what. But Dong-chul must have known that she wanted a Ducati model bike. Just like that, as soon as their daughter's birthday and she gets her license, her father wanted to give her that bike, so he was secretly saving money for it. Would there be another father like this man in the world? So he asked his partner not to tell his girlfriend, but to keep it a secret between them. After school, he talked to his sweetheart. He informed that he had finished his classes and he was on his way out. He was going to be in front of the academy to pick her up and see her. But before he could sort out his plans on his motorcycle, he was already met by John Tae-young, who was 18 years old. He sat down and stopped telling her about the motorcycle. They gathered at the junkyard and sat down near the fire. They needed to talk for a while. This was the junkyard his uncle had run before it went bankrupt. So he thought now it was his friend who could call it a place to do business. How he wanted to show that they now had a nice area where they could do their business. He had an idea for a startup that he was very supportive of. Now he wanted to know his friend if he was ready to hear about it, to work together. A lot of deliveries are being ordered right now these days. One had to think of it as an opportunity. That way he could create a legacy of deliveries. Would a legacy of deliveries be possible for little kids like them? Though a friend suggested that they should be considered high school students already. Either way, gather the youth who want to ride bikes and provide them with that. And after they use them for deliveries, they'll sell those bikes to those same people. It was a great scheme for him to make money and engage in a mode of transportation that they liked. So he wanted badly for his friend to go along with it. Except that it would require a lot of bikes, and they couldn't just acquire them. That's why he was curious, because the last time he saw his friend, in the workshop where he works with a lot of motorcycles, after all the talk, he just offered to steal them all. The schoolboy decided to pretend he didn't hear that, getting up to leave. That one continued to eye Heenan beggar, because it was probably all because it was his girlfriend's store. Even relationships become crap if you don't have money. The friend asked how long he was going to fool himself. If he succeeds in this business with delivery services with him, he says he can sit back and make money. If they want to buy a bike that Chawl only wishes, they have to touch a lot of money at least once. True spoke too tempting, and his father's words about getting his daughter a motorcycle came to mind. Even though he was the one who wanted to give her that motorcycle. That's how it was after a while. They had already entered their den. Everyone now knew Ma Dongchul as the really vicious leader of the horse gang. He and a few guys had snuck into Su Yi's father's store. It was noticeable that the security cameras were glowing, which meant that they might have been filmed. Only the kid knew that it was just a mirage. Either way, they didn't need to worry about it. Now they had to move the bikes to another warehouse. Someone was worried that their prints might be left here, like in American soap operas. They could see the prints under a blue light. But now they were in the Republic of Korea. Anyway, what would happen if the police caught them later? Then there would most likely be a forensic examination. Only Dae-yeon knew that they should have just burned all the evidence. Then no one should have any worries about them getting caught. This was a real crazy bastard. He really set a real fire in that firm. They didn't have time to get out of here themselves. They had to get parts that might be useful. The schoolboy knew he'd not only just broken the law, but he had also said goodbye to his life, along with this girl and her father. One could only watch the safe with sorrow. Dae-yeon was angry at his friend Chul's actions. They should have left faster instead of watching the burning building right from inside. But it seemed to him that someone had to be inside. It was the father who believed Dong-chul. They were the kind of family he never even dared to dream of, and now he had ruined whatever idol he had. This was a problem for the bandits. Since this old man had seen everything, he needed to not stand there like a pillar, but hit him sooner rather than later. Only he couldn't afford to do that. Right now, the man who believed in him was watching him destroy all lives. He looked in horror at what he had now come to, and his new friend kept telling him to hurry up and blow this man's head off. Once again, he was faced with a choice. It was freezing. He couldn't wait that long for his familiar to decide to hit his master with a silencer. Anger and rage overwhelmed him, yet he stood by idly. Apparently, he wanted to be able to manipulate him. This made Dong-chul even angrier. He found his greenhouse waterfall to be too noisy and decided that the only one who needed to be hit here was him. With a strong flash, he was able to hit his comrade. Aside from the single flames in this building now and there was blood. The insanity of these people was astounding. Talika, his so-called dad, was still under the tires and could not get out. But the man seemed to have passed on because he was no longer interested. As expected, the password for the safe was Su Yi's birthday. Dongchul wasn't shy and opened the drawer where the money for his sweetheart's present was kept. He was originally the one who wanted to buy a bike for this girl. But now she is an adult too. When someone's time comes, he also needs to know when to let them go. Until when was this man going to keep his daughter in this kind of embrace? He had decided that Sue and belonged to him now. Still, he was grateful to him for taking care of her before this. So he asked his father to accept his deep bow. Such was their farewell on that deadly day. Such was the cruelty with which he began a new chapter of his life. Still alive, but exhausted. A father begged his son not to be like this, even though he was leaving and wouldn't even look back. But apparently the man needed to take a bow once more as he would soon be gone. But no matter how hard he tried to shout to him, the man stood up again and headed for the exit. Today, he had committed 2 murders that would later bring their bitterness to his heart. After the fire, his father injured both of his legs and would never be able to walk again. And it seemed that he was keeping something secret. That's how he ended up in a wheelchair. The police were making inquiries to catch the culprit, but he had no answers because of his memory after that day. She couldn't see that hurt look on his face again. In the hospital room, he kept saying he couldn't remember anything, and his daughter asked the police to leave the hospital. Upon investigation, they decided that the gang John Dae Yang broke into her father's industrial history for the purpose of theft. It turned out that arson had been committed. The capture of the culprit did nothing to change the expression on her father's face, who had already lost everything. In fact, the daughter could not see his old smile either. "You are this hard time," which irritated her father even more. The bike he really liked. Now all he had left was the ability to look at it, but no way to ride it. That bike he would never ride again. As he sat at home, he looked at the clock and saw when his daughter was due home. He needed to meet her like he used to do. He listened around the corner as her boyfriend reprimanded her for where she disappeared last night, but she'd gotten tired of repeating that she'd been at the hospital with her father. But the fact that she's fornicating, going around and meeting different people on bikes, these days he found out about it. So he didn't understand why she kept lying to him. His friends squatted and listened to the lovers quarrel for them. It was fun. The girls didn't like it at all, and Dongchul's insults, who by all appearances was obsessed with her. This now angry kid kept insulting her acquaintances. After all, just because they call her pretty, they can't be nice. Unable to stand it all, she suggested he break up. His face squeezed even harder with rage. He didn't want to understand the words she said to him, except that the girl reiterated once more that it was better for them not to see each other again. She sobbed because of the resentment all her lover suspected both her and fixated lately, and it sent shivers through her body. She begged him to stop. Such a statement did not please this bandit at all, and he found nothing better than to strike his girl. He couldn't give her permission for this separation. Her father could not stand such talk and events. He tried to get up but could do nothing and just collapsed from his wheelchair face down. His own helplessness was killing him. The daughter saw what happened to her father, so she exclaimed and tried to run straight to him. She couldn't stand still and watch this. But her ex-buddies were already sitting near the man. They started joking that he looked like a zombie and looked absolutely disgusting. If he floored the table here, it would take him about 3 nights and 4 days. Daddy cried a lot because he couldn't help his daughter, and besides, he was only humiliating her with his presence. This caused her even more problems in her life. That's how she broke up with Ma Dongchul. Sui told her new acquaintance all these things to clear her doubts about her. The conversation was quite heavy. It was the end of the class where he had done well. It was worth it not to go the usual way and return home early, except that already the head of the gang of horses was telling his friend what was to be done with the new acquaintance of his ex-girlfriend. He asked to make this excellent student half mentally from becoming. The bulky guy still couldn't let her get close enough to him without his permission. The fixation on her on his part never went away. This conversation was overheard by Hajun, and he said that he would kill him if this one did anything to his classmate. He wasn't afraid and came straight to the Horse Clan's hideout. Of course, the gang members had already started attacking their enemy, but they didn't succeed. After all, there is one true old saying: a black-necked beast should never be taken in hand. So he was going to destroy everyone around him. The hooligans decided not to wait for him to kill one of them and started attacking several people at once, except that in this battle, it and little help. The schoolboy controlled them with ease. They ended up beating themselves up. Still, their men in the gang weren't as strong as they should be. Well, it seems one kid in a green sweatshirt, and he wasn't that easy. There was still one man who was worse than a beast. But even that didn't interfere with the apprentice. Now Dongchul decided to intervene in the fight himself. While his co-workers were flying in different directions, he, as the head of this pack, had to protect everyone, and most importantly, his honor and ex. But a scumbag who is even worse than a beast should needlessly get hit. Hajun bent his leg at the knee and accelerated well to make the kick even harder. Although his opponent was bigger, but he was smarter and smashed his face to blood. As a child, he was called a puppy without a mother and father. So also back then he wanted to be told that again. And that way he could hit his enemy irresponsibly. The little boy begged to stop this lunatic. It was necessary for the headman to go and call the teacher to help him. But the beatings continued. The moment he was born, so-and-so was abandoned by those usually called parents. They didn't hesitate to leave him in the cold street, curled up with a newspaper. It was a terrible time. About Teacher Forever sat a grandmother and apologized for her grandson. She said it was all because he was living with an old and uneducated woman. She was the one who took care of him, abandoned by his parents. She had to apologize and take the blame all the time, even though they were both in the most horrible situation. Even when he came with his grandmother, his classmates continued to bully him. A woman told him to hurry up so they could eat lunch, and others yelled at him for going home early. They didn't even hesitate to approach in the presence of his grandmother. That's how they really understood that he didn't have a mom. And in that moment, it was him who was ashamed, not those kids. He just turned around and took his grandmother out of there. He didn't want to upset her because he loved her very much. But the woman understood everything. This was the first time his grandson had seen such a face on his grandmother. The man who made her face like that because he was a big fool. So 2 lives were spoiled at once. So he wrote a letter to his grandmother, but coming from school, he heard his grandmother talking on the phone and insulting him. She was saying that he keeps growing and how much food he shoves in his mouth. It's nothing compared to the money the government gives her. She felt she should have picked a smaller brat at the orphanage then. In her old age, she had taken on a wagon that she now couldn't handle and found herself abused. His grandmother had sheltered him because of allowances. That was how he learned the truth. He had sought solace in this man at least, but he had failed. No one in this world could ever love him as he was. In this letter, he apologized about his grandmother for acting as if he didn't know her and asked not to be offended. So he knew that even his girlfriend's father someday would still kick him out. He didn't trust anyone who approached him and acted friendly. The boy was sure that after using him, when his value would drop, he would surely be stabbed in the back. So he decided to act in such a way that no one could hurt him, only to end up destroying himself more. In order to completely subdue his woman, he must get rid of the scumbag who would stand in his way. Such is the truth of life he has chosen for himself in this world. But the irresponsible schoolboy is about to prove him wrong. He struck him one after another. Blood flew in different directions. Rage and pain were coming out of his chest and his face was clenched. No matter what he did, everything was his parents' fault, especially the past environment. That's why he wanted to hit his opponent with such confidence. He wouldn't be humiliated by someone once again. Except he was already old enough to make his own decisions and not act based on the past. So Ha-jun pounced on him with renewed vigor to show him where he belonged. Absolutely everyone should be tearing through their lives by their own choices, even those children who grew up without parents. And now the schoolboy was making the choice to break this thug's wrist. The hero continued to beat up his enemy. His feet would go high up and hit the other man's face. He wasn't stingy with good punches, because he knew there were plenty of scumbags like him. Another head of the 12 zodiac sign gang went flying down. It was a fall that could have broken his neck or his entire spine, but it didn't compare to all the cruelty he had inflicted on other people. That one grabbed him by the collar, Mikey said, at any rate, if he swung at the schoolboy with the net. This time he would really kill him with his own hands. It was a serious statement, and their conflict grew more and more heated. Before Chul was not the least bit intimidated by this conversation. What could he do? There was already something going on with the loser with glasses, and while his friend is wasting his time here. Another skin student is praying to survive the evening. The boy was on the phone talking about the end of his classes. He was now halfway to the gate. His mood was, as always, beautiful. Nothing could disturb his peace. But already one man on a motorcycle was waiting for his victim. He was keeping a close eye on where his target was headed. He could never disobey his master's orders. Beneath the helmet was the troublemaker, who almost ran over a little girl. He had to do his job perfectly, because if he did, he'd be allowed to come to their hideout, so he could be recognized as Dong Chul, and could be a contender for the head of the horse clan next year. This was an opportunity he didn't dare to pass up under such circumstances. Right now, he had no excuses for losing, except that the bespectacled man was already waiting for his old girlfriend. He'd talked to her on the phone and told her he'd seen her, which meant he'd be right there. These meetings gave meaning to his life, so he was looking forward to them. When the boy was about to cross the road, he noticed that there was danger in his path. At times like this, he would be frozen and unable to move. Couldn't he cut his life short right there? The Death Rider was already heading towards his victim. He was in anticipation of enjoying all his laurels after completing the task. Then his life would rise higher. Even the girl noticed something was going on here. Things were getting out of hand. I think all her terrible events in life were repeating themselves. She couldn't accept that she might experience another loss in her life. Without thinking, the little girl jumped on her bike and took to the road. She understood exactly what it all meant and by whom it had been arranged. But to let all her loved ones suffer out of something she had once met one person, that was not part of her plans. Moments later, there was a terrible accident. 2 motorcycles collided and all went flying in different directions. It was only from Nuna herself that blood could be seen spurting out. She flew to the very top. It was evident that the excellent man would not suffer much and only dodge the flying motorcycles. That's how Sue ended up in a coma. After the terrible accident, the girl ended up in the hospital. It was the hope of saving her. Although, when she went to it, she did not think at all about the fact that she could survive, but immediately accepted the fate and was ready to die. Wu Hu was safe and sound. He was sitting in the hospital and waited to hear what they had to say about his friend. She had once again defended his honor and dignity and prevented him from dying on the road. He didn't know what to think or do in this situation, and just wished that his friend would have survived. The schoolboy was sitting on a bench with his girlfriend CJ. He wanted to talk to her about the fate of his first love. What was the role of the head of the horse gang, and how they were able to come to the point where she was now in the hospital and he could move on with his life. He heard the whole story of what his girlfriend had been through, and after that, he decided to go first. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he felt such rage and a desire for action. Right now, he couldn't stop halfway. Even to his girlfriend's request, he couldn't react. Of course, she was trying to stop him all. How would he be able to handle such guerrillas? He himself had always been a regular boy who never got into fights, and if I found myself there, I was the first one to get it. Shijung kept saying through her tears that Su-yi Oni would wake up soon. She didn't want to lose either of them now. She was in love with this guy, but it wasn't worth the life of such a good girl, especially since everyone knew how violent the bandits were, and they only managed to get rid of the likes of them. The kid thanked his classmate for the support she gave him. Only now he would have to act on his own. No one would be able to help him but himself. How many more zodiac signs would they have to defeat in order to continue their lives in peace? By now, Woo-hoo had already met with Ha-jun. His friend was worried about his life, except that it turned out to be the opposite. The excellent student didn't come for the same reason. What he needed now was not the support that everyone thought he needed. For the first time in his life, he wanted to go out and kill someone. Of course, his friend couldn't ask if he was okay. Except what kind of answer did he expect to hear from the person the girl was now in a coma for? It was impossible to imagine. However, he couldn't not talk to him at all. This schoolboy was not going to be okay anymore. He had asked his ajusi to learn how to fight. He was so serious that it was impossible not to notice it. Everything now said that there was loyalty within him. No longer would he be that guy who was always trying to hide from trouble. The young men stood opposite each other. One of them was determined. The other one didn't understand this kind of treatment and what they wanted from him. He addressed him as an elder and with such respect. It seemed strange, and all of Ha-jun's skills consisted of passing out. They had already discussed this. At critical moments, a guy's head goes blank and he's led by someone else. He doesn't know how it happens. All he knows is that he fights like a professional. His fighting skills are better than anyone they've ever seen. It's like he's not a high school kid. He's an adult professional athlete. It's like he's watching a movie. It's like he's watching a movie starring himself. And all his opponents on the battlefield are still there, defeated. They were all falling and squirming from the pain he inflicted on them. And the guy in turn remained completely unharmed. During every battle, Ha-jun simply slept. Right now, Woo-hoo noticed that his classmate was indeed Ha-jun. But what could this mean? Did this boy really suspect something since he was saying such a thing right now? Everyone was watching to see what he would be able to say next. Even the soul noticed that the bespectacled boy was not so ill-informed about this matter. How on earth he was able to figure it out and whether he was even thinking in the right direction. It was still a mystery that needed to be solved to figure it all out. Did he really know that an artist's soul could be possessed? That was exactly what Jae-han had been thinking about. But was he right in his judgment? After all, the student didn't tell what he meant and the others could only guess about it. Ha-jun said that after Su-yi was in a coma, he knew what his comrades' thoughts were. The conversation was quite secretive and maybe the deceased didn't understand all the details. He couldn't be with all the students at once, and he also had to eavesdrop on their conversations. Even more so, Ha-jun could see him. Whatever he was thinking about right now, Ha-jun asked not to turn it all into action. It wasn't like he could just go up against an entire gang. No one knew how it might turn out in their case. It was still very early for them to die. And Woo-hoo thought that his comrade thought he was a loser. Was that really fair? That after such a brutal attack, he should have silently waited and done nothing? He only asked to be taught how to fight so that he wouldn't let his loved one suffer anymore because of him. Nuna is in a coma because she tried to save him, and there was nothing he could do about it himself. It was tearing his whole gut apart. The world was so unfair. And he stood there and he couldn't do anything about it. He was not at all happy with the way things were. Rage gripped the young man, and he could no longer just speak. His scream would take over the whole neighborhood. Once again he repeated that there was nothing he could do. It was killing him from the inside out. Why can't anyone understand his feelings? After all, he was just asking for help. The last thing he wanted to say to his friend was that he would kill Ma Dongchul with his own hands. He would definitely try to do it. There was no other way he could survive this situation. Hajun was stunned by this decision of his classmate. He had now entered the warpath with the bandit. Now he decided to just leave since no one here wanted to listen to him. Of course, the schoolboy tried to stop Woo-hoo, only he didn't want to listen to him anymore. Now he would do what his heart told him to do. And since his friends didn't agree with him, he wouldn't waste any more of his time on them. While Woo-hoo had yet to leave, Hajun called out to him once more. Now he decided to directly ask who he was. The bespectacled man turned around and stared at his comrade in horror. This question threw him off balance. Had the kid guessed something? Hajun realized that something fishy was going on. One had to figure it out while there was still time and no one was hurt. It seemed that the line had been crossed. The whole world was filled with some kind of devilishness, and it was up to ordinary students to deal with it all. He turned to the Ajusi, after all. The fact that he was Hajun, wouldn't it be strange if he didn't know that? They should have sat down and discussed all their secrets. Finally, they could talk openly and find out what was hiding inside their souls. When Hajun had fought with the Sunbei of the Monkey Clan, Lee Sang-rel, then his friend noticed that he was showing too much violence that was not his own. Of course, he tried to stop him, but did the man listen to him? It was useless. What was he to do at that moment? Wouldn't their Hajun die if this all continues? So he can't let it happen. Yes, he wouldn't be able to help him fully, but some ideas were in his head, which meant that not all was lost yet. It was time to start taking action. That was how his journey began. Then he was going to go to his teacher to help him solve the issue. Just then he was distracted by Hajun's notebook. It wasn't just his battle plan written down there. There were words in there that said he needed to save his daughter, Dahen. In there, he apologized to the owner of the body and asked him to bear with him a little longer. Of course, he thought it was something impossible, but all the actions that were taking place said otherwise. At first he was surprised, but after thinking about it, he realized that was the only explanation for what was happening to his friend right now. That's how he figured it out. As time went on, he began to notice changes in his friend, his behavior in class, in the cafeteria, and also his relationships with other classmates. All of these things indicated that there were two different people living inside him. He tried to scrutinize the behavior of his friend. He saw that his classmate was going to the canteen while he should be in the fast phase of sleep. For this usually didn't happen in school, and he would offer to go to the cafeteria with him just for show, because he always knew he'd rather sleep. But once in the gym, there was some feeling he hadn't paid attention to. Only now, after a time, he remembered everything that was unusual for a schoolboy. Now he knows exactly what happened where and why. But he had not changed his attitude towards his friend. Then he ran into the hall to wake up his friend. He was greatly worried that if he slept on the cold floor, his lips would turn blue. Only now he noticed not his friend sleeping, but in an incomprehensible position. The one was hiding from the head teacher, and his classmates were trying to overhear their conversation. Thus, he saw such strange situations every time. Back then, he was completely sure about it, and now it was time to ask why his friend was calling him goggle-eyed. If it was too much, it was the same as a juicy for him. Now she herself has now admitted to being Da-hyeon's father, and this is nothing but a compromise for himself. Now they have finally heard the truth from each other. The events took place at the horsebank shelter. This time, they were not resting. Questions had arisen for one of the clan members. They were the ones who had instigated this. How were they going to blow up Chabari now? These hoodlums couldn't go a day without committing crimes. But at the same time, they themselves were very much intimidated by it. Yoo Ik-yun asked his partner not to worry. This incident happened because he was inexperienced in driving mopeds. Only he didn't care at all. He tried to smile sweetly. They were not at all upset or frightened by the measures they needed to take to complete the case. No matter how dangerous it was, they were going to absolutely anything. That was what he wanted to hear him say. If he ever gave them up, it would break all his limbs. He felt like he was in a historical drama, except he actually quartered him by attaching his limbs to the bikes. This kid was calmly talking about killing a man with his own hands. His interlocutor couldn't believe such words, but he thought they were the ultimate scumbags. But was that a problem for them now? What mattered now was that they got rid of a bad clan member. That was how they solved their problems, even if that problem was their man. The crazy horse gang leader was running rampant. Right now, his woman, in his opinion, was lying on a bed in a damn hospital. He was too angry to realize that you being around was all his fault, though in all this time, he'd never once considered that he was making his loved one's life a living hell. There was still no way his partners could calm down. It had been so long since he'd broken up with his girlfriend, but he was really persistent, annoyed his comrades, and from that they thought he was a bad leader. After all his decisions revolved around one girl. This time he wanted to make the guy with glasses the culprit. Of course, because he didn't see any other way out of this situation. How long this will continue, no one knows. Although maybe the cutie herself was trying to break up with the thug. But if he so accuses others because of his guilt, does it give him a sense of his own comfort? And so the honors student came to the rest area of this clan. Perhaps others thought that he didn't realize where he was, but he was the one who came here with the exact purpose of getting rid of the problem of him and his close friends. Now the fun would begin for these bullies. All they needed to do was beat up another person for their own enjoyment. They, without thinking long, started to get out of their seats to make their way to their enemy. That way they could give him a good beating to death. If they wanted to shut him up, they would need to rip out his throat first. So they decided to take a stick and put it on fire. This is how they chose their weapon of choice today. There was no limit to their cruelty, so it was worth it to prepare. They thanked him for coming to them on his own, so they didn't have to suffer much. That way, they could deal with him on their own turf. And the kids should have realized from the beginning that they were going to kill him, especially since they had already failed several times. But no one thought about the fact that this schoolboy may not come alone. His friend didn't leave him in this difficult situation, and now decided to use him as a support to repel the attack of their enemies. It was a very spectacular appearance for everyone there. And even more so, no one could think that the bespectacled boy would bring such a popular person like Kwak Ji-ho. It was this boy who decided to help exterminate this vicious gang. He was as irresistible and smiled sweetly as ever. That's the kind of person he is. He thought Yoo Ik-yoon was a real scumbag. He heard that the bastard can fight. But is he really good enough to play with these kids? This trainee always had a few interesting facts in store. It just wasn't fun to fight, so he wanted to hurt their feelings. The great and popular idol came to them specifically. Therefore, the gang member inquired about what exactly brought him here. After leaving the 12 marks and robbing them, and even more so because his debut had been canceled. What else could have made him come here? His thirst for revenge couldn't end. He was even considered a day babysitter for first years. It's not like he's wiping up their sins. Here he decided to launch his attack. He had some good brawling skills in his arsenal. His fists were practiced, and his gaze was always sharp. But Kwak Ji-ho really didn't seem to have anything to do. The two boys clashed legs. One of them was attacking and the other was repelling the attack. They looked like professionals at what they were doing. None of them were going to give up halfway through. It was about to be a real battle, although the trainee himself knew these scumbags. Because of his earlier actions, nothing could be justified. Thus, he had no desire to redeem himself, but still wanted to bring justice to those who could not do so themselves. It was a bit embarrassing, but he had come to win. Ik-yoon didn't understand what his opponent was telling him, but he still wanted to keep fighting after all. It was unlikely whose words would make them think about their actions and life in general, but it might help divert their attention and give them a good punch. Since the boy has recently become unemployed, he's got a lot of time on his hands, which is why he's here, which means he'll be here till the last one. I should have doubted this man's strength and intentions. It was better to keep a good eye on where he was going to hit. His foot came just inside the wood of his opponent. The opponent was crushed to the point of bleeding. It wasn't a pity, because there was nothing worthy in his mind, so it was okay to beat him until he gave up. There were already broken gang members lying on the ground. Blood was everywhere. Here no one thought about the others. The main thing was to get rid of their enemies. And for that all means were good. The friend apologized to the bespectacled man now. There was not much time for him to teach him how to fight, except that he still hadn't abandoned him and had come to save him. Thus, on his behalf, he wanted to show him how to cope. They were already standing in front of the ringleader to kill him. It was time to destroy all the clans of these 12 zodiac signs. The bespectacled man was still standing in his bloody clothes, and his friend's hands were bloody from the fight. This vicious man was furious. Along with the madwoman appeared on his territory and began to dictate his rules. Insults flew from his mouth towards other people. This gave even more strength to his fists. The excellent man had to say it again. He believed that this was his fight. No one could interfere with something he had to deal with personally. Whatever the outcome, he couldn't let others deal with his problems. He asked Ma Dongchul to see what kind of madness happens when a loser goes crazy. After all, that's exactly what he was thought to be. Only now, despite his height and build, as well as his inability to hold a fight, there was no stopping him from going up against a vicious enemy. Now he was fearful for the fate of this young man, and now his glasses were already flying off to the side, and he fell among the debris. It was painful, but also quite expected. His legs rose to the top and the blow came on his upper back. It was a pity for this budding hero, but he had chosen this path for himself. His classmate Ha Jun couldn't bear to see Wu Hu defeated so soon. He watched and was angry, having to shout his name to start acting differently. Rage was overwhelming his body. He wanted to go and do everything himself to prevent his friend from being able to get hurt. But no. The bespectacled man's hand went up. With this gesture, he wanted to stop the student. He couldn't be allowed to give up on himself so easily. He understood that the others were scared for him, but he didn't want to push his problems onto them. Not this time. One had to get up and fight on. Thus, he was stopping his comrade. Although it was hard for him to stand on his feet, he was going to do everything on his own. Hajun was already ready to lunge into the fight. He was still standing in the attack position, and only Wu Hu's hand was holding him in place. But it couldn't go on like this. The guy decided to be bold and asked his opponent if this was all he was capable of. Just a small punch, after which he was even able to get up. With his fist, he wiped the wound from his face, so that the dripping blood wouldn't stop him from fighting any further. This guy had a lot of stamina. Ma Dongchul was furious. How dare someone talk to him like that? He couldn't believe that some brat had come and caused chaos. He was being insulted without fear of dying afterwards. Such willpower in a person he had never met before. Even he was a little frightened by such behavior. Kwok Ji Ho was dealing with another scumbag at this time. His own mouth was bleeding, but he thought his opponent was also crazy. His mood was a bit soured after such a fight. Not long ago, they were all on the same page, but now things had changed. It was time to eradicate old habits. His opponent was already lying face down on the ground. A lot of his blood was already spreading around his head. It seems one would have to be truly insane to get into a fight with this trainee. He had taken enough blows to remain defeated on the cold ground. The picture was not a pleasant one. Kwok Ji Ho came out victorious from this fight. He stood over his opponent's body and held the salt of his hand in his fists. He was not yet fully satiated with the blood of such scum. But they were quickly giving up and lay already like dead men. The trainee was already approaching Hajun and greeted him like a freshman. The future idol was completely relaxed and didn't pay attention to what was happening. As the student watched his friend go to certain death, his heart clenched with pain. In this situation, he was completely powerless, except that the kid was not happy that the first-year student just stood there and did nothing. It was incomprehensible to him how he could afford to just watch everything. Shouldn't they have eradicated these villains instead of leaving everything to some bespectacled kid? This teenager right now was going to be beaten badly. Dong-chul continued to beat him without sparing any effort. It was unclear how much blood this young man would lose and how long his wounds would take to heal afterward. He continued to stand firmly on his feet to prevent himself from being defeated. Ha-jun realized that he could resolve this situation now and get rid of the head of the horse gang so that they would no longer get in their way. Only to go against his comrade, he couldn't either. Anger was gripping him from the inside. He wanted to go and fight with everyone who prevented him from just living. Wu was already badly beaten. His face now had only abrasions and bloody smears on it, but he continued to stand confidently on his feet and keep his fists tightly clenched in front of him. He had already proved to everyone what it meant to never give up. Only that wouldn't be enough to defeat Dong-chul. He had to be knocked out as well. Ma Dong-chul himself, the head of the horse gang, thought that his opponent had already lost. He acted like he was watching an anime. Although, judging by the bulky man, he was already tired of fighting and wanted to get it over with. He might have been stronger, but his willpower and stamina were weak. Therefore, the bespectacled man had already been grabbed by his hair to destroy him completely. Did he really think that if he held out, it would make a difference in this fight? But the sweat on his opponent's face spoke for itself. Right now, they were already fighting for the girl's right to freedom. This way, he wouldn't be able to activate his hidden abilities or become stronger in some way. It wouldn't work that way for this horse. He was going to beat him so that he would finally fall to his knees in front of him and never come here again. He could only dream of that. A deadly blow was struck on his chin, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. The poor boy had been bullied to the very last. He wanted to do this fight on his own, but he received many wounds which broke him completely. In the end, the excellent boy flew to the ground altogether, scattering debris with his body along the way. He would fall on his back again and hit his head, which would be terribly painful. This was his punishment to himself. For the other times he was forever being protected by someone else. No one could believe what they were seeing now. Wu-hu was rising again. This desperate boy wasn't listening to anyone. Not a single blow could make him give up. His hands were still allowed to take them as support to stand on his feet. He definitely had to be proud of himself. The young man had also heard that Dong-chul had beaten Su Yinunya. Only a true scumbag would be able to raise his hand towards the girl, and he was beating her too much. He could never handle his emotions and was obsessed with this girl too much that he was only hurting her by doing so. Anyone who uses his fists against a girl is weak. That's what they say, and it was true. So the bespectacled man was back on his feet. That's how the boy became the guardian of those who behaved indecently. Well wanted to defend the honor and dignity of his first love, so if necessary, he will become many more times. These words caused the bandit to kick him in the stomach. He didn't like that this boy dared to say his beloved's name with his mouth. This man had a love that was too sick, one that now caused more people to suffer. And most importantly, the girl herself was lying in the hospital in a coma. But this horse was still a long way from defeating him. Even after that blow, he was on his feet. It seemed that he had already stopped feeling any pain, and the bones inside had gotten so strong that they were already moving simply by inertia. It was like some kind of madness. How much longer was this going to go on? No matter how much quickness he had on his face, he was still calling out for his opponent to fight him again. This teenager was unbearable. He got up many, many more times. It was hard to call it a fight, though, because he didn't throw a single punch. Kwok Ji-ho noticed that this high schooler had unimaginable stamina. He would even close his mouth in surprise. But sometimes it was just a yawn. In fact, this young man had been beaten all night. The time was nearing dawn and they all watched this battle. Even as the sun rose high in the sky, that student was still standing there calling out to his opponent to fight. It seemed like some kind of endless beating, except that the boy kept getting up. Even his completely battered eyes were still open. Not a single muscle seemed to flinch on his body. On the other hand, Ma Dong-chul's energy would soon be completely drained. Yes, this horse gang leader no longer had any energy left to continue this fight. It was obvious from his face how much he already wanted to sleep and couldn't move. Spending so much time standing and not sleeping at all was new to him. Wu Woohoo continued to call his opponent to action. If the bandit stood for a long time and did nothing, the latter would start taunting him. He was willing to continue this for ages. His face looked much worse than his steadfastness inside. And now the huge bully was about to deliver another blow with his fist. Just to raise his hand took a lot of energy. Right now, this was already a great accomplishment for him. But he also couldn't give up and fall for this joke. The two students were stunned by what they saw. Neither of them had thought that this battle would ever end. Now a winner came out in front of their eyes, and they couldn't even believe it was possible. None of them had entered this fight in all this time. Ma Dong-chul collapsed from helplessness. This big man couldn't endure such a long battle. This victory was an extravaganza. It turned out that you don't have to throw a lot of punches. Sometimes you can just be strong-willed. But this particular bully didn't turn out to be like that, so his body failed. But the bespectacled man wasn't going to stop. He thought that his opponents were mocking him because they had not yet finished their fight. Now he too was becoming obsessed with this fight. He lacked some sort of closure in this conflict. His hand reached for the broken bricks. He continued to blame this man for the fact that his lover now lay in a coma. Apparently, in that case, he decided to repay him in kind. Would a good student dare to commit such a vicious act of murder? The teenager took a brick in both hands and ordered the bastard to just die. He hovered right over his head and wanted to get rid of him once and for all. Now he had the perfect opportunity to kill his enemy, which he was overjoyed about. A classmate, he realized that he had to stop his friend immediately. He couldn't let it end in murder. He should have at least tried to intervene, or better yet, knock him down. I began to watch this teenager's actions more closely. I heard him yelling at me to stop. It helped to divert the bespectacled man's attention. He turned toward his comrade with a disgruntled look. It was as if they hadn't realized before what exactly this boy wanted to accomplish. They shouldn't have meddled in his affairs in the first place. At the horse clan's hideout, Se-jong appeared along with her husbands in a baby carriage. The girl had brought him to finally resolve the problem that had arisen in their family after his daughter started dating this guy. Their appearance was unexpected, but they themselves could not believe how things were here. Ajasi's face looked tortured. This man had shown courage and came here to show this villain that in fact he had always been loved in their family. Because of his hard fate, Ma Dong-chul had always thought that he was treated badly by everyone. Only this time, even after his atrocious deeds, people came to him. First of all, the man turned to the honor student. He said not to do it, or, in the student's opinion, it would please his daughter. The handicapped man wanted to remind everyone why they were here in the first place. Today, each of them would learn a different life lesson. Would the girl he loved like to have dirt on his hands? He should have put that brick down and not let the anger in his soul cross the line. Even despite his youthful maximalism, it was worth listening to a grown man this time. Never do something you'll regret later. The man was literally begging him, because it was all for the good of his daughter. All the most pleasant experiences with this girl flashed through his mind, though they had no others. She had shown him more than once that good always triumphed over evil. Of course, the young man listened to what he was being told. The realization of what could happen had finally reached him. The main thing now was to let go of this situation and get on with his life. This fight was already over, and it was necessary to disperse. Only now, the scumbag Ma Dong-chul was kneeling in front of his employer, whom he called father. He was asking him to stop as well. His face expressed intense anger. Although he was ashamed because it was impossible to forget what he had done to this man. After those terrible events, it was the first time they had been so close to each other. All the man had asked of this boy was this: never to destroy himself again. Even after all these years, he wasn't going to crush or humiliate him. A Josie, with a great understanding towards this orphan, because even after such an accident, he still had a daughter left, and this boy still remained lonely. Now the villain began to realize what was going on. He would like right now to take everything back and correct his actions, but, unfortunately, it could not be done. All he had to do now was suffer, but it was better to follow the advice and start his life with a clean slate. The boy had wanted to ask the man about the things inside the safe from the beginning: money to buy his daughter's bike, so the money he kept in that safe, and the other thing that's inside with it, the bank card he kept in it. He couldn't help but ask, but getting an answer was just as scary to him. Yes, it was also the money this man had been saving up, and all to buy the motorcycle that stupid boy wanted, and to be sure to give it to him when he was an adult. Even then, he believed that they were a real family now, so he tried to do for him everything he did for his daughter, only it wasn't meant to be. The teenager started screaming because no one had ever told him to feel sorry for him. He clutched his head because he couldn't bear this truth. For the first time in his life, he had to trust someone, but he couldn't do it and ruined everything he had and could have had. He couldn't get over this inner anguish from the fact that he had done something very stupid. His body was tearing up from the physical pain this situation brought. He tried to scream to vent out all his emotions. He wanted to fall through the ground so that he wouldn't have to know all of this. Ajusi and Su Yi have the same reason for this. The man didn't want to stop, and he needed to convey all his feelings and thoughts to this stupid boy. Now was a good opportunity to talk and reveal all the secrets of the past. After all, he could just call him father without any doubts. It was then that he became his true son. The man hoped to the last that it would always be like this. Unfortunately, the happiness did not last long, and fate turned out to be treacherous. Now they're dealing with the consequences, and the whole point was that if he became his son, he would be his son forever. So simple and important were the man's last words. He felt sorry for the boy, and he showed it. After all, he had never told anyone that he was the culprit in that situation. Tears appeared in this bully's eyes. He sobbed and bent down at his father's feet. He grabbed his blanket to snuggle closer to that dear body. Those words made him think about everything that was going on in his life. He didn't know what to say, so he just kept crying. And the man himself just watched silently. He had already finished his speech and done what he wanted to do. There was a helmeted figure hiding behind the cars. It was watching the man and the students talking. It was strange and unclear who this stranger was a danger to. What else was going to happen at this place today? Apparently, not everyone had figured out their relationship yet, and another battle was to be expected. That unfamiliar human figure was advancing with a quick step with a knife in his hand. Apparently, not everyone wanted to stay clean, and someone was actually willing to become a killer today. No matter how much blood the neighboring 24 hours had spilled there, it wasn't all blood. Because of such touching moments, no one noticed such an approach. In the next instant, there was blood near the guy's head. His eyes turned white. His breath hitched and tears froze on his face. Could this pain be what he felt? Or maybe remorse comes before death, which is why so many things happened to him today. This fool's back had been stabbed. It was a brutal murder of a defenseless man who was kneeling in front of a man. Surely this could be considered payback for all his sins. There was too much blood to think that this boy would survive. One could only hope that things would end better than they did now. After Jung Dae-yong talked about his desire to open a delivery that could be used to cover his dark deeds, his friend Ma Dong-chel went to the leader of a local gang to buy time and space. He entered the gangster's office, introduced himself loudly, wished him a good morning, and was like a soldier being hired for duty. The leader of the local gang sat back in his chair and looked surprised at the young man he saw in front of him for the first time. He was just an ordinary schoolboy. Why had he come to see him in the first place? Clearly to sell his kidney. I mean, this kid wasn't good for much more than that. The man didn't expect such insolence from an ordinary schoolboy with no name. The kid introduced himself. His name was Ma Dong-cheol. He was a student of Jinil High School. It was Songbaenim School. It was under his protection and care. The boy was like a wooden man standing in front of the boss, wanting to show off and show that he was worthy of the job and honor. In spite of his young age, he was not like a simple student, more like a dog that, for an offering, is ready to dance, and when the opportunity and betray for his own benefit. But the leader of the gang did not like the idea. The man looked contemptuously at the little fellow and thought of his worthlessness. How he had the nerve to come to his office and ask for something. Without a family and without a tribe, the puppy had come here and set his own terms. The young man sat down at the table and told him his whole idea about delivering on a moped and stealing various stores and companies. If this man trusted him to develop this line of business, he could earn more than he had previously been offered. The schoolboy was offering 10% of the net proceeds. This was more than what John Dae-yang was able to offer him. The boy was so confident that he didn't think he would be rejected because his idea was so good. And he had read everything down to the last detail so there could be no mistake. His gaze was cold and insistent. He was betraying his friend for his own gain so he could not be petty. But in response, the young man heard a loud laugh. The man was laughing at him without stopping. It seemed unimaginable to him that some petty impostor would come to him and bargain with him. Ma Dong-cheol was sweating from the surprise. But he wasn't scared. He was angry because of this behavior of the local gang leader. Suddenly, an annoying sound interrupted the gang leader's laughter. The man straightened up. All the muscles on his face erupted. How could that fucking cretin, that little brat, grind his teeth in response to his laughter? How dare he show up here and demand something of him? But in the end, they agreed on 20% of the proceeds and went their separate ways. There was something about this boy that caught the man's eye. Maybe his courage and tenacity? After all, the moment Ma Dong-chel heard his friend's business plan, he immediately began to think about how to steal it. The guy immediately decided to take control of the idea, and also imagined how he could greatly benefit from his friend's Jung Dae-yong to boost the reputation of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Friendship for personal gain doesn't end in anything good. But at that moment, it was a great idea that bore its good fruit. In addition, thanks to all of this, Ma Dong-sel had taken a leadership position in the horse clan. His body was covered with many tattoos of all 12 zodiac signs. The man no longer looked like the cute kid from high school. This was the formidable bandit. He had grown and grown strong on his lies and wickedness. Now he had no friends, only his clan brothers who profited from someone else's misfortune along with him. But he didn't care anymore. His entire body was red from the blood of those he had killed. On the other side, there was a young man. Jung Dae-yong thought completely differently, and now that he was in the hospital all wounded and bandaged, he couldn't remember who had opened fire and eaten his food. Most likely it was the same Ma Dong-cheol. It was because of his actions that he was now in the hospital with his face mangled. His body was all burned, and despite the long treatment he was still mangled and under medical supervision. The cops, two tired men in suits, who were standing in front of the guy in the hospital room, thought he was talking nonsense, because it was Ma Dong-chel who had recovered the CCTV footage, and now the police had finished reviewing it. They didn't believe all the words he was saying. This young man. There was no evidence against whoever Jung Dae-young was accusing. The boy screwed up his face and thought for a moment. He was well aware that his ex-friend would do anything to set him up again, and now he needed to come up with a revenge plan to take out this man who had ruined his whole life. The burns on his cheek tensed up and looked like spiderwebs on a wall that had been stretched. It all started when the gang started sneaking in from the back entrance. A multitude of men in helmets and masks walked through the underground parking lot to carry out their mission of stealing property. The men moved quietly and tried to look inconspicuous. Any mistake could cost them a failed mission and, most importantly, their lives. One of the guys called out to Ma Dong-chel. He noticed that one of the CCTV cameras was glowing. The cunning man turned his gaze. He did not wish to be exposed. Therefore, he quickly thought of something to answer this man. A glowing CCTV camera could only mean one thing: it was working, since everyone trusted him. Due to the fact that he had explored the premises before their foray, it wasn't hard to come up with an excuse. The man worked for this high-tech company. He already knew about how the security system worked and told everyone that it was a fake and not to pay attention to this camera. Ma Dong-chad was a scumbag, keeping his calm appearance and guiding the company deeper and deeper into the room. The leader of the horse gang did everything to avoid being caught on the CCTV footage, moving all the time through the blind spots of all the cameras located around the perimeter. And now the building they were robbing was on fire. Ma Dong-chel set it up so that all the charges would fall on Jung Dae-young's shoulders. And the charges were many: trespassing, arson, theft. It was a heavy burden on the shoulders of someone who trusted his friend. Rumors about the case persisted for a long time. No one could believe that the organization of a terrible case was made by a high school graduate, and a good on the account of the boy. Jung Dae-young was waiting for prison. No light even penetrated the grounds of this dreadful place. He was prisoner number 1808. He was led down a long corridor. The walls were gray and cold, and there were bare lamps flickering overhead that created almost no light. He was led to a huge cell behind a thick metal door that opened the door to a completely different world. There he was met by 4 prisoners. When the door to the cell opened, he was allowed inside with a small kit consisting of toilet paper, soap, toothbrush, and toothpaste. The boy was the 5th person in the cell. The men who were there turned around at him in a friendly manner. 3 of them were sitting on the floor, and the 4th was lying down with his leg tucked behind his leg. All of them were curious to meet this guy. Jung Dae-young's face changed. He felt in his gut that he was trapped. The fear on the young man's face appeared instantly. He was sweating from what he knew would not be sweet. These were his new roommates, and he didn't want to be here at all among all these thugs who could do anything to him. Especially the one lying there smiling and looking thoughtfully at the newcomer. He licked his lips in anticipation of what he would do with him and called him a very tasty and sweet candy. His languid look said that he was aroused by the sight of the newcomer, and he immediately forces him to cure him to perform the dance of love. The young man named Jung Dae-young remembered all this as he stabbed his former friend, the scumbag and bastard Ma Dong-chel, in the back, and blood was flowing out of that man's back. Ma Dong-chel didn't have an ounce of regret. He thrust his knife deeper and deeper, inflicting a terrible wound like the one that friend of that bastard had inflicted on him. The man's face turned pale. He threw back his head and could not move, veins from the intense tension on his face. But when the young man looked at his hands, which were completely stained with blood, Jung Dae-young realized what he had done. The guy had killed a person. Now he was constantly cursing. Yes, He wanted revenge, but he also couldn't believe that he had actually done it. Killing a man was the truth. He had killed the one he had suffered for years because of. Jung Dae-young felt that Ma Dong-cheol should have done it all on his own, killing himself. He had killed so many people and didn't suffer for it. But Jung Dae-young did it with his own hands, with the blood of the man he hated dripping from his fingers and palm. His helmet was no longer gray but red, as if a bucket of red paint had been poured on it. All the blood had colored his world red. At his hands, a precious life had been destroyed, and it didn't matter what kind of man he was. It didn't matter anymore. Park Nam-joon couldn't move, so he had to do his best to get out of the wheelchair and lean over to the man who had just been killed. Ma Dong-cheol was lying in a pool of his own blood. His eyes were open, but he was no longer moving at all. But Soo-yee's father, this man was trying to find signs of life in him and feel his breathing. The man lay next to the corpse and began to tremble from the fear of losing someone close to him. As Ma Dong-cheol was dying, he thought about what he wondered when his life had taken a path that no one wishes for themselves. A red veil covered his eyes, and through it came images, his memories of his worthless life, a life he'd made for himself. Maybe it was the day his parents abandoned him, when he was lying wrapped in newspaper as a baby on the road in the rain, and his mother in an old tattered jacket was walking away from the house of her parents, who had just given her a child she didn't need. Farther and farther away, and there was no one near her, her father had abandoned her before the birth of his son. Or maybe it was when he found out he was going to an orphanage because of his foster family's financial problems. His entire family was an elderly grandmother who couldn't support a young boy on her own and pay for his education. Ma Dong-cheol heard her talking to the orphanage. The poor woman didn't have the strength to look after her grandson because of her age. She could die at any moment and couldn't even think of leaving the boy to fend for himself. Well, most likely the beginning of all his problems was his very existence. The moment of birth determined the path he would follow all his life, and it was already a huge mistake. Now, lying on the ground, which was stained with bloody spots, he thought back to the fun he had spent the summer. Could clearly smell the smell of industrial oil mixed with sweat as he and his new father fixed their new car. And every winter they were at the car maintenance center. Or maybe it was the sound of a boiling kettle on the stove they put on to warm themselves on cold winter nights, on a homemade stove. Or maybe it was the smile of his father, Park Nam-joon. Those nonsensical, eternal jokes they used to play together. His first motorcycle, his first breakdown, his father always smiled so wide and squinted his eyes that he seemed like the most innocent and kindest man in the world. And he also remembered Soo-yee and the warm impression she brought him, that feeling of care and comfort that her soft smile and appealing gaze spread. This girl was giving him something different in his whole life. He thought about how all the bad things that happened were the fault of someone else and not himself. But the biggest source of all his problems was something he couldn't admit, that all these things, all his brightest memories, were the great jewels of this world. Park Nam-joon had intervened too late in this fight. Trying to bring his named son to his senses, he began to apologize. He apologized for the pain he was feeling. His father shouted to him his not to move. He had already called an ambulance that would arrive soon. Ma Dong-cheol thanked his father for all the feelings and joy he had given him. After all, this man was his first and most recent family. The man squeezed his dying son's palms tightly. Their red fingers intertwined and tried to hold life in the dying body. Scarlet stains covered the sand and trembled along with the men's hands. As they lay on the ground, one of them was dying in a pool of his own blood, while the other, who couldn't save him and tried to resurrect him with his apologies, kept shouting his name. But Ma Dong-cheol was gone from this world. His wounds were too deep. Jung Dae-young was sentenced to life imprisonment. After all, he was the one responsible for Ma Dong-cheol's death. His hands were tied with rope. The guy was arrested shortly after the incident. He didn't resist at all. After all, he knew that he had received a sentence in accordance with the law, and deservedly so. John Tai-young found himself back in the same prison, being led to the same cell. The same cold walls that surrounded him before, and the same faint light illuminated his way into the cell. Su-yi had been in a coma all this time, but now she had come to her senses. The girl woke up, and when everyone knew about it and were able to come to her, she was already sitting completely on her own on the bed. The first guy to run up to her, it was Woo-hoo. He almost knocked the poor girl over and tears ran down his cheeks. The guy pulled her against him as hard as he could. The girl was still sleepy, but her little eyes were glowing with happiness. Despite this, a certain darkness and shadow was in them, but still she was alive. She tried to open them wider and feel every touch, to recognize everyone who was so happy with her return. Looking around the hospital room, the girl saw everyone who was present. Her father, Jung Dae-young, her friend Se-jung, her friends Ha-jun and Kwak Ji-ho. They stood there looking joyfully at the long-awaited awakening. But instead of joyful thoughts, Su-yi thought, what the hell is going on here?